establishment of environment departments by many governments. Yet it was already clear that for the countries of the South, constituting the majority in the UNGA, environmental questions could not be separated from their demands for development aid and the restructuring of international economic relations. This was the political context surrounding the emergence of the concept of sustainable development, also CCH 27, but before this was formulated by the Brundtland Commission in 1987, the environment had been pushed to the periphery of the international agenda by the global economic downturn of the 1970s and then the onset of the Second Cold War, CCH 3. Box 20.1 Chronology. Environmental degradation continued nonetheless. Awareness of new forms of transnational pollution, such as acid rain, joined existing concerns over point source pollution, when the pollutant comes from a definite source, followed by a dawning scientific realization that some environmental problems, the thinning of the stratospheric ozone layer and the possibility of climate change, were truly global in scale. The attendant popular concern over such issues and the relaxation of East-West tension created the opportunity for a second great UN conference, for which the connection between environment and development had been explicitly drawn through the Brundtland Commission's notion of sustainable development. Though subject to many subsequent interpretations, its political essence is an accommodation between the environmental concerns of developed states and the development demands of the South, without which there could have been no Earth Summit and no Rio process. The 1992 UN Conference on Environment and Development, UNST, or Earth Summit, was the largest international conference so far held, raising the profile of the environment as an international issue while concluding several significant documents and agreements, such as Agenda 21 and international conventions on climate change and the preservation of biodiversity. The event's underlying politics were captured in its title, A Conference on Environment and Development, where the most serious arguments concerned aid pledges to finance the environmental improvements under discussion. A process was created at the UN to review the implementation of the Rio agreements, including meetings of the new Commission on Sustainable Development, CSD, and a special session of the UNGA in 1997. Box 20.2 Sustainable Development. Over 50 separate definitions of sustainable development have been counted. Its classic statement was provided by the 1987 Brundtland Commission report. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Brundtland et al. 1987, 43. Behind it lay an explicit recognition of limitations to future growth which were social, technological, and environmental. In addressing them, emphasis was placed upon needs, and the highest priority was given to those needs experienced by the world's poor. Central to the concept was the idea of fairness between generations as well as between the rich and poor currently inhabiting the planet. By the time of the 2002 World Summit, the concept had been subtly altered. To ensure a balance between economic development, social development, and environmental protection as interdependent and mutually reinforcing components of sustainable development. UNGA A/57/532/Ad1, December 12, 2002. Ensuring environmental sustainability, by integrating sustainable development principles into national decision-making, was the seventh of 8 UN Millennium Development Goals agreed in 2000. On UNST's 10th anniversary in 2002, the World Summit on Sustainable Development, WSSD, was held in Johannesburg. The change of wording indicated how conceptions of environment and development had shifted since the 1970s. Now discussion was embedded in recognition of the importance of globalization and of the dire state of the African continent. Poverty eradication was clearly emphasized, along with practical progress in providing clean water, sanitation, and agricultural improvements. One controversial element was the role to be played in such provision by private-public sector partnerships. While the UN conferences marked the stages by which the environment entered the international political mainstream, they also reflected underlying changes in the scope and perception of environmental problems. As scientific understanding expanded, it was becoming a commonplace, by the 1980s, to speak in terms of global environmental change, as most graphically represented by the discovery of the ozone hole and the creeping realization that human activities might be dangerously altering the global climate itself. Alongside actual environmental degradation and advances in scientific knowledge, the international politics of the environment has responded to the issue attention cycle in developed countries, peaking at certain moments and then declining. The causes are complex and during the 1960s reflected the countercultural and radical movements of the time along with wider public reactions to a series of trends and events. The most totemic of these was Rachel Carson's hugely influential book Silent Spring, 1962, which powerfully conjoined the conservationist and anti-pollution agendas by highlighting the damage inflicted upon bird life by industrial pesticides like DDT. Well-publicized environmental disasters, such as the 1959 mercury poisoning at Minamata in Japan and the 1967 wreck of the Torrey Canyon oil tanker close to Cornish beaches, fed public concern. The failure of established political parties to embrace these issues effectively encouraged the birth of several new high-profile NGOs, Friends of the Earth, Greenpeace, and the World Wildlife Fund for Nature, alongside more established pressure groups such as the US Sierra Club and the British Royal Society for the Protection of Birds. The interest in environmental action at the international level and, indeed, most of the NGOs exerting pressure to this end were an almost exclusively developed world phenomenon. Public attention then receded until the ending of the Second Cold War coincided with a new concern over global environmental problems, providing the political impetus for the 1992 Earth Summit. Interest waned again during the ensuing decade, although by 2005-06 public alarm over the impact of climate change again propelled environmental issues up the political agenda. The demand was, of course, for international action and governance, but what exactly did this mean? The next section attempts to answer this question by reviewing the functions of international environmental cooperation. Key points. In the late 19th and early 20th century, international environmental politics was strictly limited, but from around 1960 its scope expanded as environmental problems acquired a transnational and then a global dimension. The process was reflected in and stimulated by the three great UN conferences of 1972, 1992, and 2002, whose most important role was to make the connection between the international environmental and development agendas, as expressed in the important concept of sustainable development. International environmental politics reflected the issue attention cycle in developed countries and relied heavily on increasing scientific knowledge. The functions of international environmental cooperation. International cooperation establishes governance regimes to regulate transboundary environmental problems and sustain the global commons. Regimes encompass more than formal agreements between states, although these are very important, see Chi 17. Moreover, there are other functions and consequences of international cooperation beyond regime formation. The pursuit of power, status, and wealth are rarely absent from international deliberations. This is often neglected in discussions of international environmental cooperation, even though many of the great international gatherings and even some of the more mundane ones clearly reflect struggles for national and organizational advantage. Organizations seek to maintain their financial and staff resources as well as their place within the UN system. UNEP, for example, despite extensive debates over granting it the higher and more autonomous status of a UN specialized agency, remains a mere program. Some suspect that much of the activity at international environmental meetings is simply to issue declarations convincing domestic publics that something is being done, even if environmental conditions continue to deteriorate. Transboundary trade and pollution control. When animals, fish, water, or pollution cross national frontiers, the need for international cooperation arises, and the regulation of transboundary environmental problems is the most long-established function of international cooperation, reflected in hundreds of multilateral, regional, and bilateral agreements providing for joint efforts to manage resources and control pollution. An important example is provided by the 1979 Convention on Long-Range Transboundary Air Pollution, LRTAP, and its various protocols. They responded to the growing problem of acidification and so-called acid rain by providing mechanisms to study atmospheric pollution problems in Europe and North America and securing commitments by the states involved to control and reduce their emissions. Another set of multilateral environmental agreements, MIS, regulates the transboundary movement of hazardous wastes and chemicals in the interests of protecting human health and the environment, and requires that when hazardous chemicals and pesticides are traded, the government from whose territory the exports originate shall obtain the prior informed consent of the importing country. Controlling, taxing, and even promoting trade has always been one of the more important functions of the state, and trade restrictions can also be used as an instrument for nature conservation. The 1973 Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species, CITES, does this by attempting to monitor, control, or prohibit international trade in species, or products derived from them, whose continued survival might be put at risk by the effects of such trade. Species at risk are listed in 3 appendices to the Convention. Some 600 animal and 300 plant species currently enjoy the highest level of protection, a trade ban, through listing on Appendix I, though decisions on the uplisting and downlisting of species are sometimes controversial, as in the case of the African elephant. The use of trade penalties and restrictions by MIS has been a vexed issue when the objective of environmental protection has come into conflict with the rules of the GATT/World Trade Organization, WTO, trade regime, CCHL4. Such a problem arose when the international community attempted to address the controversial question of the new biotechnology and genetically modified organisms, GMOs. There was much resistance to the claims of biotechnology corporations that had made huge investments in developing GMO seed, pharmaceutical, and food products, and argued that these innovations had positive environmental and development potential, through reducing pesticide use and increasing crop yields. European publics, supermarkets, and some developing countries were very wary of GMO technologies on safety and other grounds, leading to pressure for controls on their transboundary movement and the negotiation of the Biosafety Protocol to the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, that had been agreed at Rio in 1992. The resulting Cartagena Protocol was signed in 2000 and establishes an advanced informed agreement procedure between governments to be applied when GMOs are transferred across frontiers for ultimate release into the environment. The criteria to guide decisions on blocking imports reflected a precautionary approach rather than insistence on conclusive scientific evidence of harmfulness. Much of the argument in negotiating the Cartagena Protocol concerned the relationship of these new environmental rules to the requirements of the trade regime and arose from the concern of the USA and other potential GMO exporters that the protocol would permit a disguised form of trade protectionism. Whether the WTO trade rules should take precedence over the emerging biosafety rules was debated at length until the parties agreed to avoid the issue by providing that the 2 sets of rules should be mutually supportive. Norm creation. The development of international environmental law and associated norms of acceptable behavior has been both rapid and innovative over the last 30 years. Some of the norms mentioned above are in the form of quite technical policy concepts that have been widely disseminated and adopted as a result of international discussion. The precautionary principle has gained increasing but not uncritical currency. Originally coined by German policymakers, it states that where there is a likelihood of environmental damage, banning an activity should not require full and definitive scientific proof. As we saw in the example of GMOs, the latter has tended to be the requirement in trade law, and indeed in UK environmental policy before European Community doctrines on precaution took hold. The norm of prior informed consent has also been promoted alongside that of the polluter pays. In the longer term, one of the key effects of the climate change regime, dealt with in detail below, may well be the dissemination of new approaches to pollution control such as emissions trading and joint implementation. The UN Earth Summits were important in establishing environmental norms. The 1972 Stockholm Conference produced its Principle 21, which combines sovereignty over national resources with state responsibility for external pollution. This should not be confused with Agenda 21, issued by the 1992 Rio Earth Summit, a complex 40-chapter document of some 400 pages that took 2 years to negotiate in UNST's preparatory committee. Agenda 21 was frequently derided, not least because of its non-binding character, but this internationally agreed compendium of environmental best practice subsequently had a wide impact and remains a point of reference. For example, many local authorities have produced their own local Agenda 21s. Under the Aarhus Convention, 1998, North American and European governments agreed to guarantee to their publics a number of environmental rights, including the right to obtain environmental information held by governments, to participate in policy decisions, and to have access to judicial processes. Box 20.3 Trade and the Environment. The issue of the relationship between trade and environmental degradation is much broader than disputes over the relationship between the World Trade Organization, WTO, and particular multilateral environmental agreements, MES. Globalization is partly shaped by the efforts of the GATT/WTO to open up protected markets and expand world trade. Many green activists argue that trade itself damages the environment by destroying local sustainable agriculture and by encouraging the environmentally damaging long-range transport of goods. The rearrangement of patterns of production and consumption has indeed been one of the hallmarks of globalization. Liberal economists and apologists for the WTO claim that if the externalities, such as the pollution caused, can be factored into the price of a product, then trade can be beneficial to the environment through allowing the most efficient allocation of resources. In this view, using trade restrictions as a weapon to promote good environmental behavior would be unacceptable and, indeed, the rules of the WTO allow only very limited restrictions to trade on environmental grounds, GATT-XXG, and certainly not on the basis of process and production methods. Number of trade dispute cases have largely confirmed that import controls cannot be used to promote more sustainable or ethical production abroad, including the famous 1991 GATT tuna dolphin case, which upheld Mexican and EC complaints against U.S. measures blocking imports of tuna caught with the methods that kill dolphins as bycatch. Developing country governments remain resistant to green trade restrictions as a disguised form of protection for developed world markets. Capacity building. Although not a specific norm of the type dealt with above, sustainable development provides a normative framework reflecting an underlying deal between developed and developing worlds. Frequent North-South arguments since Rio about the levels of aid and technology transfer that would allow developing countries to achieve sustainable development have seen many disappointments and unfulfilled pledges. In 1991, UNEP, UNDP, and the World Bank created the Global Environmental Facility, GEF, as an international mechanism specifically for funding environmental projects in developing countries. In 2003-06 it attracted donations of around $3 billion. Most environmental conventions now aim at capacity building through arrangements for the transfer of funds, technology, and expertise, because most of their member states simply lack the resources to participate fully in international agreements. The stratospheric ozone and climate change regimes aim to build capacity and could not exist in their current form without providing for this function. Scientific understanding. International environmental cooperation relies upon shared scientific understanding, as reflected in the form of some important contemporary environmental regimes. An initial framework convention will signal concern and establish mechanisms for developing and sharing new scientific data, thereby providing the basis for taking action in a control protocol. Generating and sharing scientific information has long been a function of international cooperation in such public bodies as the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, and myriad academic organizations such as the International Council for the Exploration of the Seas, ICES, and the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, IUCN. Disseminating scientific information on an international basis makes sense, but it needs funding from governments because, except in areas like pharmaceutical research, the private sector has no incentive to do the work. International environmental regimes usually have standing scientific committees and subsidiary bodies to support their work. Perhaps the greatest international effort to generate new and authoritative scientific knowledge has been in the area of climate change, through the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, see box 20.6 below. Governing the commons. The global commons are usually understood as areas and resources that are not under sovereign jurisdiction. They are not owned by anybody. The high seas and the deep ocean floor come within this category, beyond the 200-mile exclusive economic zone, as does Antarctica, based upon the 1959 Antarctic Treaty. Outer space is another highly important common, its use being vital to modern telecommunications, broadcasting, navigation, and surveillance. Finally, there is the global atmosphere. The commons all have an environmental dimension, as resources but also as sinks for waste products that have been increasingly degraded. The fish and whale stocks of the high seas have been relentlessly overexploited to the point where some species have been wiped out and long-term protein sources for human beings are imperiled. The ocean environment has been polluted by land-based effluent and oil and other discharges from ships. It has been a struggle to maintain the unique wilderness of the Antarctic in the face of increasing pressure from human beings, and even outer space now faces an environmental problem in the form of increasing amounts of orbital debris left by decades of satellite launches. Similarly, the global atmosphere has been degraded in a number of highly threatening ways, through damage to the stratospheric ozone layer and, most importantly, by the enhanced greenhouse effect now firmly associated with changes to the Earth's climate. This is often characterized as a tragedy of the commons. Where there is unrestricted access to a resource owned by no one, there will be an incentive for individuals to grab as much as they can, and, if the resource is finite, there will come a time when it is ruined by overexploitation as the short-term interests of individual users overwhelm the longer-run collective interest in sustaining the resource. Box 20.4 The tragedy of the commons, local and global. Many writers, including Garrett Hardin, 1968, who coined the term tragedy of the commons, have observed an inherent conflict between individual and collective interest and rationality in the use of property that is held in common. Hardin argued that individual actions in exploiting an open access resource will often bring collective disaster, as the pasture, fish stock, common pool, or river, common sink, concerned suffers ecological collapse through overexploitation. Of course, no problem will be perceived if the carrying capacity of the common is sufficient for all to take as much as they require, but this is rarely now the case due to the intensity of modern exploitation and production practices, and recent scientific advances have sharpened humankind's appreciation of the full extent of the damage imposed on the Earth's ecosystems. Hardin's solution to the dilemma of the commons through privatization or nationalization has only limited applicability in the case of the global commons, for two main reasons: it is physically or politically impossible to enclose them, and there is no central world government to regulate their use. Within the jurisdiction of governments, it may be possible to solve the problem by turning the common into private property or nationalizing it, but for the global commons such a solution is, by definition, unavailable. Therefore, the function of international cooperation in this context is the very necessary one of providing a substitute for world government, to ensure that global commons are not misused and subject to tragic collapse. This has been done through creating regimes for the governance of the global commons, which have enjoyed varying degrees of effectiveness. Many of the functions discussed above can be found in the global commons regimes, but their central contribution is a framework of rules to ensure mutual agreement between users about acceptable standards of behavior and levels of exploitation, consistent with sustaining the ecology of the commons. Enforcement poses difficult challenges due to the incentives for users to free ride on these arrangements by taking more than a fair share, or refusing to be bound by the collective arrangements. This can potentially destroy regimes because other parties will then see no reason to restrain themselves either. In local commons regimes, inquisitive neighbors might deter rule breaking, and a similar role at the international level can be performed by NGOs. However, it is very difficult to enforce compliance with an agreement on the part of sovereign states, even when they have undertaken to comply, a fundamental difficulty for international law and hardly unique to environmental regimes, CCH16. Mechanisms have been developed to cope with this problem, but how effective they, and the environmental regimes to which they apply, can be is hard to judge, as this involves determining the extent to which governments are in legal and technical compliance with their international obligations. Moreover, it also involves estimating the extent to which state behavior has actually been changed as a result of the international regime concerned. Naturally, the ultimate and most demanding test of the effectiveness of global commons regimes is whether or not the resources or ecologies concerned are sustained or even improved. Some of the first and least successful global commons regimes were the various fisheries commissions for the Atlantic and elsewhere, which sought agreement on limiting catches in order to preserve stocks. Pollution from ships has been controlled by MARPOL, an international marine environmental convention short for marine pollution, and there is a patchwork of other treaties to manage such issues as the dumping of radioactive waste at sea. For the Antarctic, a remarkably well-developed set of rules designed to preserve the ecological integrity of this last great wilderness has been devised within the framework of the 1959 treaty. The Antarctic regime is a rather exclusive club. The treaty's consultative parties include the states that had originally claimed sovereignty over parts of the area, while new members of the club have to demonstrate their involvement in scientific research on the frozen continent. There is a comprehensive agreement on conserving the marine ecosystem around the continent, and in the late 1980s preparations for regulated minerals mining were defeated and replaced by a new protocol on environmental protection, including a 50-year mining ban. The success of a restricted group of countries in governing this crucial laboratory for understanding global environmental change, with only a minimal level of formal organization, demonstrates what can be achieved by international action. Antarctic science was crucial to the discovery of a problem which resulted in what is perhaps the best example of effective international action to govern the commons. In 1985, a British Antarctic survey balloon provided definitive evidence of serious thinning of the stratospheric ozone layer. A diminishing ozone layer is a global problem par excellence, because it protects the Earth and its inhabitants from the damaging effects of the sun's UV/B radiation. A framework convention was signed about the issue in 1985, followed in 1987 by its Montreal Protocol, imposing international controls over ozone-depleting chemicals. The further evolution of the ozone layer regime offers the paramount example of how international cooperation can achieve an effective solution to a global environmental problem. The problem's causes were isolated, international support was mobilized, compensatory action was taken to ensure that developing countries participated, and a set of rules and procedures were developed which proved to be effective, at least in reducing the concentration of the offending chemicals in the atmosphere, if not yet fully restoring the stratospheric ozone layer. Box 20.5 The Montreal Protocol and Stratospheric Ozone Regime. The consequences of the thinning of stratospheric ozone layer include excessive exposure to UV/B radiation, resulting in increased rates of skin cancer for human beings and damage to immune systems. Stratospheric ozone depletion arose from a previously unsuspected source: artificial chemicals containing fluorine, chlorine, and bromine, which were involved in chemical reaction with ozone molecules at high altitudes. Most significant were the CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons, which had been developed in the 1920s as safe inert industrial gases and which had been blithely produced and used over the next 50 years for a whole variety of purposes, from refrigeration to air conditioning and as propellants for hairspray. There was no universal agreement on the dangers posed by these chemicals, and production and use continued except, significantly, where the U.S. Congress decided to ban some non-essential uses. This meant that the U.S. chemical industry found itself under a costly obligation to find alternatives. As evidence on the problem began to mount, UNEP acted to convene an international conference in Vienna. It produced a framework convention, the 1985 Vienna Convention on Substances that Deplete the Stratospheric Ozone Layer, agreeing that international action might be required and that the parties should continue to communicate and develop and exchange scientific findings. These proved to be very persuasive, particularly with the added public impetus provided by the dramatic discovery of the Antarctic ozone hole. Within 2 years the Montreal Protocol was negotiated. In it the parties agreed to a regime under which the production and trading of CFCs and other ozone-depleting substances would be progressively phased out. The developed countries achieved this for CFCs by 1996, and meetings of the parties, MOP, have continued to work on the elimination of other substances since that time. There was some initial resistance from European chemical producers, but the US side had a real incentive to ensure international agreement because otherwise its chemical industry would remain at a commercial disadvantage. The other problem faced by the negotiators involved the developing countries, which themselves were manufacturing CFC products. As the Indian delegate put it, it was the developed countries' mess and their responsibility to clear it up. Why should developing countries be forced to change over to higher-cost CFC alternatives? There were two responses to this. The first was an article in the protocol giving the developing countries a period of grace. The second was a fund, set up in 1990, to finance the provision of alternative non-CFC technologies for the developing world. Illegal production and smuggling of CFCs was evident in the 1990s. This tested the monitoring and compliance systems of the protocol, which included a possible use of trade sanctions against offenders. Nonetheless, the regime has generally proved to be effective and has continually widened the scope of its activities to deal with further classes of ozone-depleting chemicals. The damage to the ozone layer will not be repaired until the latter part of the 21st century, given the long atmospheric lifetimes of the chemicals involved. However, human behavior has been significantly altered to the extent that the scientific subsidiary body of the Montreal Protocol has been able to report a measurable reduction in the atmospheric concentration of CFCs. Key points. International environmental meetings serve several political objectives alongside environmental aims. A key function of international cooperation is transboundary regulation, but attempts at environmental action may conflict with the rules of the world trade regime. International action is needed to promote environmental norms, develop scientific understanding, and assist the participation of developing countries. International cooperation is necessary to provide governance regimes for the global commons. Climate change. Unlike the ozone layer problem, climate change and the enhanced greenhouse effect had long been debated among scientists, but only in the late 1980s did sufficient international consensus emerge to stimulate action. There were still serious disagreements over the likelihood that human-induced changes in mean temperatures were altering the global climate system. The greenhouse effect is essential to life on Earth. Greenhouse gases, GHGs, in the atmosphere, see Fig 20.2, insulate the Earth's surface by trapping solar radiation. Before the Industrial Revolution, carbon dioxide concentrations in the atmosphere were around 280 parts per million, and have since grown exponentially, to a 2005 figure of 379 ppm, due to burning of fossil fuels and reductions in some of the sinks for carbon dioxide, notably forests. Methane emissions have also risen with the growth of agriculture, IPCC 2007-11. The best predictions of the IPCC are that, if nothing is done to curb intensive fossil fuel emissions, there will be a likely rise in mean temperatures of the order of 2.4 to 6.4 degrees Celsius by 2099. The exact consequences of this are difficult to predict on the basis of current climate modeling, but sea level rises and turbulent weather are generally expected. According to the EU, to avoid climate catastrophe, it would be necessary to hold temperature increases below 2 degrees Celsius by keeping atmospheric CO2 concentrations below 550 ppm. In the first decade of the 21st century, unusual weather patterns, storm events, and the melting of polar ice sheets have added a dimension of public concern to the fears expressed by the scientific community. As a commons problem, climate change is on a quite different scale from anything that the international system has previously encountered. Climate change is really not a normal international environmental problem. It threatens huge changes in living conditions and challenges existing patterns of energy use and security. There is almost no dimension of international relations that it does not actually or potentially affect, and it has already become the subject of high polities, discussed at G8 summits and in high-level meetings between political leaders. Indeed, the UK Foreign Secretary stated in 2006 that climate change and climate security must now be a priority for foreign policy. Box 20.6 The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Set up in 1988 under the auspices of the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, and UNEP, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, brings together the majority of the world's climate change scientists in 3 working groups, on climate science, impacts, and economic and social dimensions. They have produced assessment reports in 1990, 1995, and 2001, which are regarded as the authoritative scientific statements on climate change. The reports are carefully and cautiously drafted with the involvement of government representatives and represent a consensus view. The 4th assessment report, published in February 2007, concluded that warming of the climate system is unequivocal, as is now evident from observations of increases in global average air and ocean temperatures, widespread melting of snow and ice and rising global sea level, IPCC 2007, 4. Most of the temperature increase is very likely due to the observed increase in anthropogenic greenhouse gas concentrations, IBID, 8, original italics. The use of words is significant here, for the IPCC defines very likely as being more than 90% or certain. This represents a change from the previous report, which had only estimated that human activity was likely or more than 66% or certain to be responsible for temperature increases. Figure 20.2 Greenhouse gas contributions to global warming. Source: IPCC 2007. Radiative forcing components, 16. One way of examining the dimensions of the problem and the steps taken at the international level to respond to the threat is to make a comparison to the stratospheric ozone problem discussed in the previous section. There are, of course, some similarities. CFCs are in themselves greenhouse gases, and the international legal texts on climate change make it clear that controlling them is the responsibility of the Montreal Protocol. The experience with stratospheric ozone and other recent conventions has clearly influenced efforts to build a climate change regime, as shown at the very start of climate discussions, when the same approach of a framework convention followed by protocols was adopted. The UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFOC, was signed at the Rio Earth Summit in 1992. It envisaged the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and their removal by sinks, hoping that a start could be made by including a commitment from the developed nations to cut their emissions back to 1990 levels by 2000. In a U.S. election year, this proved to be impossible, and the parties had to be content with a non-binding declaration that an attempt would be made. There was a binding commitment, however, for parties to draw up national inventories of sources and sinks. As this included the developing nations, many of whom were ill-equipped to fulfill this obligation, there was also funding for capacity building. Most importantly, the convention locked the parties into holding a continuing series of annual conferences, the COPs, to consider possible actions and review the adequacy of existing commitments, supported by regular meetings of the subsidiary scientific and implementation bodies. By the second COP in Kyoto in 1997, the parties agreed a control measure, the Kyoto Protocol, involving emissions reductions, be developed countries facilitated by flexibility mechanisms. The problem faced by the framers of the Kyoto Protocol was vastly more complex and demanding than that which their counterparts at Montreal had confronted so successfully in 1987. Instead of controlling a single set of industrial gases for which substitutes were available, reducing greenhouse gas emissions would involve energy, transport, and agriculture, the fundamentals of life in modern societies. Whether this must involve real sacrifices in living standards and impossible political choices is a tough question for governments, although there are potential economic benefits from cutting emissions through the development of alternative energy technologies. A second key difference from the ozone regime experience was that, despite a quite unprecedented international scientific effort in support of the IPCC to establish the causes and consequences of warming, there was no scientific consensus of the kind that had promoted agreement on CFCs. There was scientific disagreement over the significance of human activities and projections of future change, which has since narrowed dramatically. There were those who had an economic interest in denying or misrepresenting the science, including fossil fuel interests and producers such as Saudi Arabia. At the other end of the spectrum, the alliance of small island states, some of whose members' territory would simply disappear under projected sea level rises, were desperately concerned that these projections be taken seriously. Box 20.7 The Kyoto Protocol. The 1997 Kyoto Protocol to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change commits the developed countries to make an average of a 5.2% cut in their greenhouse gas emissions from a 1990 baseline. Within this, different national targets were negotiated, for example, 7% for the United States and 8% for the European Union, EU. These were to be achieved by the first commitment period 2008-12. The Kyoto mechanisms. In order to provide flexible ways of achieving these targets, 3 mechanisms were also agreed. 1. Emissions trading. This envisages a system where a market in rights to pollute is created. For example, efficient power plants can sell their permits to emit carbon dioxide to others, and a long-term reduction in the number of permits available will mean that the price of carbon rises, alternative power sources become more competitive, and the overall amount of carbon dioxide emitted is reduced. 2. Joint implementation, G. Under this mechanism, a developed country can receive credits against its own emissions reduction target by financing projects in another developed country. The argument is that a given amount of money is best spent where it can achieve the greatest reduction in world emissions of greenhouse gases. Countries with very efficient power plants will have an incentive to use this scheme. 3. The Clean Development Mechanism, CDM. Applies the same principle to relations between developed and developing countries. This has already stimulated a good deal of interest in China and elsewhere because it is a source of new funds and technology transfer. There is a further problem in that, even though the effects of climate change are not fully understood, there is enough evidence for some nations to calculate that there might be benefits to them from climatic alterations. Regions of Russia, for example, might become more temperate with rises in mean temperature and more suitable for agricultural production, although one could equally well argue the extremely damaging effects of melting permafrost in Siberia. One generalization that could be made with certainty is that it is the developing nations, with limited infrastructure and major populations located at sea level, which are most vulnerable. In recognition of this and on the understanding that a certain level of warming is now inevitable, international attention has begun to shift towards the problem of adaptation to the inevitable effects of climate change as well as mitigation of its causes. Once again, the comparative simplicity of the stratospheric ozone problem is evident. The effects of ozone depletion were spread across the globe and affected North Europeans as well as those living in the Southern Hemisphere. At the heart of the international politics of climate change as a global environmental problem is the structural divide between North and South, CH8 and CH26. For the Montreal Protocol there was a solution available at an acceptable price, delivered through the Multilateral Ozone Fund. Once again, climate change is different. One of the most significant principles set out in the UNFUC was that of common but differentiated responsibilities. That is to say that while climate change was the common concern of all, it had been produced as a consequence of the development of the old industrialized nations, and it was their responsibility to take the lead in cutting emissions. Case study: Common but differentiated responsibilities. A key principle of the climate change regime, written into the 1992 UNFUC, was the notion of common but differentiated responsibilities. This, in effect, meant that although all nations had to accept responsibility for the world's changing climate, it was developed nations that were immediately responsible because they had benefited from the industrialization which was generally regarded as the source of the excess carbon dioxide emissions that had caused mean temperature increases. Refer back to Fig 20.1. Consider the relationship between national carbon dioxide emissions and share of global population. The USA emits around 25% of the global total but has only 4.5% of global population. The Chinese figures are 14% and over 20% of the world's population, while the 35 least developed nations emit under 1% and account for over 10% of the world's population. Accordingly, the developed countries were listed in Annex I of the convention, and it was agreed that they, rather than developing countries, would have to lead the way in making emissions reductions. This approach was followed in the Kyoto Protocol, where only developed country parties are committed to make reductions. Even before the protocol was agreed, the U.S. Senate passed the Byrd-Hagel resolution, making it clear that it would not ratify any agreement where developing nations, who were now economic competitors of the United States, did not also have to make emissions reductions. The future of the climate change regime. In 2004, the International Energy Agency published projections that underlined how globalization was radically changing the pattern of energy-related carbon dioxide emissions. It estimated that emissions would rise by 62% by 2030, but, most significantly, that at some point in the 2020s developing world emissions would overtake those of the developed OECD countries. It therefore became clear that to have any chance of success, the future climate change regime would have to include emissions reductions by countries such as China and India, but that they in turn would not even consider this if the United States remained outside the Kyoto system. The fundamental question is, upon what basis should countries be asked to reduce their emissions? The most radical and equitable answer would be to give each individual a fixed carbon allowance, probably allowing rich people to maintain something of their lifestyle by buying the allowances of the poor. A more likely alternative is to find ways of creating and then raising a global carbon price such that utilizing alternatives to fossil fuel becomes an economically attractive development path. The achievement at Kyoto was to bind most of the developed nations to a set of emissions cuts that varied, see box 20.7. This achieved at least part of the objectives of the European Union, but it was soon seen to be wholly inadequate in terms of the projected scale of the global warming problem. In return, the European Union accepted the US proposal for the Kyoto mechanisms and has since become their enthusiastic champion. However, none of the detail of what was to become a highly complex and innovative agreement had been worked out. It was to take a series of difficult COPs to achieve this, to write the rules for the operation of the protocol, and, above all, to meet the demanding requirements for its ratification and entry into force. These were that 55 parties had to ratify the agreement and that these parties must also produce over 55% of global emissions. It was very evident that the United States would not ratify Kyoto, and the administration of George W. Bush actually denounced U.S. signature of the protocol, claiming it to be fatally flawed and that the emissions cuts required would be impossibly damaging to the U.S. economy. Australia also refused to ratify, thus making it essential that Russia and Japan should ratify alongside the European Union. Much of the burden of ensuring that Kyoto eventually entered into force fell upon the EU and tested the diplomatic capabilities of this new type of international actor and its component member states in what became a direct contest with the US government. The EU also pioneered the world's first international emissions trading system, which commenced operation at the beginning of 2005. This was in the hope that it would not only help to achieve the EU's Kyoto target of an 8% reduction in emissions by 2012, but that it would also encourage other countries to join the scheme. The climate regime has been afflicted by the free rider problem. If some countries join together and agree to make cuts which are costly, then others who do not can enjoy the environmental benefits of such action without paying. Thus, proceeding without the USA has been very difficult, not only because it produces around 1/4 of global carbon dioxide emissions, but also because its failure to be involved affects the willingness of others to participate, and particularly the fast-developing economies of the South. There is some hope that the Kyoto targets may be achieved by 2012, but even that is uncertain. The Bush administration has resolutely opposed Kyoto, and from its entry into force in 2005, discussions have been proceeding as to how a new regime might be constructed that involves all of the main industrialized and industrializing countries in a collective scheme to make significant cuts in their greenhouse gas emissions, but also to work together to adapt to the effects of climate change that are already becoming evident. There is probably no more urgent or important task for international cooperation. Key points. Climate change, because of its all-embracing nature and its roots in essential human activities, poses an enormous challenge for international cooperation. A limited start has been made with the Kyoto regime, but this is undermined by the absence of the United States. Much more radical arrangements will be required in the period after 2012, and these will have to involve the major developing world economies. The environment and international relations theory. The academic study of the international relations of the environment has naturally tried to understand the circumstances under which potentially effective international cooperation can occur. The preceding discussion of climate change shows that this question remains important. Most scholars have used the concept of regime as explained in Chapter 17. Note, for instance, how the defining characteristics of regimes' principles, norms, rules, and decision-making procedures can be applied to the environmental cases mentioned in this chapter, also see ch. 9. Those who try to explain the record of environmental regimes tend to adopt a liberal institutionalist stance, stressing as a key motivating factor the joint gains arising from cooperative solutions to the problem of providing public goods such as a clean atmosphere, see ch. 6 and ch. 7. One important addition to the regime literature, made by scholars of environmental politics, reflects the importance of scientific knowledge and the roles of NGOs in this area. Whereas orthodox regime approaches assume that behavior is based upon the pursuit of power or interest, students of international environmental cooperation have noted the independent role played by changes in knowledge, particularly scientific understanding. This cognitive approach is reflected in studies of the ways in which transnationally organized groups of scientists and policy makers, often referred to as epistemic communities, have influenced the development of environmental regimes, see ch. 9. Liberal institutionalist analysis of regime creation may still be the predominant IR approach to global environmental change, but it is not the only one. It makes the important, but often unspoken, assumption that the problem to be solved is how to obtain global governance in a fragmented system of sovereign states. Marxist and Gramscian writers would reject this formulation, see ch. 8. For them, the state system is part of the problem rather than the solution, and the proper object of study is the way in which global capitalism reproduces relationships that are profoundly damaging to the environment. The global spread of neoliberal policies accelerates those features of globalization: consumerism, the relocation of production to the south, and the thoughtless squandering of resources driving the global ecological crisis, see ch. 27. Proponents of this view also highlight the incapacity of the state to do anything other than assist such processes. It follows that the international cooperation efforts described here, at worst legitimize the state of affairs and at best provide some marginal improvements to the devastation wrought by global capitalism. For example, they would point to how free market concepts are now routinely embedded in discussions of sustainable development and how the WTO rules tend to subordinate attempts to provide environmental regulation of GMOs. This argument is part of a broader debate among political theorists concerning whether the state can ever be greened. The opposing view would be that within any time frame that is relevant to coping with the threat of the immediacy and magnitude of climate change, the state and international cooperation remain the only plausible mechanisms for providing the necessary global governance, and we shall simply have to make the best we can with existing state and international organizational structures. The other theoretical connection that must be made is to the preeminent concern of orthodox IR security, see ch. 13. This link can be thought of in two ways. First, it is argued that environmental change contributes to the incidence of both internal conflict and even interstate war, even though the causal connections are complex and involve many factors. It is already evident that desertification and the degradation of other vital resources are intimately bound up with cycles of poverty, destitution, and war in Africa. However, if we consider such predicted consequences of climate change as mass migrations of populations across international boundaries and acute scarcity of water and other resources, the outlines of potential future conflicts come into sharper focus, see CH26 and CH27. The link between environmental change and armed conflict is essentially an extension of traditional thinking about security, defined in terms of collective violence and attacks upon the state. A more intriguing question is whether we should now redefine the idea of security to encompass environmental threats as well as those stemming from terrorism and war, see CH12. As the public becomes more sharply aware of the full magnitude of the climate problem, political discourse begins to securitize the environment, that is, to characterize the environment as a security problem. Because governments usually prioritize security matters, people wishing to mobilize political attention and resources, and encourage potentially painful societal adaptation, will be tempted to stretch traditional definitions of security. Key points. The environment has been a growth area for IR scholars interested in identifying the conditions under which effective international cooperation can emerge. Scholars differ in the importance that they attach to various kinds of explanatory factors in their analyses of international environmental regime building activities, crude calculations of the power and interests of key actors such as states, cognitive factors such as shared scientific knowledge, the impact of non-governmental actors, and even the extent to which the system of states is itself part of the problem. IR scholars are also interested in the extent to which the environment in general and particular environmental problems are now being seen as security issues in academic, political, and popular discourse, and whether this securitization of the environment is something to be welcomed. Conclusion. This chapter has shown, briefly, how environmental issues have moved from the margins to an increasingly central place on the international agenda. Climate change is now widely perceived to be at least the equal of any other issue and arguably the most important faced by humankind. The rise to prominence of environmental issues is intimately associated with globalization due to the strain that this places on the Earth's carrying capacity in terms of consumption levels, resource depletion, and rising greenhouse gas emissions. Globalization has also facilitated the growth of transnational green politics and interventions by NGOs to raise public awareness, influence international conferences, and even monitor the implementation of agreements by states. At every stage, two distinctive aspects of international environmental politics have played a central role. The first is the complex relationship between scientific understanding of the biosphere, politics, and policy, as exemplified by the interplay between the IPCC and the actions of governments building the climate regime. The second is the connection between environment and development, which has been expressed in the shifting meanings given to the concept of sustainable development and whose acknowledgement has been a precondition for international action on a whole range of environmental issues. Nowhere is this more evident than in debates about the future direction of the climate regime. The international response to environmental change has been in the form of attempts to arrange global environmental governance through extensive cooperation between governments. This chapter has attempted to provide some insight into the range and functions of such regime-creating activities, which provide a basis upon which the international community is attempting to grapple with the climate problem. The academic community has generally followed this enterprise by concentrating upon the question of how regimes may be formed and sustained. More critical theorists will take a different view of the meaning of international cooperation, see CH8 and CH10. Furthermore, the challenges posed to international theory by the global environmental predicament will undoubtedly involve the need to think through the connections between security, climate change, and globalization. Questions. 1. What are the possible connections, both negative and positive, between globalization and environmental change? 2. Why did environmental issues appear on the international agenda and what were the key turning points? 3. Summarize the consequences of the 1972 UNCH and the 1992 UNST. 4. How would you interpret the meaning of sustainable development? 5. How can regime concepts be applied to the study of international environmental cooperation, also see CH17? 6. Can international trade and environmental protection ever be compatible? 7. Why did the Framework Convention/Control Protocol prove useful in the cases of stratospheric ozone depletion and climate change? 8. Analyze the development implications of 3 of the regimes mentioned in the chapter. 9. How does the tragedy of the commons analogy help to illustrate the need for governance of the global commons? 10. Describe the free rider problem in relation to the climate change regime. 11. Can common but differentiated responsibilities continue to be relevant to the future climate change regime? 12. Consider the possible security implications of the climate predictions made by IPCC. Guide to further reading. Barnett, J. 2001, The Meaning of Environmental Security, Ecological Politics and Policy in the New Security Era, London, Z Books. This lively and critical book is for readers who wish to explore the growing connections between environmental and security issues. Berry, J. and Eckersley, R. eds. 2005, The State and the Global Ecological Crisis, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press. A provocative set of essays on the continuing relevance of the state, long forsaken by green activists, but still the fundamental unit of global environmental governance. Burney, P. and Boyle, A. 2002, International Law and the Environment, Oxford, Oxford University Press. An invaluable source of detailed information on formal aspects of international environmental cooperation. Branton, T. 1994, The Greening of Machiavelli, The Evolution of International Environmental Politics, London, EarthScan. A diplomatic participant's account of the international politics of the environment up to and including the Rio Earth Summit. Dovern, P. ed. 2005, Handbook of Global Environmental Politics, Cheltenham, Edward Elgar. This very extensive collection of 30 essays covering states' governance and security, capitalism, trade and corporations, civil societies, knowledge and ethics will provide the reader with a more advanced view of current concerns and controversies in the field. December, B. 2006, Global Environmental Institutions, Abingdon, Routledge. Provides a concise introduction within a series on global governance. Dryzek, J. 1997, The Politics of the Earth, Environmental Discourses, Oxford, Oxford University Press. Still extremely useful as a guide to thinking through the different approaches that are applied to the problems of environmental politics and sustainable development. Elliott, L. 2004, The Global Politics of the Environment, Basingstoke, Palgrave. This comprehensive and up-to-date text provides detailed and wide-ranging coverage of the field and of the key international agreements. Lipschutz, R.D. 2004, Global Environmental Politics, Power Perspectives and Practice, Washington, D.C., CQ Press. Makes innovative and critical connections between global environmental politics and a broad array of relevant political thought and practice. Patterson, M. 2001, Understanding Global Environmental Politics, Domination, Accumulation, Resistance, Basingstoke, Palgrave. As the title suggests, this book provides an alternative critical view of global environmental politics, investigating such problems as the political economy of car use. Vogler, J. 2000, The Global Commons, Environmental and Technological Governance, Chichester, John Wiley. Uses regime analysis to compare and account for the various international arrangements for the ocean, Antarctic, space, and atmospheric commons. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/uk/org/Baylis_Smith4E. Chapter 21. Terrorism and Globalization. James D. Kiras. Reader's Guide. Globalization has contributed to the growth of terrorism from a regional phenomenon into a global one. Precisely how it has contributed, however, is hard to determine. The difficulty lies in the complex nature of terrorism and disagreements on what constitutes globalization. Global terrorism has been explained in cultural, economic, and religious terms linked to globalization. Such terms are necessary, but ultimately are not sufficient to explain the relationship. Technology associated with globalization has enabled terrorist groups to conduct operations that are deadlier, more distributed, and more difficult to combat than they were in the past. Technological advantage, however, is not one-sided, and states can use technology to diminish the global impact of terrorism. Introduction. The relationship between terrorism and globalization is difficult to describe accurately. Each phenomenon is complicated in its own right and defies simple characterization. It is inaccurate to suggest that globalization is responsible for terrorism, but technologies associated with globalization have been exploited by terrorists. In particular, technologies have improved the ability of terrorist groups to work together, share information, and reach out to previously unavailable audiences. Technology, however, cannot change the character of the terrorist message or the nature of the struggle. Terrorism is a weapon of the weak conducted by a minority of individuals who promote an extremist ideology. It often fails to create political change. The global community is not powerless in the face of such violence. In order to succeed, the global community must utilize the resources at its disposal collaboratively to diminish support for terrorism and demonstrate the illegitimacy of terrorist messages and aspirations. Definitions. Terrorism and globalization share at least one thing in common: both are complex phenomena open to subjective interpretation. Definitions of terrorism vary widely, but all start from a common point of departure. Terrorism is characterized, first and foremost, by the use of violence. This tactic of violence takes many forms and often indiscriminately targets non-combatants. The purpose for which violence is used, and its root causes, is where most of the disagreements about terrorism begin. Historically, the term terrorism described state violence against citizens during the French Revolution. Over the past half-century, however, terrorism has come to mean the use of violence by small groups to achieve political change. Terrorism differs from criminal violence in its degree of political legitimacy. Those sympathetic to terrorist causes suggest that violence is the only remaining option that can draw attention to the plight of the aggrieved. Such causes have included ideological, ethnic, and religious exclusion or persecution. Defining terrorism can be difficult as groups often espouse multiple grievances and compete with one another for resources and support. In addition, the relative importance of these grievances within groups can change over time. Those targeted by terrorists are less inclined to see any justification, much less legitimacy, behind attacks that are designed to spread fear by killing and maiming civilians. As a result, the term terrorist has a pejorative value that is useful in delegitimizing those who commit such acts. Reaching consensus on what constitutes terrorism is difficult. The legitimacy of terrorist means and methods is the foremost reason for disagreement. Some view terrorist acts as legitimate only if they meet the criteria associated with the just war tradition. These criteria, which apply to all applications of force, have been expanded to include a just cause, proportional use of violence, and the use of force as a last resort. Realists suggest that the political violence used by terrorist groups is illegitimate on the basis that states alone have a monopoly on the legitimate use of physical force. Box 21.1 Types of terrorist groups. Audrey Kurth Cronin has outlined different types of terrorist groups and their historical importance in the following way. There are 4 types of terrorist organizations currently operating around the world, categorized mainly by their source of motivation: left-wing terrorists, right-wing terrorists, ethno-nationalist/separatist terrorists, and religious or sacred terrorists. All 4 types have enjoyed periods of relative prominence in the modern era, with left-wing terrorism intertwined with the communist movement, right-wing terrorism drawing its inspiration from fascism, and the bulk of ethno-nationalist/separatist terrorism accompanying the wave of decolonization, especially in the immediate post-World War II years. Currently, sacred terrorism is becoming more significant. Of course, these categories are not perfect, as many groups have a mix of motivating ideologies. Some ethno-nationalist groups, for example, have religious characteristics or agendas, but usually one ideology or motivation dominates. Cronin 2002/3, 39. Box 21.2 Legitimacy. Martha Crenshaw provides an analytic, albeit subjective approach to determine the legitimacy of terrorist acts of violence. The value of the normative approach to terrorism is that it confronts squarely a critical problem in the analysis of terrorism, and indeed any form of political violence, the issue of legitimacy. Terrorists of the left deny the legitimacy of the state and claim that the use of violence against it is morally justified. Terrorists of the right deny the legitimacy of the opposition and hold that the violence in the service of order is sanctioned by the values of the status quo. The need for scholarly objectivity and abstraction does not excuse use from the obligation to judge the morality of the use of force, whether by the state or against. She adds that morality can be judged in two ways: morality of the ends and the morality of the means. First, are the goals of the terrorists democratic or non-democratic? That is their aim to create or perpetuate a regime of privilege and inequality, to deny liberty to other people, or to further the ends of justice, freedom, and equality? Terrorism must not, as the terrorists can foresee, result in worse injustice than the condition the terrorists oppose. The morality of the means of terrorism is also open to judgment. The targets of terrorism are morally significant, witness the difference between material objects and human casualties. Crenshaw 1983, 2-4. Yet even with the use of violence by states, there is disagreement on what constitutes the legitimate application of armed force. For example, during the 1980s, Libya sponsored terrorist acts as an indirect method of attacking the United States, France, and the United Kingdom. Those states, in turn, condemned Libyan sponsorship as contravening international norms and responded with sanctions, international court cases, and occasional uses of force. Disagreement associated with the invasion of Iraq in 2003, led by the United States, relates to interpretations over whether or not the conditions for just war were met prior to commencement of military operations. Some suggest that the conditions were not met, and that actions by the coalition should be considered as an act of terrorism conducted by states. Leaders in the United States and the United Kingdom dismiss the charge on the basis that a greater evil was removed. Violating international norms in the pursuit of terrorists runs the risk of playing into perceptions that the state itself is a terrorist threat. Critics suggest that U.S. policy towards terrorist detainees and extraordinary renditions damages the nation's credibility as a global champion for individual rights and freedoms. As with other forms of irregular warfare, terrorism is designed to achieve political change for the purposes of obtaining power in order to right a perceived wrong. Terrorism, however, is the weakest form of irregular warfare with which to alter the political landscape. The reason for this weakness is that terrorist groups rarely possess the broader support of the population that characterizes insurgency and revolution. Terrorist groups often lack broader support for their objectives because their goals for change are based on radical ideas that do not have widespread appeal. In order to influence change, terrorists must provoke drastic responses that act as a catalyst for change or weaken their opponent's moral resolve. In a few cases, terrorist acts have achieved relatively rapid change. The bombings in Madrid in 2004, for example, influenced the outcome of elections in Spain in a dramatic fashion, and anecdotal evidence suggests that the attack was designed with just such a purpose in mind. Many terrorist leaders hope that their actions will lead to disproportionate reactions by a state that in turn disaffects public or international opinion and increases support for their cause. Some suggest, for example, that Al-Qaeda goaded the United States into invading and occupying Iraq, which has bolstered terrorist recruiting. Terrorist campaigns, however, often take years or decades to achieve meaningful results, and the amount and nature of force used can be problematic. Terrorist groups risk fading into obscurity if they do not cow the public or conduct newsworthy attacks. However, as the recent violence in Iraq suggests, attacks by terrorists that are so horrific, such as publicized beheadings, put support for terrorist causes at risk. Therefore, terrorism is defined here as the use of violence by sub-state groups to inspire fear, by attacking civilians and/or symbolic targets, for purposes such as drawing widespread attention to a grievance, provoking a severe response, or wearing down their opponent's moral resolve, to effect political change. As with definitions of terrorism, there is general agreement on at least one aspect of globalization. Technologies allow the transfer of goods, services, and information almost anywhere quickly and efficiently. In the case of information, the transfer can be secure and is nearly instantaneous. The extent of social, cultural, and political change brought on by globalization, including increasing interconnectedness and homogeneity in the international system, remain the subject of much disagreement and debate, as other chapters in this volume have outlined. These disagreements, in turn, influence discussion of the extent to which globalization has contributed to the rise of modern terrorism. There is little doubt that the technologies associated with globalization have been used to improve the effectiveness and reach of terrorist groups. The relationship between globalization and terrorism is best understood as the next step in the evolution of political violence since terrorism became a transnational phenomenon in the 1960s. In order to understand the changes perceived in terrorism globally, it is useful to understand the evolution of terrorism from a transnational to a global phenomenon. Key points. Agreement on what constitutes terrorism continues to be difficult given the range of potential acts involving violence. Terrorism, or acts of violence by sub-state groups, has been separated from criminal acts on the basis of the purpose for which violence is applied, namely political change. Terrorist groups succeed when their motivations or grievances are perceived to be legitimate by a wider audience. Disproportionate or heavy-handed responses by states to acts of terrorism serve to legitimize terrorist groups. The definition of globalization, as with terrorism, is open to subjective interpretation, but the technologies associated with globalization have improved terrorist capabilities. Terrorism, from transnational to global phenomenon, 1968 to 2001. Historically, terrorists have used readily available means to permit small numbers of individuals to spread fear as widely as possible. In the late 19th and early 20th century, anarchists relied upon revolvers and dynamite. Yet terrorists and acts of terrorism rarely had an impact beyond national borders. Three factors led to the birth of transnational terrorism in 1968: the expansion of commercial air travel, the availability of televised news coverage, and broad political and ideological interests among extremists that intersected around a common cause. As a result, terrorism grew from a local to a transnational threat. Air travel gave terrorists unprecedented mobility. For example, the Japanese Red Army trained in one country and attacked in another, such as the 1972 Lod Airport massacre in Israel. Air travel appealed to terrorists for other reasons. Airport security measures, including passport control, were almost non-existent when terrorists began hijacking airlines. These skyjackings suited terrorist purposes well. Hijacked airlines offered a degree of mobility, and therefore security, for the terrorists involved. States also acquiesced to terrorist demands, which encouraged further incidents. The success of this tactic spurred other terrorist groups, as well as criminals and political refugees, to follow suit. As a result, incidents of hijacking skyrocketed from 5 in 1966 to 94 in 1969. Shared political ideologies stimulated cooperation and limited exchanges between groups as diverse as the Irish Republican Army, IRA, and the Basque separatist Euskadi Ta Askatasuna, EDA. Besides sharing techniques and technical experience, groups demanded the release of imprisoned fellow revolutionaries in different countries, giving the impression of a coordinated global terrorist network. The reality was that groups formed relationships of convenience, based around weapons, capabilities, and money, to advance local political objectives. Televised news coverage also played a role in expanding the audience who could witness the theater of terrorism in their own homes. Individuals who had never heard of the plight of the Palestinians became notionally aware of the issue after incidents such as the live coverage of the hostage-taking conducted by Black September during the 1972 Munich Olympics. Although media coverage was termed the oxygen that sustains terrorism, terrorists discovered that reporters and audiences lost interest in repeat performances over time. In order to sustain viewer interest and compete for coverage, terrorist groups undertook increasingly spectacular attacks, such as the seizure of Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, delegates by Carlos the Jackal in Austria in December 1975. Terrorism experts speculated that terrorist leaders understood that horrific, mass casualty attacks might cross a threshold of violence. This may explain why few terrorist groups attempted to acquire or use weapons of mass destruction, including nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. The Iranian Islamic Revolution of 1979 was a watershed event in transnational terrorism. Although Israeli interests remained primary targets for attack, due to continued sympathy for the Palestinian cause, a number of groups began to target citizens and other symbols of the United States. The Decade of Terrorism, 1980-90, included incidents such as suicide bombings, Lebanon, 1983, and hijackings, TWA Flight 847, 1985. During this decade, three disturbing trends emerged: fewer attacks that were more deadly and indiscriminate, the increasing sophistication of attacks, and a greater willingness to perform suicide attacks. Transnational Marxist-Leninist groups discovered that their source of support disappeared at the end of the Cold War. In addition, state law enforcement and paramilitary forces were increasingly effective in combating terrorism. Other terrorist groups discovered that transnational attacks were counterproductive in achieving local aims. For example, EDA and the IRA sought negotiations but still used terrorist attacks as a bargaining ploy and to remain visible domestically. Although Marxist-Leninist, transnational terrorism was decreasing in scale and intensity, militant Islamic terrorism, symbolized by the group Al-Qaeda and enabled by globalization, was growing into a global phenomenon. Key points. The majority of transnational terrorist attacks from 1979 onwards targeted American citizens and symbols. Trends in terrorism since 1968 include greater casualties, increasing sophistication, and suicide attacks. Transnational Marxist-Leninist groups have replaced by global militant Islamic terrorist groups. Terrorism, the impact of globalization. Al-Qaeda, or the base, received global recognition as a result of its attacks conducted in New York and Washington on September 11, 2001. But what exactly is Al-Qaeda? Is it a global terrorist group that threatens Western civilization and values, a sub-state financial and resource provider to like-minded terrorist groups, or merely the purveyors of an extremist set of beliefs that justifies political violence to fulfill militant Islamic myths? Experts continue to debate what Al-Qaeda is, what it represents, and the actual threat that it poses. Part of the reason for the disagreement stems from the fact that Al-Qaeda, as the standard bearer for militant Islam, has evolved considerably since the invasion of Afghanistan. Immediately after September 11, Al-Qaeda was depicted as the center of a global nexus of terrorism connected to almost all terrorist groups. More recently, however, Al-Qaeda has appeared less as a group and more as a global movement that markets and exploits its own form of militant Islam in a loose network of franchised cells and groups. Regardless of how one views Al-Qaeda, one cannot dispute the influence and appeal of its message across national boundaries. Efforts to explain the vitality of global terrorism in general and Al-Qaeda in particular focus on three areas linked to aspects of globalization: culture, economics, and religion. Cultural explanations. Culture is one way to explain why militant Islam's call for armed struggle has been successful in underdeveloped countries. In particular, violence is the only method to preserve traditions and values against a cultural tsunami of Western products and materialism. Once sought after as an entry method to economic prosperity, Western secular, materialist values are increasingly rejected by those seeking to regain or preserve their own unique cultural identity. The social changes associated with globalization and the spread of free market capitalism appear to overwhelm the identity or values of groups who perceive themselves as the losers in the new international system. In an attempt to preserve their threatened identity and values, groups actively distinguish themselves from despised others. At the local level, this cultural friction may translate into conflicts divided along religious or ethnic lines to safeguard identity. Box 21.3 Al-Qaeda Associated Movement, AQAM. In early 2006, the Office of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the Pentagon released the National Military Strategic Plan for the War on Terrorism, which characterizes the fluid nature of the militant Islamic terrorism. There is no monolithic enemy network with a single set of goals and objectives. The nature of the threat is more complicated. In the GWOT Global War on Terror, the primary enemy is a transnational movement of extremist organizations, networks, and individual and their state and non-state supporters which have in common that they exploit Islam and use terrorism for ideological ends. The Al-Qaeda Associated Movement, AQAM, comprised of Al-Qaeda and affiliated extremists, is the most dangerous present manifestation of such extremism. The Al-Qaeda network's adaptation or evolution resulted in the creation of an extremist movement, referred to by intelligence analysts as AQAM, extending extremism and terrorist tactics well beyond the original organization. This adaptation has resulted in decentralizing control in the network and franchising its extremist efforts within the movement. National Military Strategic Plan for the War on Terrorism, Unclassified, p. 13. According to one explanation, however, the number of distinct civilizations is limited globally. They include Western, Confucian, Japanese, Islamic, Hindu, Slavic Orthodox, and Latin American, Huntington 1993, 25. Geography and relative cultural stability limits abrasion between some of the civilizations. Where individuals perceive their own civilization to be weak, insecure, or stagnant, and interaction is high between weak and strong civilizations, conflict may be inevitable. Samuel Huntington suggests that a major fault line exists between the liberal Western civilization and an Islamic one humiliated and resentful of the West's military presence in the Persian Gulf, the West's overwhelming military dominance, and unable to shape their own destiny, 1993, 32. Critics of Huntington suggest, among other things, that he ascribes a degree of homogeneity within the Islamic world that simply does not exist, also see ch. 24. Theologically and socially, the Islamic civilization contains a number of deep fault lines that impede the cooperation required to challenge the West. The extremely bloody sectarian violence between Sunni and Shia in Iraq is only one example of these very real fissures. Militant Islamic calls to kill non-combatants and fellow Muslims represent another internal fault line. Non-believers fall into the categories of infidels, those of different religion, and apostates, those Muslims who do not share their interpretation of the Quran. As a result, Osama bin Laden's unequivocal sanction to Abu Musab al-Zarqawi to kill Muslim Shia in Iraq in 2005 calls into question the morality of the means, and therefore the legitimacy of bin Laden and militant Islam as the champions of Muslim values among the wider and moderate Islamic community. Economic explanations. Not everyone agrees that defense of culture or identity is the primary motivation for globalized terrorist violence. Others see economic aspects as the crucial motivating factor in the use of violence to effect political change. Although globalization provides access to a world market for goods and services, the net result has also been perceived as a form of Western economic imperialism. The United States and the post-industrial states of Western Europe form the global North or economic core which dominates international economic institutions such as the World Bank, sets exchange rates, and determines fiscal policies. The actions and policies can be unfavorable to the underdeveloped countries, or Global South, that comprise the periphery or gap. Political decisions by the leaders of underdeveloped countries to deregulate or privatize industries to be competitive globally may lead to significant social and economic upheaval. The citizenry may shift loyalties to illegal activities such as terrorism if the state breaks its social contract with them. Junaid 2005, 143-4. Wealth is also linked to personal security and violence. With little possible opportunity to obtain wealth locally, individuals will leave to pursue opportunities elsewhere. The result is emigration or the rapid growth of burgeoning urban centers that act as regional hubs for the flow of global resources. Movement, however, is no guarantee that individual aspirations will be realized. In that case, individuals may turn to violence for criminal, i.e. personal gain, or political, i.e. to change the existing political system through insurgency or terrorism, reasons. Paradoxically, rising standards of living and greater access to educational opportunities associated with globalization may lead to increased expectations. If those expectations are unrealized, individuals can turn to extreme political views and action against the system that denies them the opportunity to realize their ambitions. A prominent study suggests that a sense of alienation and lack of opportunity among some Muslim males is a contributing factor for their decision to turn to violence globally. Sageman 2004, 95-6. Other views offer a broader explanation. In particular, the writings of revolutionary Frantz Fanon provide insights in the use of political violence to right economic wrongs. Onwudiwi 2001, 52-6. In the 1960s, Fanon suggested that the end of colonialism would not end conflict between the West and the oppressed. This struggle would be replaced by another until the economic and power imbalances were removed. Fanon 1990, 74. Terrorist violence is motivated by inequalities of the global economy. Therefore, terrorist attacks against the World Trade Center in 1993 and 2001 were not reactions against the policies of the United States per se, but rather a blow against an icon of global capitalism. Statements by fringe groups, including neo-Nazis, anarchists, and the New Left, are additional evidence that globalization might be a stimulus for political violence. Rabeza, Chalk, et al. 2006, 86-93. The explanation that recent terrorist violence is a reaction to economic globalization is flawed for a number of reasons. These reasons include the personal wealth and social upbringing of a number of members of global terrorist groups as well as trends in regional patterns of terrorist recruitment. Many former leaders and members of transnational terrorist groups, including the German Red Army faction and the Italian Red Brigades, came from respectable families. The same holds true for a number of modern-day anti-globalization anarchists. Within militant Islamic groups, most of their leaders and senior operatives attended graduate schools around the globe in fields as diverse as engineering and theology, and were neither poor nor downtrodden. Sageman 2004, 73-4. The links between terrorism and poverty also varies considerably between regions. Many militant Islamic terrorists in Europe have employment rates and salaries that are close to EU averages for their age group. Bakker 2006, 41, 52. One might expect that the poorest region globally would account for a high percentage of terrorists, but this is not the case. Despite conditions that favor the outbreak of terrorist violence in sub-Saharan Africa against economic imperialism and global capitalism, the region has not proved a breeding ground for terrorism. Religion and new terrorism. In the decade prior to September 11, a number of scholars and experts perceived that fundamental changes were taking place in the character of terrorism. The use of violence for political purposes, to change state ideology or the representation of ethnic minority groups, had failed in its purpose and a new trend was emerging. CCH 12. Postmodern or new terrorism was conducted for different reasons altogether. Motivated by promises of rewards in the afterlife, some terrorists are driven by religious reasons to kill as many of the non-believers and unfaithful as possible. Lakeweir 1996, 32-3. Although suicide tactics had been observed in Lebanon as early as 1983, militant Islam had previously been viewed as a state-sponsored, regional phenomenon, Wright 1986, 19-21. New terrorism, which some authors use to explain the global jihad, is seen as a reaction to the perceived oppression of Muslims worldwide and the spiritual bankruptcy of the West. As globalization spreads and societies become increasingly interconnected, Muslims have a choice: accept Western beliefs to better integrate or preserve their spiritual purity by rebelling. Believers in the global jihad view the rulers of Islamic countries such as Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, or Iraq as apostates who have compromised their values in the pursuit and maintenance of secular, state-based power. The only possible response is to fight against such influences through jihad. Jihad is understood by most Islamic scholars and imams to mean the internal struggle for purity spiritually, although it has also been interpreted historically as a method to establish the basis for just war. Extremists who espouse militant Islam, including Osama bin Laden and Ayman al-Zawahiri, understand jihad in a different way. For the jihadi terrorist, there can be no compromise with either infidels or apostates. The difference in value structures between secular and religious terrorists makes the responses to the latter difficult. Religious terrorists will kill themselves and others to secure rewards in the afterlife. Differences in value structures make the deterrence of religious terrorism difficult if not impossible, as secular states cannot credibly threaten materially that which terrorists value spiritually. Secular terrorism has had as its goal the pursuit of power in order to correct flaws within society but retain the overarching system. Religious terrorists, in contrast, do not seek to modify but rather replace the normative structure of society. Cronin 2002/3, 41. The use of religion, as a reaction to and an explanation for the phenomenon of global terrorism, contains some of the same incongruities as those focused on cultural and economic aspects. For Western observers, religious reasons appear to explain how individual terrorists are convinced to take their own lives and kill others. Personal motivations can include promises of financial rewards for family members, achieving fame within a community, taking revenge for some grievance, or simply achieving a form of self-actualizing. Yet few religious terrorist leaders, planners, and coordinators martyr themselves. Religion provides terrorist groups with a crucial advantage: the mandate and sanction of the divine to commit otherwise illegal or immoral acts. There is a substantial difference between religious motivation as the single driving factor for individuals to commit acts of terrorism and the ultimate purpose for which violence is being used. Scholars disagree on the ultimate political purpose of religiously inspired suicide violence. Such purposes can include competing with other terrorist groups for popular support in a process of outbidding, Bloom 2005, 77-9, or for self-determination, to convince foreign occupiers to withdraw their forces, Pape 2005, 45-6. A common theme among jihadi statements is another political purpose: overthrowing apostate regimes and assuming political power. Political power, in turn, is necessary to impose the militant Islamic form of Sharia law within a state and restore the just and pure society of the Caliphate. Key points. Cultural, economic, and religious aspects provide necessary, but insufficient explanations for globalized terrorist violence individually. The current wave of terrorist violence uses religion as a motivator and to provide the justification to kill non-combatants. The ultimate purpose for modern militant Islamic violence is obtaining political power in order to conduct political, social, economic, and religious reform according to Sharia law. Globalization, technology, and terrorism. Few challenge the point that terrorism has become much more pervasive worldwide due to the processes and technologies of globalization. The technological advances associated with globalization have improved the capabilities of terrorist groups to plan and conduct operations with far more devastation and coordination than their predecessors could have imagined. In particular, technologies have improved the capability of groups and cells in the following areas: proselytizing, coordination, security, mobility, and lethality. Proselytizing. Terrorist groups have traditionally sought sympathy and support within national boundaries or in neighboring countries as a means to sustain their efforts. Sustaining terrorist causes has traditionally been more difficult as terrorist messages, goals, and grievances tend to be extreme, and therefore less appealing, than those of insurgents. For example, land reform, government corruption, or foreign occupation motivates larger numbers of individuals to support or join insurgencies, whereas the radical political ideology espoused by groups such as the Japanese Red Army and the Weather Underground had little appeal in largely prosperous and stable democratic societies. States traditionally have had an advantage in their ability to control information flows and use their resources to win the battle of hearts and minds against terrorist groups. Terrorist leaders understand how the internet has changed this dynamic. We are in a battle, and that more than half of this battle is taking place in the battlefield of the media. And that we are in a media battle in a race for the hearts and minds of our Office of the Director of National Intelligence 2005, 10. Case Study 3 Generations of Militant Islamic Terrorists. The first generation of militant Islamic terrorists who were closely affiliated with Al-Qaeda shared a number of common traits. A significant number fought in Afghanistan against the Soviet Union and aligned with Osama bin Laden as a result of an intellectual split that occurred in 1994. Bin Laden believed it was necessary to fight next against the far enemy, the United States, and by extension, the West, which was responsible for a number of perceived injustices against Islam. Others continued to advocate the overthrow of near enemies who ruled over secular Islamic states. In preparation for the fight against the far enemy, bin Laden moved to Afghanistan in 1998 and established numerous training camps, research facilities, and a support bureaucracy. One of those who migrated to Afghanistan at this time was Mustafa Set Maryam Nassar. Nassar is better known as Abu Musab al-Suri or the Syrian. He shares a number of traits with first-generation jihadists, including experience against the Soviets in Afghanistan and supporting local jihadist groups in Algeria and elsewhere. Prior to September 11, 2001, Nassar was suspected of running training camps in Afghanistan and Pakistan for Osama bin Laden. Like a number of members of this cohort, Nassar is well educated, and this is apparent in his writings. His works include the 1,600-page tract and detailed training manual entitled Global Islamic Resistance Call. In addition, Nassar videotaped a number of his lectures based upon it. U.S. actions succeeded in removing or dispersing first-generation leaders and Nassar himself as a second-generation link to future jihadists by transferring his knowledge and skills to them. Both the manual and the videos continue to be circulated online despite Nassar's capture in Pakistan sometime in late 2005/early 2006. Yunus Ksuli represents another generation of militant Islamic terrorism with different skills from his predecessors. His identity was unknown to authorities until just before his arrest. The same cannot be said for Ksuli's virtual persona, Irhabi 007, Terrorist 007. Irhabi 007 achieved notoriety in jihadist discussion forums for his technical acumen for hacking websites, circumventing online surveillance techniques, and posting militant Islamic training and propaganda videos. Law enforcement officials suspected that Irhabi 007 was in the United States as he hosted jihadi websites and hid other material on servers based there. Cooperation between British and American officials led to Ksuli's eventual discovery and arrest at a flat in West London in late 2005. His reputation in online jihadist circles was built in just over a year. The continued expansion of the number of internet service providers, especially in states with relaxed or ambivalent content policies or laws, combined with capable and cheap computers, software, peripherals, and wireless technologies, has empowered individuals and groups with the ability to post tracks on or send messages throughout the World Wide Web. One form of empowerment is the virtual presence that individuals have. Although prominent jihadi terrorists' physical presence can be removed through imprisonment or death, their virtual presence and influence is immortalized on the World Wide Web, as the case of Mustafa Set Maryam Nassar suggests. See case study. Another form of empowerment for terrorist groups brought on by globalization is the volume, range, and sophistication of propaganda materials. Terrorist groups were once limited to mimeographed manifestos and typed communiques. Terrorist supporters and sympathizers now build their own websites. An early example was a website sympathetic to the Tupac Amaru revolutionary movement. This website posted the group's communiques and videos during the seizure of the Japanese embassy in Lima in 1997. Webmasters sympathetic to terrorist groups also control the content and connotation of the material posted on their websites. The website of the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, for example, posts items that cast the group as an internationally accepted organization committed to conflict resolution. Messages, files, and polemics can be dispatched to almost anywhere on the globe via the internet or text messaging almost instantaneously. For the purposes of spreading messages to the widest possible audience for those without internet or text messaging capabilities, and where speed of communication is not a requirement or a possibility for security reasons, terrorists need not rely exclusively on virtual methods. Any computer of modest capabilities can be used by members of terrorist groups and their sympathizers to create propaganda leaflets and posters at very low cost in large quantities. Whereas offset printing machines and photocopiers are difficult to move, a laptop computer and printer can be packed in a suitcase, increasing the mobility of the terrorist cell generating the material and making them more difficult to locate. Terrorist groups in Chechnya and the Middle East have also made increasing use of video cameras to record the preparations for and results of attacks, including successful roadside bombings and the downing of helicopters. With the right software and a little knowledge, individuals or small groups can download or obtain digital footage and music and produce videos that appeal to specific groups. Video footage is useful in inspiring potential recruits and seeking donations by support elements within the organization. For example, videos of sniper and other attacks against coalition forces in Iraq, produced by Al Furqan and As-Sahab, have been distributed by terrorist recruiters. The competition between global news outlets ensures that the images of successful and/or dramatic attacks reach the widest audience possible. These outlets have a ready source of material via sites such as pressrelease.blogosphere.com. Its front page lists statements and videos, some as large as 300 MB, from groups such as Ansar al-Sunnah, the Islamic State of Iraq, and Al-Qaeda organization in the Islamic Maghreb. Coordination. During the era of transnational terrorism, groups planned and conducted individual attacks or mounted multiple attacks from a single staging base. The technologies associated with globalization have enabled terrorist cells and groups to mount coordinated attacks in different countries. Indeed, a hallmark of militant Islamic groups is their ability to conduct multiple attacks in different locations. The simultaneous bombings of the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania in 1998 are one example. Other examples include the synchronized detonation of 10 of 13 bombs on packed commuter trains in Madrid in March 2004 and 3 of the 4 July 2005 London Underground bombings. The technologies associated with globalization, including commercially available handheld radios and phones, have allowed terrorist cell member and groups to operate independently at substantial distances from one another and network together. The Global System for Mobile Communications, GSM, standard, for example, ensures that any compliant phone will work anywhere in the world where a GSM network has been established. Email and cell phone contact among geographically separated group members allows them to conduct their attacks in separate locations or converge on a specific target area. For example, the 9/11 hijackers utilized cheap and readily available prepaid phone cards to communicate between cell leaders and senior leadership and, according to at least one press account, coordinated final attack authorization prior to the jets taking off from different locations. Terrorist groups under pressure from aggressive countermeasures have utilized technologies and other innovations to maintain their activities tactically and strategically. On a tactical level, IRA and Al-Qaeda in Iraq bomb manufacturers have demonstrated the ability to respond rapidly to electronic countermeasures. At the strategic level, Al-Qaeda has continued to evolve despite losing their sanctuary and training camps in Afghanistan since December 2001. Instead of a hierarchical organization with fixed training bases, what has developed in its stead is a virtual global militant Islamic community of practice characterized by individuals exchanging information and discussing the best ways to coordinate and conduct attacks. Some Western analysts have labeled the current decentralized version of global terrorism as Al-Qaeda 2.0, which is neither centrally planned nor controlled. Cells form around individuals sympathetic to militant Islamic goals, accessible via webcast or online jihadi discussion forums. At present, law enforcement officials believe that there are more than 5,000 active militant Islamic discussion sites along the lines of the now-defunct Muntada al-Ansar al-Islami. The watchword for such violence can be thought of as a variation on the activist motto "Think globally, act locally," which reinforces the perception of militant Islam's global depth, power, and reach. Security. Terrorist cells without adequate security precautions are vulnerable to discovery and detection. Translations of captured Al-Qaeda manuals, for example, demonstrate the high value its writers place on security, including surveillance and counter-surveillance techniques. The technological enablers of globalization assist terrorist cells and leaders in preserving security in a number of ways, including distributing elements in a coordinated network, remaining mobile, see below, and utilizing clandestine and/or encrypted communications. The security of terrorist organizations has historically been preserved by limiting communication and information exchanges between cells. This ensures that if one cell is compromised, its members only know each other's identities and not those of other cells. Therefore, the damage done to the organization is minimized. Security is even more important to clandestine cells operating on their own without central direction. The use of specific codes and ciphers, known only to a few individuals, is one way of preserving the security of an organization. Although code and ciphers inevitably have been broken, and information obtained through interrogation, such activities take time. During that time, terrorist groups adjust their location and operating methods in an attempt to stay ahead of counter-terrorist forces. Technological advancements, including faster processing speeds and software developments, now mean that those sympathetic to terrorist causes can contribute to the cause virtually through servers located hundreds or thousands of miles away. Terrorist groups have been able to leverage technological developments designed to shield a user's identity from unauthorized commercial or private exploitation. Gunaratna 2002, 35. Concerns about infringements on civil liberties and privacy during the early years of the Internet led to the development of 64 and 128-bit encryption freeware that is extremely costly and time-consuming to crack. In addition, access to hardware such as cell phones, personal data assistants, and computers can be restricted via the use of passwords. The use of Internet Protocol address generators, anonymity protection programs, and rerouted communications, as well as private chat rooms where password-protected or encrypted files can be shared, also provide a degree of security. Within the virtual jihadist community, youth sympathetic to the militant Islamic cause post information in discussion groups on ways to circumvent electronic surveillance through awareness of phishing and mobile phone monitoring techniques and the use of electronic dead letters, saving draft messages in shared third-party email accounts, such as Hotmail, without sending anything that could be intercepted. Mobility. The reduced size and increased capabilities of personal electronics also gives terrorists mobility advantages. Mobility has always been a crucial consideration for terrorists and insurgents alike, given the superior resources that states have been able to bring to bear against them. In open societies that have well-developed infrastructures, terrorists have been able to move rapidly within and between borders, and this complicates efforts to track them. The globalization of commerce has also improved terrorist mobility. The expansion in the volume of air travel and goods that pass through ports has increased exponentially through globalization. Between states, measures have been taken to ease the flow of goods, services, and ideas in a less restrictive fashion to improve efficiency and lower costs. One example is the European Schengen Agreement, in which border security measures between EU member states have been relaxed to speed deliveries. Market demands for efficiencies of supply, manufacture, delivery, and cost has complicated efforts of states to prevent members of terrorist groups from exploiting gaps in security measures designed to deter or prevent illicit activities. Additional mobility also allows terrorist groups to transfer expertise, as the arrest of 3 members of the IRA suspected of training counterparts in the Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias de Colombia, FARC, in Bogotá in August 2001 appears to demonstrate. The use of air travel by terrorists prior to September 11 has been well documented. Mohammed Atta, for example, traveled extensively between Egypt, Germany, and the Middle East beforehand. In this respect, the latest generation of terrorists resembles their transnational predecessors in exploiting travel methods for attacks. Terrorist use of transportation need not necessarily be overt in nature, as the volume of goods transported in support of a globalized economy is staggering and difficult to monitor effectively. For example, customs officials cannot inspect all of the vehicles or containers passing through border points or ports. To illustrate the scale of the problem, the United States receives 10 million containers per year and one port, Los Angeles, processes the equivalent of 12,000 20-foot containers daily. Western government officials fear that terrorist groups will use containers as a convenient and cheap means to ship weapons of mass destruction. Incidents in Italy in 2001 and Israel in 2004 confirm that terrorist groups are aware of the convenience and cheapness of globalized shipping to improve their mobility. Lethality. Globalization has undoubtedly had a troubling influence on terrorism, but the one element that concerns counterterrorism experts and practitioners the most is future catastrophic attacks using weapons of mass destruction. During the transnational era, terrorists could obtain advanced weapons to conduct more lethal attacks, including rudimentary radiological, more commonly known as dirty bombs, biological, or chemical weapons, but they largely did not. Few tried to acquire them and fewer still, including the Weather Underground, threatened their use. The precise reasons why terrorists did not acquire and use such weapons during this era are unclear. Experts speculated, however, that terrorist leaders understood that the more lethal their attacks were, the greater the likelihood that a state or the international community would focus their entire efforts on hunting them down and eradicating them. Since the end of the Cold War, however, some terrorist leaders have expressed both the desire and will to use weapons of mass destruction. Evidence recovered in Afghanistan in 2001 outlined plans by Al-Qaeda to produce and test biological and chemical weapons. In addition, a raid on a suspected Al-Qaeda flat in London in 2004 revealed quantities of the toxin ricin. Militant Islamic statements have mentioned, and one fatwa supports, the use of any means, including weapons of mass destruction, to kill as many infidels and apostates as possible. Globalized media, ironically, may have played a role in shaping terrorist plans. Al-Qaeda leaders are alleged to have conjured up mass casualty attacks as a result of spectacular special effects contained in Hollywood blockbuster movies. In the absence of weapons of mass destruction, globalization has facilitated access to weapons, resources, and proficiency required to conduct smaller, but more lethal attacks. Terrorist groups from Chechnya to Sri Lanka have shared their expertise in the manufacturing of lethal bombs triggered by increasingly sophisticated and globally available remote control devices. Within Iraq since 2003, terrorist groups have been able to obtain the knowledge and resources required to build sophisticated improvised explosive devices, IEDs. Such IEDs range in scale and complexity. The United States, for example, claims that Iran supports terrorist violence in Iraq through the supply of specific IED technology. State sponsorship, however, may no longer be necessary in a globalized world. Digital video suggests that terrorists are already conducting distance learning through a virtual jihad academy in which prospective terrorists study everything from conducting ambush attacks to making and using IEDs, in order to increase their effectiveness and lethality. Key points. Elements of globalization that permit the rapid exchange of ideas and goods can also be leveraged and exploited by terrorist groups. The technologies associated with globalization allow terrorists to operate in a highly distributed global network that shares information and allows small cells to conduct highly coordinated, lethal attacks. Globalization may allow some terrorist groups to acquire, manufacture, and use weapons of massive destruction in order to conduct catastrophic attacks. Combating terrorism. States plagued by transnational terrorism responded individually and collectively to combat the phenomenon during the Cold War. These responses ranged in scope and effectiveness and included passing anti-terrorism laws, taking preventative security measures at airports, and creating special operations counter-terrorism forces such as the West German Grenzschutzgruppe 9, GSG 9. Successful rescues in Entebbe, 1976, Mogadishu, 1977, and Prince's Gate, London, 1980, demonstrated that national counter-terrorism forces could respond effectively both domestically and abroad. A normative approach to tackling the problem, founded on the principles of international law and collective action, was less successful. Attempts to define and proscribe transnational terrorism in the United Nations bogged down in the General Assembly over semantics, but other cooperative initiatives were successfully implemented. These included the conventions adopted through the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, to improve information sharing and legal cooperation, such as the Hague Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Seizure of Aircraft, 1970. Another collective response to improve information sharing and collaborative action was the creation of the Public Safety and Terrorism Subdirectorate within Interpol in 1985. However, most initiatives and responses throughout this decade were largely unilateral, regional, or ad hoc in nature. State leaders disagree on how best to deal with the current form of global terrorist violence. Much of the controversy relates to the nature of the threat and approach that should be taken to deal with it. Some national leaders view the form of militant Islam as an intractable problem in which there can be no negotiation. The leaders of the United States, Great Britain, and Australia suggest that all states should cooperate in a global war on terror to deal with the threat. The stakes in the long war consist of the preservation of basic freedoms and a way of life. In order to defeat terrorism, individual states have a responsibility to protect civilian populations while dealing with terrorist cells, supporters, and sympathizers within their own borders. Given the global, elusive, and adaptive character of the militant Islamic threat, the best approach for dealing with global terrorism is to pool resources together in a coalition of the willing, in which forces from the global north are seeking to improve the capabilities of specific partner states in the global south. The end result will be the development of a global counter-terrorism network, GCTN, of states able to detect, track, and eliminate terrorist threats while non-military efforts address the root causes of terrorism. Other national leaders are less comfortable with the concept of war against terrorism. In their view, actions by the military can only lead to terrorist reprisals, or worse, the return of terrorism to its original connotation, the sanctioned use of terror by the state to repress its own citizenry. In their eyes, terrorism is a crime that is best dealt with through law enforcement methods. By dealing with terrorism as a police problem, states uphold the rule of law, maintain the high moral ground, preserve democratic principles, and prevent the establishment of martial law. Military force should only be used in extreme circumstances, and even then its use may have negative consequences. Terrorism is best dealt with inside state borders and through cooperative international law enforcement efforts to arrest suspects and provide them with due process. The law enforcement approach to terrorism must balance taking enough measures against terrorist groups without crossing over into the realm of political justice, where the rules and rights enshrined in the principle of due process are either willfully misinterpreted or completely disregarded. Chalk 1996, 98. To do little against domestic or global terrorism, in the name of upholding the rule of law, risks offering terrorist groups a sanctuary and the security of rights and laws. The virtual opinion of a number of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, members of blogs, and webmasters has also been critical of the war on terrorism. Those suspicious of the motives of the political elite of the United States range widely in their opinions. Conspiracy theorists online suggest that the war in Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere is the first stage in the establishment of an Orwellian system that is constantly in conflict with the terrorist other to justify continued violation of personal privacy. More objective communities of practice and NGOs, such as Human Rights Watch, routinely provide monitoring and online reporting of suspected government human rights and civil liberties abuses. One example is the persistent attention paid to the status of terrorist detainees held in U.S. custody at Guantanamo Bay. Although disagreements still exist over how best to deal with terrorism philosophically, pragmatically the largest problems reside in locating terrorists and isolating them from their means of support. Locating and identifying terrorists is a tedious and time-consuming process that requires collecting, assessing, and analyzing information collected from a range of sources. Information technologies associated with globalization have been useful in assisting this process. Such technologies allow identification of terrorist patterns before and after attacks, with systems capable of performing calculations measured in the trillions per second, floating point operations, or flops. Terrorist finances and organizations are evaluated through link analysis to construct a more comprehensive picture of how terrorist elements interact. In addition, huge volumes of information can be reduced and exchanged electronically between departments, agencies, and other governments, or made available on secure servers whose capacities are measured in terabytes. Discovering terrorist cells, however, has much to do with luck and pursuing non-technical leads. States' bureaucracies can impede or negate technical and resources advantages over terrorist groups. In order to deal with global terrorism, the international community must address its most problematic modern aspects, the appeal of messages that inspire terrorists to commit horrific acts of violence. Killing or capturing individuals does little to halt the spread of extremist viewpoints that occur under the guise of discussion and education. In the case of Islam, for example, radical mullahs and imams twist the tenets of the religion into a doctrine of action and hatred, where spiritual achievement occurs through destruction rather than personal enlightenment. In other words, suicide attacks offer the promise of private goods, spiritual reward, rather than public good, positive contributions to the community over a lifetime. Precisely how the processes and technologies of globalization can assist in delegitimizing the pedagogy that incites terrorists will remain one of the most vexing challenges for the international community for years to come. Key points. States, individually and collectively, have political, military, legal, economic, and technologies advantages in the struggle against terrorist groups. Differences between states over the nature and scope of the current terrorist threat, and the most appropriate responses to combat it, reflect subjective characterizations based on national biases and experiences. Conclusion. Terrorism remains a complex phenomenon in which violence is used to obtain political power to redress grievances that may have become more acute through the process of globalization. Globalization has improved the technical capabilities of terrorists and given them global reach, but has not altered the fundamental fact that terrorism represents the extreme views of a minority of the global population. In other words, globalization has changed the scope of terrorism but not its nature. The benefits that globalization provides terrorists is neither one-sided nor absolute. The same technologies and processes also enable more effective means of states to combat them. Global terrorists can only succeed through popular uprising or the psychological or physical collapse of their state-based adversary. Neither outcome is likely given the limitations of terrorist messages and capabilities. Terrorist and counter-terrorist campaigns are characterized by prolonged struggle to maintain advantages in legitimacy domestically and internationally. The challenge for the global community will be in utilizing its advantages to win the war of ideas that motivates and sustains those responsible for the current wave of terrorist violence. Questions. 1. Why is linking terrorism with globalization so difficult to do theoretically? 2. When did terrorism become a truly global phenomenon and what enabled it to do so? 3. In what ways are the technologies and processes associated with globalization more beneficial to states or terrorists? 4. Given that terrorism has been both a transnational and a global phenomenon, why has it not been more successful in effecting change? 5. Of all of the factors that motivate terrorists, is any one more important than others, and if so, why? 6. What has changed in terrorism over the past half-century, and have any factors remained the same? If so, what are they and why have they remained constant? 7. What is the role that technology plays in terrorism, and will it change how terrorists operate in the future? If so, how? 8. What are the dilemmas that terrorist groups face with respect to weapons of mass destruction? 9. What is the primary challenge that individual states and the international community as a whole face in confronting terrorism? 10. How can globalization be useful in diminishing the underlying causes of terrorism? Guide to further reading. Gaynor, B. 2005, The Counter-Terrorism Puzzle, A Guide for Decision Makers, New Brunswick, New Jersey, Transaction. Emphasizes the dilemmas and practical difficulties associated with various counter-terrorism policy options. Hoffman, B. 2006, Inside Terrorism, Revised and Expanded Edition, New York, Columbia University Press. The best single-volume work on the development of terrorism, its evolution over time, and current and future prospects for defeating it. Juergensmeyer, M. 2000, Terror in the Mind of God, The Global Rise of Religious Violence, Berkeley, Cal, University of California Press. Highlights similarities between religious leaders across faiths and sects and how they justify killing non-combatants. Office of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, 2006, National Military Strategic Plan for the War on Terrorism, Washington, D.C., The Pentagon. The unclassified version of this document is available for downloading at www.strategicstudiesinstitute.army.mil/pdf-files/gwt.pdf. Rabeza, A., Chalk, P., et al. 2006, Beyond Al-Qaeda. Part 7, The Global Jihadist Movement, and Part 2, The Outer Rings of the Terrorist Universe, Santa Monica, Cal Rand. This two-part report provides a comprehensive survey of current militant Islamic terrorist groups, the impact of Iraq on the global jihad, and the linkages between terrorism and organized crime. Available for downloading at www.rand.org/pub/monograph/2006/rand_mg429.pdf, Part 1, and www.rand.org/pub/monograph/2006/rand_mg430.pdf, Part 2. Roy, O. 2004, Globalized Islam, The Search for the New Ummah, New York, Columbia University Press. A provocative work that challenges many of the assumptions about and explanations for the rise of militant Islam. Sageman, M. 2004, Understanding Terror Networks, Philadelphia, Penn, University of Pennsylvania Press. Analyzes Al-Qaeda members based on information gathered from open sources that arrives at thought-provoking conclusions about the formation of the militant global jihad network. Schmid, A.P., Jongman, A.J., et al. 1988, Political Terrorism, A New Guide to Actors, Authors, Concepts, Databases, Theories, and Literature, New Brunswick, New Jersey, Transaction Books. A still useful, if at times overwhelming reference work that highlights the problems associated with defining and studying terrorism. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/uk/org/Baylis_Smith 4e. Chapter 22. Nuclear Proliferation. Daryl Howlett. Reader's Guide. This chapter identifies those factors that have made nuclear proliferation a global phenomenon since 1945. Over this period, the nature of nuclear weapons has transformed military and political relationships, while the global diffusion of nuclear and ballistic missile technology has meant that more actors are in a position both to acquire a nuclear capability and deliver it over longer distances. This chapter also reveals the complexities associated with the globalization of the nuclear proliferation issue and some of the theoretical aspects related to it. There are difficulties in determining the motivations driving nuclear weapons acquisition and the capabilities that might be constructed once it has occurred. This complexity has been made more acute as a result of novel proliferation concerns in the last 20 years. As a result, non-proliferation efforts have focused on measures that raise the costs of nuclear acquisition, develop standards of nuclear and missile behavior, and create the conditions allowing for reductions in nuclear stockpiles to occur in a safe and secure manner. A debate has also emerged about whether the international treaty approach, or what traditionally has been termed the nuclear non-proliferation regime, is sufficient to contain proliferation dynamics. Against this background, there has been renewed interest in nuclear power generation to deal with future energy demand and in response to global environmental change. Introduction. The issue of nuclear proliferation represents one of the more marked illustrations of the globalization of world politics. Although only 5 states, China, France, Russia, Soviet Union, United Kingdom, and United States, are acknowledged by the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT, as possessing nuclear weapons, others have the capability to construct nuclear devices. This was emphasized in May 1998 when India and Pakistan, previously regarded as threshold or near nuclear states, demonstrated their respective capabilities by conducting a series of nuclear tests followed by ballistic missile launches. These events highlighted another aspect of nuclear globalization, the potential emergence of a regionally differentiated world. While some regions have moved from a situation where nuclear weapons once had a high profile in strategic thinking to one where these weapons have assumed lower significance, other regions may be moving in the opposite direction. In Latin America, Southeast Asia, Africa, and Central Asia, the trend has been towards developing the region as a nuclear weapon-free zone, NWFZ. In other regions, such as South Asia and possibly elsewhere, the trend appears to be towards a higher profile for nuclear capabilities. What is unclear is the impact that nuclearization, meaning nuclear weapons acquisition, in some regions will have on those moving towards denuclearization, meaning a process of removing nuclear weapons. Many of the factors that have made nuclear proliferation an important issue have been underway for several decades. Knowledge of the enormous destructive effects of nuclear weapons dates back to the bombings of the Japanese cities Hiroshima and Nagasaki at the end of the Second World War. Similarly, the fire that destroyed a reactor at Chernobyl in the former Soviet Union in 1986 revealed the devastating effects of accidents at operating nuclear power plants. Developments stemming from the dissolution of the Soviet Union have also raised novel problems. This is the only case where a previously acknowledged nuclear weapon state, NWS, has been subjected to political disintegration. At the time, there was little understanding of what the nuclear consequences would be from such a tumultuous state implosion, and only in hindsight can we judge its full significance. That it was a period of unprecedented nuclear transformation requiring long-term cooperation between previously hostile states is not in doubt. Less obvious is the observation that this period of transition was facilitated by the foresight of policy makers from both sides of the former Cold War divide and by the framework of arms control and disarmament agreements then in place. Ensuring nuclear stability during this period might therefore have been more difficult had it not been for policies such as the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program and agreements like the multilateral NPT and bilateral Strategic Arms Reduction Treaties, START, signed initially between the USA and the Soviet Union, and later between the USA and Russia. One debate that has sparked diverging responses is a thesis asserting that the gradual spread of nuclear weapons to additional states is to be welcomed rather than feared. The thesis is based on the proposition that just as nuclear deterrence maintained stability during the Cold War, so can it induce similar stabilizing effects on other conflict situations. This argument is challenged by those who hold that more will be worse not better, and that measures to stem nuclear proliferation represent the best way forward, Sagan and Waltz 1995 and 2003. The responses to nuclear proliferation encompass unilateral, bilateral, regional, and global measures that collectively have been termed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Regime, CCH16 and CH17. Advocates of this regime argue it is these measures, including treaties like the NPT, export controls, international safeguards, nuclear supplier agreements, and other standard-setting arrangements, that have constrained nuclear acquisition. Conversely, there have been several criticisms of this regime, and even some long-term supporters acknowledge it is in need of intensive care, Ogilvy, White and Simpson 2003. Among the criticisms of the nuclear non-proliferation regime are that it is a product of a bygone first nuclear age, 1945-90, and is not suited to the demands of the potentially more dangerous second nuclear age, 1990, is unable to alleviate the security dilemma that many states confront and, hence, does not address the security motivation driving nuclear weapons acquisition, and is a discriminatory arrangement because the NPT only requires that the 5 NWS pursue nuclear disarmament in good faith, under its Article 6, while all other parties, designated as non-nuclear weapon states, NNWS, must forego the acquisition of nuclear weapons. Thus, there has always been a tension between whether the NPT is primarily a non-proliferation measure for preventing additional nuclear-armed states emerging or a means for achieving nuclear disarmament. This aspect was in evidence during discussion at the NPT conference in 1995 when the treaty was extended indefinitely after an initial 25 years in operation, under Article X. It also featured at the NPT Review Conference in 2000 when the 5 NWS reiterated their commitment to the goal of nuclear weapons elimination. During these dialogues, emphasis was placed on the need for all parties to improve transparency in their nuclear operations and for additional measures to enhance verification and compliance. Box 22.1 Waltz thesis. 1. Nuclear weapons have spread rather than proliferated because these weapons have proliferated only vertically as the nuclear weapon states have increased their arsenals. 2. Nuclear weapons have spread horizontally to other states only slowly. This slowness is fortunate as rapid changes in international conditions can be unsettling. 3. The gradual spread of nuclear weapons is better than either no spread or rapid spread. 4. New nuclear states will feel the constraints that nuclear weapons impose, and this will induce a sense of responsibility on the part of their possessors and a strong element of caution on their use. 5. The likelihood of war decreases as deterrent and defensive capabilities increase. Nuclear weapons, responsibly used, make wars hard to start. Sagan and Waltz 1995. Box 22.2 Sagan's proliferation pessimism argument. 1. Professional military organizations, because of common biases, inflexible routines, and parochial interests, display organizational behaviors that are likely to lead to deterrence failures and deliberate or accidental war. 2. Because future nuclear-armed states are likely to have military-run or weak civilian governments, they will lack the positive constraining mechanisms of civilian control, while military biases may serve to encourage nuclear weapons use, especially during a crisis. Sagan and Waltz 1995. More recently, a debate has emerged concerning the worth of the nuclear non-proliferation regime as an instrument of global nuclear policy. It is being addressed in a manner that has not been seen since the 1960s and 1970s, and against an international backdrop that differs radically from that time. At its heart are issues relating to the future global security environment, including the likely proliferation challenges of the coming decades and whether the treaty-based approach, centered around a nuclear non-proliferation regime, needs to be supplemented with additional arrangements or supplanted altogether with a new response involving a mix of measures depending on the circumstances and the actors involved. Eisen 2001, Bolin 2003, Bracken 2003 and 2004, Allison 2004, Feinstein and Slaughter 2004. Additionally, there is the question of what impact the so-called renaissance in nuclear power generation will have on the NPT, and on energy and environmental discussions generally. The outcome of this debate will consequently set the tone for what some envisage as the basis for global nuclear governance in the 21st century. Nature of nuclear weapons and their effects. Technical basis of nuclear weapons. Unless a nuclear weapon or the materials required for its manufacture can be obtained off the shelf as a result of purchase or theft, the usual route for any state or non-state actor seeking nuclear weapons would be via the acquisition of the necessary technological infrastructure. The latter include a range of nuclear, conventional, computational, and electronic technologies. It also requires individuals with key scientific skills. Nuclear reactors and nuclear weapons differ in their management of the nuclear chain reaction and the energy produced. Whereas in a reactor energy output is achieved through a sustained and regulated process, in a nuclear weapon the objective is to attain a large explosive yield by creating a critical mass of nuclear material as a result of an uncontrolled and rapid chain reaction. Gardner 1994, 6-7. Nuclear weapons consequently derive their explosive energy from techniques designed either to split the atoms rapidly, thus creating a chain reaction, so-called fission weapons, or by using fission weapons as a primary initiator to compress and heat hydrogen atoms so they combine or fuse, so-called thermonuclear or fusion weapons. Energy production in a nuclear reactor involves a means for regulating the chain reaction, a moderator that surrounds the fissile core for maintaining the chain reaction, and a means for removing the heat produced from the reactor core by the chain reaction, which can also provide the steam to drive turbines and generate electricity. Box 22.3 Technology of nuclear weapons. Separate processes are required to obtain the two fissile materials needed to construct a nuclear weapon. Uranium is found in nature and comprises 99.3% uranium-238, U-238, and 0.7% uranium-235, U-235. The U-235 has the same chemical properties as the U-238 but has a different atomic weight. It is the latter isotopic form that is used in a nuclear weapon. To produce the weapon, the amount of U-235 in a quantity of natural uranium is increased to weapons grade by a process called enrichment so that eventually it becomes 90% plus of the sample. Once a sufficient quantity of weapons grade U-235 has been accumulated to achieve a critical mass, defined by the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, as 25 kilograms, although the amount could be smaller, then there is enough fissile material to construct one nuclear weapon. Plutonium does not occur naturally, it is one of the end products of the irradiation of natural or only very slightly enriched, 2 to 3%, uranium in a nuclear reactor. Plutonium-239, Pu-239, is the result of a controlled nuclear reaction process. Because the two are chemically different, it is possible to separate plutonium and uranium through a process known as reprocessing. The figure of 6 to 8 kilograms is usually the quantity quoted for one weapon, although this varies with the design. Nuclear weapons effects. The effects of nuclear weapons are considerable. Because of this, the United Nations Commission for Conventional Armaments in 1948 introduced a new category of weapons of mass destruction, WMD, to distinguish nuclear weapons from conventional forms. More recently, another concept known as CBRN, referring to chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear capabilities, has appeared, and some analysts have also argued that the term WMD should be unraveled because each of the weapons types has different effects, with nuclear weapons being the true WMD, Panofsky 1998. A nuclear weapon produces its energy in three distinct forms: blast, heat or thermal radiation, and nuclear radiation. Experience of nuclear testing has also indicated another feature of a nuclear weapons explosion, the phenomenon known as electromagnetic pulse, EMP. This can cause acute disruption to electronic equipment, Grace 1994, 1. Extensive damage to human populations may result from a nuclear weapons detonation. Awareness of these effects stems from the two weapons dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki at the end of the Second World War, which remains the only time nuclear weapons have been used. What is also known is that the weapons that destroyed these Japanese cities were relatively small in comparison to the destructive forces generated by later testing of thermonuclear weapons, CCH-3. The largest weapon of this kind known to have been tested was estimated to be a 50 megaton device, i.e. 50 million tons of TNT, produced by the Soviet Union in 1961. One trend in recent years has been a movement away from nuclear weapons with large explosive potential towards designs with lower yields. Key points. Nuclear weapon production requires a broad-based technological infrastructure and individuals with key skills. Nuclear reactors and nuclear weapons differ in their management of the chain reaction, and in the nature of the energy produced. In 1948, the United Nations introduced the category known as WMD. A new category has appeared known as CBRN. Nuclear weapons produce energy in three forms: blast, heat, and nuclear radiation, and the phenomenon known as EMP. Nuclear weapons were used at the end of the Second World War and have not been used in conflict since. The testing of thermonuclear weapons indicated the greater explosive capacity of this type of weapon, although the trend has been towards weapon designs with lower yields. Diffusion of nuclear and missile technology. Diffusion of nuclear technology. Since 1945, nuclear technology for civil and military uses has disseminated on a global scale. Immediately after the Second World War, only the United States possessed the capability to manufacture a nuclear weapon. By 1964, 4 other states had crossed the nuclear weapons threshold, an event traditionally understood as the testing of a nuclear explosive device: Soviet Union, 1949, United Kingdom, 1952, France, 1960, and China, 1964. Complications for the definition of a NWS contained in the NPT were raised by the detonation of nuclear devices by India and Pakistan in 1998. Neither state was party to the NPT, so they were not in breach of any international legal obligation. Yet, India and Pakistan's move from a presumed threshold position to demonstrating an overt nuclear weapons capability not only questioned the NPT's definition of a NWS, but also raised the issue of whether other states that had signed the treaty might follow this path. There are also concerns about the future of nuclear supply arrangements and the role of transnational non-state networks. At the interstate level, there has been a structural change in the civil nuclear trading market since 1945. After the Second World War, the United States was the preeminent nuclear supplier. By the 1970s, this position was challenged, first by France and Germany, and then by Japan. Today, with several nuclear suppliers, coupled with the possibility that transnational networks operating outside established controls may exist, such as the one discovered in 2004, there is the prospect that the acquisition of at least rudimentary nuclear capabilities has become easier. In response, efforts have been underway to strengthen supplier guidelines, while the United Nations has made it mandatory, via Security Council Resolution 1540, for states to pass and enforce domestic legislation that criminalizes those individuals or networks engaged in transnational WMD-related activities, Bosch and Van Ham 2007. Nuclear delivery. During the 1950s, nuclear weapons required large aircraft designed to carry these weapons to their target. Thereafter, as the technology developed for manufacturing ballistic missiles and for nuclear ordnance that was compact enough to be carried by these missiles, so the possibility increased that more states would seek to deliver nuclear weapons by this means. Ballistic missiles consequently represent the most sophisticated method of nuclear delivery and were once restricted to a few states. But just as the diffusion of nuclear technology is a global phenomenon, so has the capability to deploy a ballistic missile become more commonplace. Should these missiles be linked to the delivery of nuclear ordnance, then more states will have the capacity to hit targets over longer distances and, by implication, also widen their potential for strategic engagement. It is this aspect that brought to the fore once more the debate over the merits of deploying defenses against ballistic missiles. The debate entered a new phase when the U.S. Congress passed the National Missile Defense, NMD, Act in 1999. This act proposed that the United States should develop the technical means to counter a possible small-scale ballistic missile attack on the U.S. mainland. The announcement generated a range of reactions within the United States and elsewhere. The overall program cost and technical feasibility became central elements of the U.S. domestic debate, for, unlike the 1983 Strategic Defense Initiative, which intended to use a range of technologies including nuclear explosions to intercept incoming missiles, the new ballistic missile defense, BMD, system has been developed primarily using kinetic energy. This means the intention is to hit an incoming missile with another defensive missile during its flight path. Such a system inevitably requires considerable early warning and computational capabilities, and a missile that is fast and maneuverable enough to hit a target potentially traveling at 7 km per second. International reaction to U.S. missile defense proposals met with concerns in Russia and China about the impact on stability if the ABM treaty was eroded, while in Europe similar reservations were expressed. The United States eventually moved forward with a testing program for missile interceptors, withdrew from the ABM treaty, negotiated a new agreement with Russia known as the Strategic Offensive Reductions Treaty, SORT, and began initial BMD deployments. Japan and Israel have also decided to deploy missile defenses, while a debate has emerged in Europe over the proposed stationing of US BMD in Poland, the Czech Republic, and possibly elsewhere. Russia has responded negatively to the latter proposal because of concerns about the effects on stability in the region and its implications for arms control agreements. One consideration in this context is that START 1 expires in 2009 and SORT in 2012, and thus the existing rules governing US Russian strategic arms will no longer apply unless a new agreement can be forged. Key points. The nature of nuclear weapons and the dissemination of the capabilities to manufacture them around the world since 1945 makes nuclear proliferation a good illustration of the globalization of world politics. The end of the Cold War and the dissolution of the former Soviet Union generated new problems. Greater attention has been paid to theoretical aspects. A debate has emerged over the merits of the further proliferation/spread of nuclear weapons. Because of new proliferation challenges generated by what some analysts call the second nuclear age, a debate has begun over whether the nuclear non-proliferation regime should be supplemented or supplanted by a new, more flexible approach to the problems of global nuclear governance. A major element of the nuclear proliferation process is the acquisition of the technologies to produce fissile materials to construct either a fission, nuclear, or fusion, thermonuclear, weapon. The effects of nuclear weapons are considerable and are manifest in the form of blast, heat, and nuclear radiation. Since 1945, the spread of nuclear technology for civil and military purposes has meant that states beyond the 5 which possess nuclear weapons now have the capacity to produce nuclear devices at relatively short notice, if they have not already done so. Over the same period, the structure of the civil nuclear trading market has also changed, leading to proliferation concerns because there are more nuclear suppliers around. There has also been a diffusion of ballistic missile and space launch technology since 1945. A debate over the merits of deploying defensive systems to counter ballistic missiles has emerged, and the ABM Treaty agreed in 1972 between the United States and the former Soviet Union is no longer in force. Theorizing nuclear proliferation and non-proliferation. Conceptual issues. One question that has provoked interest is what constitutes nuclear proliferation. Does it refer to a single decision to acquire a nuclear weapon, or is it part of a process that may stretch over several years and consequently no one identifiable decision can be located? Research on what has been referred to as the proliferation puzzle has thus embraced several conceptual issues: Meyer 1984, Davis and Frankel 1993, Lavoie 1995, Ogilvie-White 1996, Hymans 2006. Similarly, while much literature endorses the propositions derived from political realism, which asserts that in an anarchic international environment states will seek nuclear weapons to enhance their security. Insights from other theoretical positions have become more commonplace, see chapters in Part 2. This has generated questions concerning what the level of analysis should be in studying nuclear proliferation. Should the focus be on the individual, the organization, the cultural group, the state, the international system, or some combination of these? The argument has also been advanced that norms, taboos, and epistemic communities have played an important role in the nuclear context, Adler 1992, Price and Tannenwald 1996. One viewpoint sees international norms as increasingly significant both as constraints on nuclear behavior and in setting appropriate standards among a range of actors. Similarly, in fostering nuclear non-proliferation dialogues, some analysts stress the role played by culture and identity factors, Krauss and Williams 1997. Scholars have also drawn attention to non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and epistemic communities, referring to groups of individuals often from different disciplines and countries which operate as conduits for ideas on non-proliferation. Another issue with enduring resonance concerns the question of what can explain nuclear non-use since 1945. This debate started early in the nuclear calendar as authors like Bernard Brodie argued that nuclear weapons were useful only in their non-use, Brodie 1946, Gray 1996. Over the years the main explanation of non-use has centered on the notion of nuclear deterrence. States have been deterred from using nuclear weapons because of concerns of retaliation in kind by adversaries. In looking to alternative accounts of non-use, some have focused more on the nature of the weapon and the impact this has on normative judgments. Nina Tannenwald has challenged those arguments that rely on rational cost-benefit analysis relating to power, capabilities and interests by exploring other non-material aspects, such as the constraining influence of what is termed the nuclear taboo, Tannenwald 1999. In identifying such a taboo, Barry Buzan and Eric Herring define it as a strategic cultural prohibition against the use of nuclear weapons, an assumption that nuclear weapons should not be used rather than a conscious cost-benefit calculation, 1998, 165. Nuclear motivations. Traditional analysis of the motivations for nuclear proliferation has focused at the state and interstate levels. For much of the post-Second World War period, the pattern of nuclear weapon acquisition established by the 5 NWS was considered to be the one most likely to be followed by any future proliferating state. Analysis of the motivational aspect consequently addressed the strategic, political, and prestige rationales that led these states to seek nuclear weapons. The strategic motivation focused on the role that nuclear weapons played in the Second World War and its immediate aftermath, when initially they were seen as war-fighting or war-winning weapons. Later, attention shifted to the role that nuclear weapons played in deterrence, leading to the assumption that one of the principal motivations for acquisition was the deterrence of other nuclear weapons-capable states. Similarly, the political and prestige benefits that nuclear weapons conferred on those states with the wherewithal to manufacture them were also deemed significant. Nuclear weapons were seen as the most modern form of weaponry, and their custodians were automatically afforded a seat at the top table of international affairs. Inherent in traditional analyses was a form of technological determinism, that once a state acquired the necessary infrastructure it would then develop nuclear weapons. Supporting this assumption was the view that these states would also follow the same path as the 5 NWS. Thus, it could be predicted that any new nuclear state would pursue a dedicated military nuclear program, conduct an overt nuclear test, produce a stockpile of weapons, and finally acquire an effective means for delivering the weapons to their target. While this explanation of the process is still relevant, over time analyses of the dynamics of nuclear proliferation have become more complex. It is now more difficult to explain nuclear proliferation by focusing on a single variable. Analysts have argued that it is necessary to consider a range of factors that may influence nuclear weapons acquisition. These may include traditional technological factors, the availability of nuclear technology, and a cadre of trained nuclear scientists who encourage acquisition, domestic politics, imperatives within a political party, or the domestic political situation may propel a state towards nuclear weapons. Diplomatic bargaining, that acquisition of a nuclear capability can be used to influence or bargain with both perceived allies and enemies, and non-intervention, that a nuclear capability can deter or prevent intervention by other states. Other features of the proliferation puzzle that need to be understood are the instances of nuclear restraint, why some states abandon the nuclear weapons option, and nuclear reversal, why some states relinquish their nuclear capabilities. Campbell, Einhorn, and Rice 2004. Factors having a bearing here are, there may have been a change in strategic circumstances, such as the forging of an alliance with the NWS, technical difficulties in the construction of the nuclear weapon may have been encountered, or a perception emerges that the acquisition of such weapons would increase vulnerabilities. Developments since 1945 have thus questioned the technological determinist argument. Further complexity is added when attention is focused at the sub-state or transnational actor level, as the motivations of non-state actors may be different from those associated with states. In much traditional thinking, only states were considered to have the wherewithal to acquire nuclear capabilities. Nuclear commerce was conducted on a state-to-state basis, and it was states that entered into international arms control and disarmament treaties. Today, states are no longer the sole focus of attention, as non-state actors have also featured. Studies conducted during the 1970s and 1980s on nuclear terrorism indicated that there were risks associated with particular groups acquiring a nuclear device or threatening to attack nuclear installations. One study by the International Task Force on Prevention of Nuclear Terrorism concluded that it was possible for a terrorist group to build a crude nuclear device provided it had sufficient quantities of chemical high explosives and weapons-usable fissile materials. More significantly, it was felt that such a group would be more interested in generating social disruption by making a credible nuclear threat rather than actually detonating a nuclear device and causing mass killing and destruction. Leventhal and Alexander 1987. More recent occurrences have served to alter this latter judgment. Events in the mid-1990s, such as the first bombing of the World Trade Center in New York in 1993 and the attack against the U.S. government building in Oklahoma in April 1995, revealed the extent of damage and loss of life that could be caused. While both instances involved traditional methods of inflicting damage, the use of nerve agents, chemical weapons, in an underground train network in central Tokyo in March 1995 to cause both death and widespread panic has been viewed as representing a quantum change in methods. These concerns have intensified since the tragic events of September 11, 2001, when the World Trade Center this time was destroyed by a coordinated attack using civilian aircraft loaded with aviation fuel as the method of destruction. The attack not only produced mass casualties, it also changed the assumption about terrorist use of CBRN capabilities. Wilkinson 2003. Nuclear capabilities and intentions. Paralleling the problems of analyzing the motivational aspect are those associated with determining whether a state or terrorist group actually possesses a radiological or nuclear capability. The case of South Africa indicates the difficulties in this area. On March 24, 1993, the then-President F.W. de Klerk announced that South Africa had produced 6 nuclear devices prior to 1989 but had dismantled them before signing the NPT. While this announcement confirmed what many previously speculated, that South Africa possessed a nuclear capability during the 1980s, it also suggested that a state did not need to test a nuclear device to be in possession of nuclear stockpile. Additionally, there are currently other industrialized states with large nuclear power programs that could be used to produce quantities of fissile materials for military purposes if a decision was taken to do so. The main barrier to nuclear weapon acquisition in such cases may therefore be political, not technological. The situations in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK, Iran, and Iraq have raised important issues concerning capabilities and intentions. These instances reveal the difficulties in obtaining consensus in international forums on how to respond to non-compliance and the problems associated with verifying treaty compliance in situations where special inspection or nuclear development arrangements are agreed. In the case of Iraq, A special inspection arrangement known as UNSCOM, United Nations Special Committee, was established following the 1991 Gulf War to oversee the dismantlement of the WMD program that had come to light as a result of the conflict. By the late 1990s, problems were encountered over access to particular sites and UNSCOM inspectors were withdrawn. Disagreements also surfaced among the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council concerning how to implement the UN resolutions that had been passed in connection with Iraq since 1991. These had not been resolved at the time of the intervention in Iraq that occurred in 2003, and subsequent inspections in Iraq were unable to find evidence of significant undeclared WMD. Box 22.4 Compliance and Non-Compliance. Compliance with international treaty obligations has been a perennial issue in the nuclear proliferation context. It has raised complex questions related to both the nature of any violation of agreements and the type of response to it. Violations may be only minor and relate to misinterpretation of procedures. Conversely, they may be major and linked to breaches of specific treaty obligations. The type of response could therefore vary depending on how the violation is judged and, as a consequence, may involve a spectrum from a procedural warning issued through an international organization like the IAEA or more stringent measures such as special inspection arrangements, sanctions, and the use of force. The issue of compliance is therefore likely to receive continuing attention in the years ahead, as it is not just responses to states that will be the subject of attention but responses to non-state actors as well. Case Study 1: Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK. Following the attention that focused on the DPRK between 1991 and 1993, when there were fears that the country was pursuing an undeclared nuclear program, a special nuclear arrangement was instituted in 1994. Known as the Agreed Framework, it provided the DPRK with light water reactors and fuel supplies in exchange for that country's agreement that it would not produce nuclear weapons. Thereafter, the Agreed Framework experienced problems, prompting continued uncertainty surrounding the DPRK's nuclear intentions. The situation was exacerbated in August 1998 when the DPRK tested a missile whose trajectory took it over the territory of Japan. Tensions were heightened when the DPRK stated in January 2003 that it had withdrawn from the NPT and would continue its nuclear program. Concomitantly, efforts began to find an appropriate response, including several rounds of a forum known as the Six-Party Talks involving China, Japan, Russia, Republic of Korea, DPRK, and the United States. On September 19, 2005, at the 4th round of these talks, the parties agreed a joint statement aimed at the denuclearization of the DPRK and the Korean Peninsula. The statement included a plan of coordinated steps linking denuclearization with cooperation in economic and energy development in accordance with the principle of commitment for commitment. But subsequent meetings produced little progress. Pessimism that the plan would never get implemented grew following the announcement by the DPRK in early October 2006 that it had tested a nuclear weapon. The test resulted in the Security Council imposing sanctions on the DPRK and a flurry of diplomatic activity by the other 5 participants in the talks to find a response. A potentially significant breakthrough was achieved on February 15, 2007 following concerted negotiations. The DPRK accepted a package, based on the terms of the 2005 statement, that it would begin a process to shut down, seal, and eventually disable the Yongbyon nuclear complex in return for energy and humanitarian aid. Recent developments thus provide a mixed picture for the future of the DPRK's nuclear program. On the one hand, past activities signal the pursuit of a nuclear capability. On the other, attempts are underway to provide a basis for the denuclearization of the DPRK and the Korean Peninsula. The complexity associated with compliance has similarly featured in connection with Iran. The country became the subject of attention from the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, over delays in signing an additional protocol to Iran's Safeguards Agreement that requires increased transparency on the part of ANWS in respect of its nuclear program. Although Iran later did sign the protocol, Speculation was fueled because the IAEA discovered facilities capable of enriching uranium that had not been declared to it. In an effort to find a solution, a dialogue between Iran and the so-called EU3, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, began in October 2003. While an agreement was reached between the parties in Paris in November 2004, the situation was not resolved, and by 2006 the UN Security Council passed resolutions, under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, requiring Iran to comply with its international obligations concerning the nuclear program. Key points. The characterization of motivations for acquiring nuclear weapons has become more complex. There are difficulties in determining whether nuclear proliferation has occurred. A number of states have the potential to manufacture nuclear weapons if they wanted, and a few embarked on military nuclear programs before abandoning them. The role of non-state actors has added a further dimension to the nuclear proliferation issue. There is an ongoing task of ensuring the safety and security of nuclear materials around the world. The complexity surrounding compliance with international obligations has been a feature of debate since the early 1990s. Evolution of global nuclear control and anti-proliferation measures. Early efforts to control nuclear weapons, 1945–70. Global efforts to constrain nuclear weapons acquisition began soon after 1945. In January 1946 the UN General Assembly passed a resolution establishing the UN Atomic Energy Commission, UNESC. The remit of the UNESC was to make proposals for the elimination of nuclear weapons and the use of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes under international control. Due to disagreements between the United States and the Soviet Union, these proposals were never implemented. The issue of international atomic energy control was revisited following President Eisenhower's Atoms for Peace speech on December 8, 1953. It was stressed that Eisenhower's proposal was not a disarmament plan but an initiative to open the benefits of atomic energy to the world community. Negotiations to implement Atoms for Peace culminated in the establishment of the IAEA on July 29, 1957, although it was not until the mid-1960s that this organization was able to implement a comprehensive monitoring system, or safeguards, to ensure that materials in the nuclear energy programs were not diverted for military use. In the late 1950s, negotiations also began on a comprehensive test ban treaty, CTBT. These occurred in the context of a Soviet Union United Kingdom United States moratorium on nuclear testing, 1958–61, and calls for the three NWSs to engage in nuclear disarmament. The negotiations did not result in an agreement, largely because the three states were unable to overcome differences concerning verification, namely, the provisions for a system that could provide assurance of detection of violation, especially for underground testing. However, in 1963 the three states did agree the Partial Test Ban Treaty, PTBT. This prohibited nuclear testing in the atmosphere, in outer space, and underwater, and meant that future testing by parties to the treaty had to be conducted underground. Measures to prevent the nuclearization of specific environments and geographical areas have also been agreed, Goldblatt 2002. The first NWFZ applied to a populated region is the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons in Latin America, the Tlatelolco Treaty, which was opened for signature in 1967. Between 1958 and 1968 the issues posed by more states acquiring nuclear weapons received international attention. In 1961 the UN General Assembly adopted the Irish Resolution, which called for limitations to prevent additional states from acquiring nuclear weapons and for all states to refrain from transfer or acquisition of such weapons. A breakthrough in the negotiation of a non-proliferation treaty came as a result of Resolution 2028, adopted by the UN General Assembly in 1965, and the tabling of a joint US-Soviet draft on March 11, 1968. Following further amendments, the latter draft was passed by the UN General Assembly on June 12, 1968, opened for signature on July 1, 1968, and the NPT formally entered into force on March 5, 1970, Shaker 1980. Anti-proliferation efforts since 1970. Since 1970, anti-proliferation measures have continued to evolve. In March 1971, the IAEA negotiated its INF-CIRC/153 Safeguards document, which provides a model for all safeguards negotiated with parties to the NPT. Additional arrangements have been established for the conduct of international nuclear trade. In 1971, the Zanger Committee adopted guidelines or a trigger list pursuant to the NPT, allowing for IAEA safeguards to be applied on nuclear transfers, especially those involving the equipment or material for the processing, use, or production of special fissionable materials. But following the global expansion of nuclear power programs, the increasing trade with non-NPT parties, and what India referred to as a peaceful nuclear explosion it conducted in 1974, some nuclear suppliers decided that further export guidelines were necessary. Formed in 1975, the Nuclear Suppliers Group, NSG, agreed that additional conditions should be attached to sensitive nuclear exports like reprocessing and uranium enrichment plants. At the first United Nations Special Session on Disarmament, UNCID 1, in 1978, China, France, Soviet Union, United Kingdom, and United States all issued unilateral statements on so-called negative security assurances on the use or threat of use of nuclear weapons against NNWSs. These assurances embraced specific qualifications related to each state's nuclear doctrine and security arrangements, but only China's was unconditional. China stated that it would not be first to use nuclear weapons and undertook not to threaten to use nuclear weapons against any NNWS. Case Study 2: United States-India Nuclear Cooperation Agreement. On July 18, 2005, the United States and India signed a cooperation agreement on civil nuclear energy. Previously, the United States had imposed restrictions on nuclear and other technology transfers to India. India, for its part, had remained a non-party to the NPT and developed a civil and military nuclear capability. The 2005 agreement would allow India to acquire technology from the United States and for U.S. companies to construct nuclear reactors in India and provide fuel for its civil nuclear program. In return for this technology, India agreed to grant the IAEA access to its civil nuclear facilities, but military ones remain excluded, sign an additional protocol with the IAEA to allow for more intrusive safeguards inspections, continue the moratorium on nuclear testing, improve the security arrangements for its nuclear forces, and support nuclear non-proliferation measures. The agreement has met with a mixed reception domestically in the two countries and internationally. Proponents of the agreement consider it will allow for closer collaboration in areas such as nuclear power production and non-proliferation, as well as other aspects of mutual security interest. Opponents argue that it allows India to continue developing its nuclear forces because the military facilities are not covered, allows India the possibility of diverting nuclear materials from the civil to the military program once U.S. transfers have begun, could weaken the NPT by undermining Article 1, sends the wrong non-proliferation message by granting concessions to those states seeking nuclear weapons. In India, critics consider the agreement allows the United States too much oversight of its nuclear program and economic future, and that it will be detrimental to India's long-term security. In 1987, 7 missile technology exporters established identical export guidelines to cover the sale of nuclear-capable ballistic or cruise missiles. Known as the Missile Technology Control Regime, MTCR, this supply arrangement seeks to limit the risks of nuclear proliferation by controlling transfers of technology which could make a contribution to nuclear weapons delivery systems other than manned aircraft, CARP 1995. Membership of the MTCR has expanded to include many of the major missile producers, and the guidelines now embrace missile systems capable of carrying chemical and biological payloads. Over time, concerns have been expressed about the long-term viability of the MTCR. While these acknowledge that the arrangement has fulfilled its initial purpose in slowing down missile proliferation, there are calls for new measures. Missile defenses are one means for dealing with the problem, but other suggestions include global or regional ballistic test notification centers and multilateral arms limitation measures for missiles with certain ranges. Also in 2002 a new initiative, known as the Hague Code of Conduct, was launched, Smith 2002. As the name implies, the code seeks to develop standards of appropriate behavior in the transfer of missiles and missile parts. At the time of the 1995 NPT Extension Conference, expectations were high that the documents adopted by consensus then would provide the foundation for strengthening the treaty. Events afterwards indicated that this assessment was premature as differences surfaced between the parties over how these documents should be interpreted. Similarly, in 1995, expectations were high that a CTBT would soon be agreed and implemented, but again this proved premature. Although a CTBT was opened for signature in 1996, it has not entered into force. This will only occur once a group of 44 states, including the 5 NWSs and states such as India, Pakistan, and the DPRK, have signed and ratified the treaty. This has meant that the success or otherwise of the CTBT is dependent on developments in several states. Significantly, also, not everyone agrees that this treaty is a worthwhile measure. Proponents claim that the restriction on nuclear testing will limit both vertical and horizontal proliferation. Critics of a CTBT argue that any such testing prohibition is unverifiable and will therefore be unable to constrain proliferation. Box 22.5 1995 NPT Review and Extension Conference. On May 11, 1995 the NPT Review and Extension Conference extended the NPT indefinitely without a vote. This extension decision was adopted in conjunction with two other documents and a resolution which established a set of principles and objectives for nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament, outlined new procedures for strengthening the treaty review process, and called for the establishment of a Middle East zone free of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction within the context of the Middle East peace process. However, the parties were unable to agree a consolidated text on the review of the treaty and, as in 1980 and 1990, the conference concluded on May 12 without a final declaration. Even then, the outcome of the 1995 NPT conference was hailed a success. This was because the treaty became permanent, new measures were established to strengthen future NPT review conferences, and a plan of action for non-proliferation and disarmament was outlined. Problems have similarly been encountered over attempts to negotiate a fissile material cut-off treaty, FMCT. One issue has been whether the FMCT should prevent future production of fissile materials only or deal with this aspect in conjunction with an agreement to remove existing stockpiles. The verification provisions of any such treaty have also been the subject of differing proposals. One feature of this debate that inevitably will demand innovative thinking is how, as safely and cost-effectively as possible, any excess fissile material can be disposed of, given the large quantities involved. The document tabled at the 1995 conference by the Arab States Party to the NPT, known as the Resolution on the Middle East, calls on all states in the region to accede to the NPT. The debate over this resolution has highlighted the problems associated with the attempt to ensure universal adherence to the treaty. For although signatories to the NPT have increased to the point where 188 states are now party, Israel, India, and Pakistan have remained non-signatories while the DPRK withdrew in 2003. The question is therefore how, if at all, the treaty can be made universal? It is against this background that the events in South Asia have significance. The nuclear tests by India and Pakistan provoked an array of commentary on the consequences for anti-proliferation efforts and future stability in the region. The South Asian tests, combined with the difficulties encountered over other treaty aspects, such as non-compliance, suggested that the globalization of the nuclear proliferation issue was entering a new phase. Whereas the early to mid-1990s had witnessed a period of relative optimism that anti-proliferation efforts were being strengthened and that nuclear weapons were becoming marginalized, the latter part of the decade gave way to an alternative observation of the future. a view emerged that a second nuclear age was already upon us and that there were greater risks associated with this age than those experienced during the first nuclear age between 1945 and 1990, Gray 1999a, Baylis and O'Neill 2000. In response to this situation, new initiatives were devised. One strategy that began during this period is counter-proliferation, which emphasizes the use of measures such as ballistic missile defenses and a more proactive stance to prevent nuclear proliferation. Another concept known as anti-proliferation also emerged, and this was deemed to incorporate the traditional non-proliferation agenda as well as new elements responding to the political and military implications of the proliferation process itself, Roberts 1993, 140. Thus, as the turn of the millennium dawned, the context of nuclear proliferation was undergoing change. Developments thereafter would add a greater sense of urgency to find a way forward that would be responsive to the complexities of the globalization of the nuclear proliferation issue in the 21st century. This generated measures like the Proliferation Security Initiative, PSI, established originally by 11 states in June 2003 and now involves 15 with 60 other states participating on an ad hoc basis. The PSI is designed as a means for the interdiction of trafficking in WMD, delivery systems, and related materials. There have also been calls for a reappraisal of the prospects for creating new multilateral nuclear fuel centers, an idea that has been around for several decades. Regional safeguards organizations, such as the one established in the European Union, known as Euratom, have similarly been the subject of attention as possible models for facilitating greater regional oversight of nuclear energy developments. Key points. Nuclear control and anti-proliferation measures have been evolving since 1945. The IAEA has established a global safeguards system. Attempts to implement a CTBT and negotiate a FMCT have stalled following a period of renewed impetus after 1995. A number of NWFZs have been negotiated. The NPT now has 188 parties, although India, Israel, and Pakistan remain non-signatories. In 1987 the MTCR began operating and the Hague Code of Conduct was introduced in 2002. NPT review conferences have been held every 5 years since 1970. Since 1995, the NPT has encountered several challenges related to new incidences of nuclear testing, attempts to achieve universality, disposal of fissile material, compliance, and verification. It has been suggested that a second nuclear age has emerged. New measures have been implemented in response to the continuing globalization of the nuclear proliferation issue. Conclusion. At the heart of the current debate are thus complex issues related to the future global security environment. They include questions such as, what are likely to be the main proliferation challenges of the coming decade? What would happen if the NPT weakens irreparably over time? And what the implications are of the renewed interest in nuclear power generation in the context of the debate over global warming. One response to these questions could be to develop the initiatives already underway into a comprehensive approach for long-term global nuclear governance, though ensuring it remains situated on the original treaty-based foundations. The NPT is now an old treaty with many limitations, but it also provides an international legal framework that allows for collective actions to address pressing global security issues. Such an approach might encompass attempts to resolve disputes and build trust and confidence at the bilateral and regional levels, the strengthening of international norms, innovation in areas such as compliance, verification, safeguards, intelligence, and fissile and radiological material production, security and disposal, the involvement of non-parties to the NPT, ongoing efforts aimed at nuclear disarmament, and continuing commitment by all parties to the treaty's objectives. Box 22.6 Chronology. Questions. 1. What properties make nuclear weapons different from conventional forms? 2. What are the implications of the global diffusion of nuclear and long-range delivery vehicle technology? 3. What role do norms, taboos, and epistemic communities play in the context of nuclear proliferation? 4. How have the motivations for acquiring nuclear weapons changed since 1945? 5. In what ways has it become more difficult to determine whether nuclear proliferation has actually occurred? 6. Does the non-state actor represent a new nuclear proliferation challenge? 7. What nuclear proliferation concerns have stemmed from the dissolution of the Soviet Union? 8. What are the main arguments for and against the proliferation/spread of nuclear weapons? 9. Were the early efforts to control nuclear weapons doomed to failure? 10. What initiatives are needed to ensure global nuclear governance for the 21st century? Guide to further reading. Theoretical aspects. Buzen, Barry, and Herring, Eric, 1998, The Arms Dynamic in World Politics, London, Lynn Renner. This text covers theoretical and empirical aspects associated with the arms dynamic in the context of nuclear weapons. Campbell, Kurt M., Einhorn, Robert J., and Rice, Mitchell B. 2004, The Nuclear Tipping Point, Why States Reconsider Their Nuclear Choices, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institute Press. This volume explores the factors that lead states to reconsider their nuclear options. Hymans, Jacques E. 2006, The Psychology of Nuclear Proliferation, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Using 4 case studies, the author draws on materials from the humanities, social sciences, and natural sciences to analyze nuclear decision-making in the states chosen for study. Sagan, Scott D., and Waltz, Kenneth N. 1995, The Spread of Nuclear Weapons. A Debate, New York and London, W. W. Norton, and 2nd ed. 2003. This book juxtaposes the contrasting arguments of the two authors concerning the spread of nuclear weapons. On Nuclear Use and Non-Use. Herring, Eric, ed. 2000, Preventing the Use of Weapons of Mass Destruction, Special Issue, Journal of Strategic Studies, 23, 1, March. The contributors to this volume concentrate on the issues associated with preventing the use of WMD. Lavoie, Peter R., Sagan, Scott, and Wirtz, James J. eds. 2000, Planning the Unthinkable, How New Powers Will Use Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Weapons, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press. The authors compare how military threats, strategic cultures, and organizations shape the way leaders intend to employ WMD. Historical context and background. Walker, William, 2004, Weapons of Mass Destruction and International Order, Adelphi Paper 370, Oxford, Oxford University Press for the International Institute for Strategic Studies. This IISS paper addresses the problem of order associated with weapons of mass destruction by drawing on historical evidence and ideas. Non-proliferation/anti-proliferation measures. Bosch, Olivia, and Van Ham, Peter, eds. 2007, Global Non-Proliferation and Counterterrorism, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institute Press. This volume assesses the impact of UN Security Resolution 1540. Dhanapala, Jayantha, with Rydell, R. 2005, Multilateral Diplomacy and the NPT, An Insider's Account, Geneva, United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. This book provides an analysis of the multilateral diplomacy surrounding the 1995 NPT Review and Extension Conference and is written by two authors who were closely involved in the negotiating process, one of which was the president of that conference. Simpson, John, and Howlett, Darrell, eds. 1995, The Future of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, New York, St. Martin's Press. This explores the background issues associated with the NPT in the lead-up to the 1995 Review and Extension Conference. Alternative Nuclear Futures. Baylis, John, and O'Neill, Robert, eds. 2000, Alternative Nuclear Futures, Oxford, Oxford University Press. This edited volume provides an overview of the different positions related to the nuclear future. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/UK/org/Baylis_Smith 4e. Chapter 23. Nationalism. John Bree. Reader's Guide. In this chapter I consider the relationship between nationalism and global politics. I question the conventional view that nationalism brought about a world order of nation-states and that this world order has subsequently come under threat from globalization. Instead, I argue that global politics and nationalism accompany one another, and the most important task is to understand their interactions over time. I begin by looking at how nationalism has been defined and explained. I then outline how global politics and nationalism have developed together in distinct phases since 1750. The key connection between the two is the nation-state, the main power container of the modern world. However, the nation-state and relations between nation-states also change in each phase. Only with this historical perspective can we understand current relationships between global politics and nationalism. Introduction, Concepts and Debates. A standard view of the relationship between nationalism, nation-states, and global politics might go something like this. 1. There developed in Europe from about mid-17th century an order of sovereign, territorial states, the Westphalian system, CCH 2. 2. The rise of nationalism from the late 18th century nationalized the state order, later extending beyond Europe until the whole world was organized as a series of nation-states. See box 23.1. International relations were relations between nation-states. 3. Globalization undermines this political order. It undermines state by eroding sovereign territorial power. It undermines nation by creating competing identities. Before considering propositions 2 and 3, I will outline key concepts and debates concerning nationalism and nation-state. I define nationalism as the idea that the world is divided into nations which provide the overriding focus of political identity and loyalty, which in turn demands national self-determination. Let us take three key words in this definition. Nationalists think of the nation in different ways. The same group can be claimed by competing nationalists. Turkish nationalists claim Kurds in Turkey as Turkish, a view Kurdish nationalists reject. Defining nation is more difficult than defining nationalism. Some writers stress certain objective features, others its subjective, imagined character, yet others are skeptical about using the term at all. Box 23.2 provides examples of these three views. By overriding, I mean that many people think the world is divided into nations, but not that nations demand supreme loyalty. Self-determination usually means independent statehood. However, nationalists might settle for something less, such as autonomy within a federal state. Box 23.1. The development of a world of nation-states. Nationalism can be considered as ideology, as politics, as sentiments. Definitions of nationalism usually frame it as ideology, a political worldview. However, we might ignore this ideology unless it becomes significant. This can happen if nationalism shapes people's sense of identity, nationalism as sentiments. It can happen if nationalism is taken up by movements able to form nation-states, nationalism as politics. Each aspect of nationalism can be divided into types. Here are some examples. Ideology can be civic and ethnic. Civic nationalism is commitment to a state and its values. State membership determines nationality, as in the multi-ethnic immigrant society of the USA. Ethnic nationalism is commitment to a group of, imagined, common descent. Nation precedes state, as in ethno-national states formed in modern Europe. There are problems with this distinction. Every nationalism invokes culture and values, and these change, often quickly. Cultural factors like religion and language cannot easily be assigned to the ethnic or civic category. There is a danger of moralizing the distinction, civic good, ethnic bad. Nevertheless, the distinction is important. Nationalist sentiments can be of the elite or the masses. Some nationalist ideas only appeal to a small stratum of the population, whereas others have popular resonance. In terms of politics, nationalism can be state-strengthening and state-subverting. State-strengthening nationalism accepts an existing state as broadly legitimate but seeks to strengthen it, internally by purifying the nation and reforming government, externally by reclaiming national territory and extending power. State-subverting nationalism aims to create a new state, usually by separation from a larger state, sometimes by unifying smaller states. The relationship of nationalism to global politics varies with these types. Mass nationalism, using ethnic ideas to subvert an existing state, is very different from elite nationalism, using civic ideas to strengthen an existing state. It is generally agreed that nationalism is modern. Explanations of its origins and growth revolve round four key questions. 1. Does nationalism depend upon the prior existence of nations? 2. Are nations modern or do they extend far back in time? 3. Should we privilege culture, or economics, or politics in our explanations? And 4. What is the role played by internal factors, such as a shared culture, in relation to external factors, such as threats or support from powerful states, in shaping nationalism? Table 23.1 summarizes positions in this debate. Box 23.2 Definitions of nation. The nation is an imagined political community, imagined as both inherently limited and sovereign. It is imagined because the members of even the smallest nation will never know most of their fellow members, meet them, or even hear of them, yet in the minds of each lives the image of their communion. The nation is imagined as limited because even the largest of them, encompassing perhaps a billion living human beings, has finite, if elastic boundaries, beyond which lie other nations. It is imagined as sovereign because the concept was born in an age in which enlightenment and revolution were destroying the legitimacy of the divinely ordained, hierarchical dynastic realm. Benedict Anderson, 1991, p. 5-6. Let us define it, the nation, at the outset as a large social group integrated not by one but by a combination of several kinds of objective relationships: economic, political, linguistic, cultural, religious, geographical, historical, and their subjective reflection in collective consciousness. Many of these ties could be mutually substitutable, some playing a particularly important role in one nation-building process, and no more than a subsidiary part in others. But among them, three stand out as irreplaceable. 1. A memory of some common past, treated as a destiny of the group or at least of its core constituents. 2. A density of linguistic or cultural ties enabling a higher degree of social communication within the group than beyond it. 3. A conception of the equality of all members of the group organized as a civil society. Miroslav Hruk, 1996, especially p. 79. Neither objective nor subjective definitions are thus satisfactory, and both are misleading. In any case, agnosticism is the best initial posture of a student in this field, and so this book assumes no a priori definition of what constitutes a nation. As an initial working assumption, any sufficiently large body of people whose members regard themselves as members of a nation, will be treated as such. However, whether such a body of people does so regard itself cannot be established simply by consulting writers or political spokesmen of organizations claiming the status of nation for it. The appearance of a group of spokesmen for some national idea is not insignificant, but the word nation is today used so widely and imprecisely that the use of the vocabulary of nationalism today may mean very little indeed. Eric Hobsbawm, 1990. There is also some confusion over the usage of nation and state. The leading international organization is the United Nations. The term nations actually means states. In many states, cultural diversity is so great as to render implausible any claim that these are ethno-national states. In many states, the lack of democracy renders implausible any claim that these are civic national states. What then does the term nation-state mean? I do not think it worth trying to identify how national states are, both because the criteria are so fuzzy, and also because it means accepting the basic nationalist assumption. Instead, I will treat as nation-states states which claim to be national, however nation is defined, and are not confronted by powerful states subverting opposition and are accepted by the international community. Table 23.1 Debates on nationalism. Key points. Nationalism claims that the nation exists and should form the basis of the political order. Nationalism can be considered as ideology, as sentiments, and as politics. There are different typologies of nationalism, such as ethnic/civic, elite/mass, state strengthening/state subverting. The most important debates on nationalism concern whether it is cause or consequence of nation, the relative importance of culture, economics, and politics, and the different roles played by internal and external factors. It is impossible to define a nation-state in objective terms without accepting the assumptions of nationalism. Therefore, nation-state will be defined largely in terms of its self-description and that of the international community. Nationalism, nation-states, and global politics in history. We start with the historical relationship between nationalism and the global spread of nation-states. Worldwide connections between human beings can be traced back at least to 1500 when the Americas were brought into contact with Eurasia and Africa. Some historians claim to trace nationalism and nation-states back at least that far. However, it is generally agreed that nationalism became significant from around 1750, also a time when one can identify the first significant conflict between nation-states deploying nationalism and which took on a global dimension. Anglo-French rivalry, c. 1750 to 1815. Global power. In Europe and beyond, France and Britain deployed land and sea forces against each other. They used others as proxies in at least 3 continents, Europe, India, and North America. Both states sought to control global trading in mass commodities, cotton, tobacco, sugar, which were superimposed upon older networks of luxury trade. Europeans explained and justified their power as due to greater civilizational achievements than the rest of the world, which was seen as consisting of primitive cultures and decaying civilizations. Global conflict and nationalism. The dominant form of nationalism was state strengthening, civic, and elite. Within France and Britain, there were demands for the removal of privilege and to make government accountable to the nation. This civic nation was based on the interests of an expanding middle class which was itself shaped by globalization. The conflict between Britain and France provided public opinion in each state with a clear enemy. The conflict hit France harder than Britain and precipitated revolution. From that revolution came the declaration that the state existed for the nation. Revolutionary France, when it embarked on war in Europe, appealed to other nations to rise up against their governments. Those governments deployed nationalist rhetoric in reply. Nationalism, nation-state formation, and international relations. Nationalism became significant in British and French politics but remained mainly just an intellectual idea elsewhere in Europe. Rebellion in the Americas freed territories from Spanish and British control, and elites used the language of civic national independence. The defeat of Napoleon left Britain the major world power. Pax Britannica, c. 1815 to 1914. Global power. States in Europe and America were preoccupied with regional affairs. Elsewhere, Britain exerted global power. Apart from diplomacy to co-opt or divide opponents, Britain relied upon naval supremacy. Instead of combining coercive and economic power in traditional imperial form, Britain proclaimed their separation. She abolished tariffs, ceased monopolizing overseas trade and shipping, and tied major currencies to the price of gold. This was linked to industrialization accompanied by transformations in communications, telegraph, and transportation, steam power. All this enabled huge increases in long-distance migration. Britain attributed its success to Christianity, parliamentary institutions, and free trade. However, the indirect, coordinating nature of British power meant these could not be directly imposed. Within Europe, the Americas, and Asia, wars in the 1860s were won by modernizing states which then turned their attention outwards, challenging British hegemony. Close links between technology and power led to state intervention. The belief that power depended upon control of overseas resources fueled the rise of imperialist conflict. Global conflict and nationalism. Nationalism initially imitated the civic forms projected by France and Britain, partly because success breeds imitation, partly because nationalists aimed at support from France and Britain. These nationalists ignored non-historic nationalities, Romanians, Slavs, insisting that they must assimilate into high-culture nations. This stimulated counter-nationalism, which stressed folk culture, popular religion, and spoken language. These had little initial success. Beyond Europe there was little stimulus to nationalism, given the indirect nature of British power, which was not yet projected in nationalist forms. There were reactions against Christianity and secular modernity. Such values could be accepted, e.g. Christian conversion, or rejected. Most important were combinations, for example the codification of Hinduism in India, which rejected Christianity but conferred Christian features upon Hindu beliefs, see India case study below. As the contradictions of British-led globalization grew, this generated new forms of nationalism. Imperialist conflicts promoted popular state-strengthening nationalism. These combined with race ideas which replaced civilizational and religious claims to superiority. Although mainly projected onto the non-European world, these were also used within Europe, as in modern anti-Semitism. The tightening of direct control in empires, justified in race and nationalist terms, stimulated counter-nationalisms. Nationalism, nation-state formation, and international relations. The success of state-strengthening, elite, civic nationalism was linked to war using modern technology and organization. Nationalism became central in the new nation-states. Its liberal values were abandoned as elites confronted problems of state-building, economic development, and imperialist expansion. Ethnic, state-subverting nationalism had limited success against declining multinational states. Support from powerful states like Russia was more important than the intrinsic strength of nationalist movements. Powerful nation-states challenged British hegemony. Britain responded in like fashion. The world increasingly divided into formal and controlled spheres of influence after 1880. International relations were dominated by arms races based on new technology and formal alliances. Politicians appealed to public opinion and national interests. They then found themselves trapped by the nationalist sentiments they had helped create. Implications for global politics. British hegemony was justified in cosmopolitan and free trade terms. Liberal nationalism developed in modernizing societies outside British zones of influence. Industrialized war enabled liberal nationalists to form new nation-states. These states established a new model. The state ruled with a bureaucratic apparatus, in conjunction with a dynamic industrial sector, over demarcated territory. Armed with nationalist ideas, it penetrated society in new ways: mass education and media, tariff protection, and subsidies. It projected its aggressive nationalism abroad in pursuit of empire. As political conflict globalized, it nationalized. Imperial powers aimed at new forms of control over other parts of the world. There was a contradiction between civilizational justifications and the reality of subordination and exploitation accompanied by race ideas. Counter-nationalism rejected imperial power. Making rejection effective became possible when global political conflict turned into World War. The era of World War, see point 1914-45. Global power. Initially Eurocentric, the First World War became global, CCH3. In 1917 the USA entered the war. State control over population and economy increased massively. Although the interwar period saw military dismantling and reduced state intervention, the Second World War was even more global, and state intervention more extensive. Radio communication and air power, large-scale economic assistance, and military coordination gave this war a transnational character. Military globalization was accompanied by economic deglobalization. Free trade and fixed exchange rates disappeared. Voluntary international migration decreased. Attempts to return to normality in the 1920s were blown off course by the Great Depression. New technologies, radio, film, and television, air travel, and automobiles, expanded massively. They were brought under state control, especially during war. Rather than undermining nationalism, these global processes became components of state-strengthening nationalism. Global conflict and nationalism. In both wars the Western Allies proclaimed their cause as liberal democracy, not narrow nationalism, though liberal democracy was organized in the form of civic nation-states. However, their alliance with Russia compromised that claim, as did their failure to universalize liberal democracy after victory. Germany expressed clear-cut ethnic nationalism in 1914. Her Ottoman and Habsburg allies went to war to block state subverting, ethno-nationalism. Victory for the Allies meant victory for the liberal democratic principle of national self-determination embodied in Woodrow Wilson's 14 points, but the beneficiaries were the ethno-nationalist opponents of the defeated empires. Each state had governments ruling in the name of the dominant nation which regarded minorities with suspicion. Nationalists representing minorities looked to their own national state for support and invoked minority rights provisions in the peace treaties. Such nationalism was inward-looking. The USA turned inward. After a brief phase of stressing a world socialist mission, the USSR also turned inwards. However, one distinct form of nationalism, fascism, was not insular. Fascists hated communism and liberalism, while rejecting old conservative elite politics. Fascists saw the nation as a super-individual, classless collective requiring a strong state, mass mobilization, and a genius leader to assert itself in the world. The First World War gave nationalism a statist and militarist character on which fascists built. With economic depression and loss of faith in liberal democracy, fascism gained popularity. Fascist ideology was imperialist but profoundly anti-universalist. The fascist vision was of huge power blocks, each organized as a master nation/race ruling over inferior slave classes. In the colonial world, military mobilization and attempts at economic development increased subordination and exploitation. World War made clear the divisions and fragilities of existing power structures. This promoted nationalist dreams of gaining independence, justified in liberal democratic or socialist terms. Nationalism, nation-state formation, and international relations. Nationalism alone could not form nation-states. More important was the destruction of multinational states through war. The doctrine of national self-determination was applied after 1918 to the defeated powers, and only within Europe. International relations were transformed with the League of Nations. But the defeated powers were denied membership, and the US Senate voted against joining. The League was led by France and Britain and seen as an instrument of their interests. The League did much in pioneering concepts of international law and administration but failed in its ambitious objectives of creating a new peaceful order. International relations became more violent and expressed in terms of competing ideologies. In each state there were strong disputes and politics were no longer monopolized by small elites. Communist and fascist ideologies justified extreme policies which assumed that sheer willpower could overcome reality. Fascism and communism did not envisage a global order of nation-states but super-empires led by dominant races/nations or classes. Communist states eventually recognized limits which helped them survive this era. The Third Reich pursued an escalating and ultimately self-destructive radicalism. See case study on Germany. Case study: interactions between nationalism and global politics, the cases of Germany and India. These two cases have been selected to show how the changing interactions between nationalism and global politics considered above in general terms play out in particular ways. In both cases one can connect the emergence of nationalism and its changing forms to changing phases in the nature of global politics. In both cases the key connecting factor is state formation, whether the imperial state as in India or the nation-state as in Germany. Nationalism itself is so diverse as to resist understanding but makes more sense when placed within this global context. Germany. In 1750 the German lands were fragmented and its major powers Austria and Prussia increasingly weak in relation to Britain, France, and Russia. The wars, 1740–8, 1756–63, between Austria and Prussia were also part of the Anglo-French conflict. These two states lost heavily in wars against Napoleon up to 1809. Intellectuals took up romantic and ethnic ideas of nationalism, but eventual recovery had more to do with a broad alliance against France which formed after Napoleon's setbacks in Russia in 1812. After 1815 Britain was concerned that the major European powers balanced each other, leaving her free in the wider world. This included an Austria-Prussia balance in Germany. The major nationalist challenge took a liberal, constitutional form, influenced by Britain and France, but it could never develop a popular and unified appeal and was opposed by the main states. The key shift came when liberal nationalism shifted to a state-strengthening position in support of Prussia. Early industrialization, especially in transportation, railways, communication, telegraph, and manufacturing, coal, iron, steel, had an unexpected military consequence which enabled Prussia to gain dramatic and swift victories over Austria in 1866 and France in 1870–1. Continued rapid industrialization in Germany, mass emigration of Germans to America, and concern to challenge British hegemony led to the growth of a more populist, illiberal, and imperialist nationalism. A key moment was when Germany began building a modern battleship fleet, seen as a direct threat by Britain. That stimulated popular nationalism in Britain and alliances with Russia and France, leading to World War. German defeat spawned an extreme ethnic nationalism which, compounded by the Great Depression, brought Hitler to power. Nazism pursued race empire in Europe, and at least parity with what Hitler envisaged would be the only other two world powers in the world, the British Empire and the USA. It required a global coalition to defeat Germany, Italy, and Japan. The result was a de facto partition of Germany, dividing with the Cold War into a Western and a communist state. Ethnic nationalism was rejected in the name of liberalism and socialism. The third German state Austria declared itself neutral and not even German. New generations in each state came to identify with that state rather than the German nation. German reunification appears to contradict the rejection of nationalism. Really, however, reunification was part of the triumph of the West. There was no powerful nationalist demand for unity in advance of the event itself. The collapse of communism took everyone by surprise. However, for East Germans, unification offered a fast track into the European Union and Western affluence. West Germany's liberal democratic commitment to unity with less fortunate brethren made it impossible to refuse or delay unification. Indeed, one could see reunification as the first step towards the expansion of the European Union eastwards rather than a revival of nationalism. India. Before 1750 India was enmeshed in global ties. The Mughal Empire was linked to Islamic, imperial, and long-distance trading networks which spread eastwards into China, through Asia Minor and the Middle East, into North and West Africa and, through connections with European powers, to the Americas and Southeast Asia, even North Australia. The British East India Company and others like them built on the existing trading and political networks, and introduced new features, such as plantation production of tobacco, tea, coffee, opium, and cotton. There was little attempt to impose European culture or religion, or to impose direct rule. Britain and France fought for influence, and by 1815 Britain had prevailed. The following period was one of free trade and informal empire. The East India Company ruled but under public scrutiny. Christian pressures increased. Reactions against Christianization promoted the codification and indigenization of Hinduism. This broad, anti-British sentiment culminated in the Indian Mutiny of 1857 and, after its repression, the imposition of formal imperial rule. This, along with the increased exploitation of India in rivalry with other imperialist challenges, promoted nationalist ideas. The Indian National Congress, elite, civic, and at first state-strengthening, was founded in 1885. By 1914 the British had responded with communal electorates and local councils which classed Hindu and Muslim as political identities. World War brought home to many Indians that they were part of a system of global conflict. Mass-based nationalism emerged in the 1920s. Depression intensified mass discontent while the Congress Party penetrated and came to control the devolved provincial government. Britain, confronted by opponents in every part of the world, made concessions. By 1939 independence appeared just a matter of time. But with war Britain tightened control, imprisoned nationalist leaders, and courted Muslim politicians. British collapse against Japan increased nationalist expectations. Britain could not resist these once war finished, but the speed of decolonization and the legacy of the wartime policies meant this took the form of partition rather than one post-colonial state. Independent India tried to detach itself from Cold War polarization by acting as leader of the non-aligned states. Congress pursued a civic territorial nationalism with much success but has been confronted by vibrant religious resistance to secularism, culminating in Hindu and Sikh nationalist challenges. Pakistan, set up as a secular but Islamic state, was unable to keep control of East Pakistan and has found Islamism increasingly important in West Pakistan. With the end of the Cold War and the latest era of globalization, India has begun to exhibit spectacular economic growth rates. The old model of India as part of the Third World clearly does not work. In the colonial world the concern was to survive murderous conflict between the major powers. Nationalists sought to exploit these conflicts but imperial states kept control unless defeated in war. Conflict created opportunities. Nationalism could become entrenched, strong, and popular. See India case study. Implications for global politics. World War demanded global political strategies and undermined state sovereignty. It reversed earlier economic globalization. Liberal democracy was threatened, reactive, and defensive, confronted by communism and fascism. In 1941 the fascist world vision seemed close to realization. Those who initially thought the fascist powers offered ways of throwing off existing imperial rule discovered it meant exchanging one master for a worse one. Nationalism could only succeed if old imperial power was dismantled but not replaced by new fascist power. How did this come about? In 1941-2 the USA moved out of post-1918 isolationism into World War. Its leaders were compelled to think about the war in global and integrated terms. Within 2 years, military victory looked likely. Global strategy turned to plotting the shape of a post-war world. Nationalism and nation-states figured centrally. The era of Cold War, 1945-90. Global power. The major shapers of the post-war era were the USA and the USSR, CCH2. Stalin regarded Soviet expansion as providing a defensive bulwark rather than a stepping stone to global domination. Yet that expansion, plus communist victory in China, made communism appear a global threat. Communist power was organized as conventional territorial rule, albeit with novel institutions and ideologies. The USA envisioned hegemony differently. Sole control of nuclear weapons initially made it possible to envisage power as coordinating rather than direct, except in occupied Japan and Germany. The foundations were laid of a liberal global order based on national sovereignty with low tariffs, managed exchange rates, and extensive reconstruction. The first wave of decolonization in 1947-9 presaged the worldwide extension of this order. However, the USSR soon acquired nuclear weapons and credible missile delivery systems. This intensified mutual perception of threat and made military capacity literally global. The USA retreated from its anti-imperialist stance. The nuclear umbrella handed initiatives to local states which presented themselves as valued clients of one or other superpower. Each had its own sphere of power. Contested zones in the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and Africa were where nationalism could flourish. U.S. hegemony contributed to economic and cultural globalization, in such forms as mass media and consumption. U.S. aid, private investment, low tariffs, stable exchange rates, and cheap energy produced high growth rates and integration between developed regions of the free world. This world consisted of an ever-increasing number of nation-states as the decolonization process resumed from the late 1950s. Global politics and nationalism. In Europe, the focus was on stabilizing nation-states within a supranational framework, ch. 25. Ethnic homogenization rendered ethno-nationalism redundant and made civic nationalism easily acceptable. This ideology could accommodate U.S. doctrines of free markets and national sovereignty. The USSR accorded formal sovereignty to its European satellites. Beyond Europe, colonial nationalists demanded territorial independence, a principle enshrined in UN conventions and declarations. For those who equated ethno-nationalism with nationalism, this signaled the end of nationalism. Yet independent states with poorly integrated political institutions, economies, and cultures confronted major problems. The dominant principle was that of nation-state sovereignty. The United Nations made no provision for minority rights, which were seen as threatening state sovereignty and encouraging ethno-nationalism. Nation-states were highly unequal and mostly located in one or other superpower bloc, but the political order was presented as one of sovereign nation-states. Nationalism, nation-state formation, and international relations. The United Nations included from the outset the two major powers. The defeated powers became members. Decolonization increased membership sharply. The principle of state sovereignty was accommodated to decolonization. Anti-colonial nationalism was usually focused on gaining international legitimacy rather than violently achieving liberation. This, along with continued economic dependency, helps explain post-colonial problems like military coups, corruption, and ethnic politics. National solidarity had not been forged in the struggle for independence. These problems generated new forms of nationalism, some demanding separation, others reforms to create real independence. Nationalist opposition could precipitate state collapse. However, the bipolar order and sacrosanct principle of state sovereignty prevented state collapse turning into new states. The system preferred dysfunctional states. Implications for global politics. The nation-state was reasserted and globalized, but in civic rather than ethnic form. States were legitimized by non-national values, democracy, communism, contained within blocs dominated by the USA or USSR, their sovereignty, even their stateness, often a fiction. Civic, state-supporting nationalism dominated. Both the USSR and USA recognized ethnic diversity but contained within the framework of state sovereignty and civic national identity. State-subverting nationalism used civic language and demanded only devolution. Ethno-nationalism, secessionism, and irredentism would only re-emerge when the Cold War ended. I have gone quickly through a complex history, but it is the only way to grasp the relationship between nationalism and global politics. There is no simple relationship between nationalism and global politics. There is no linear direction to the history, such as the rise of nationalism and then the challenge of globalization. There are patterns, and I have suggested what some of these are, but I leave it to you to decide if the historical record supports these suggestions. There is constantly changing interaction in which nationalism, nation-state, and global politics each take on different and related forms. With each phase, the number of nation-states increases. The ideology of nationalism becomes the principal way of justifying the existence of particular states. It combines the democratic principle, nation equals people, the claim to sovereignty, national self-determination, and a sense of distinct identity. It is flexible enough to accommodate different social and political arrangements. Nationalism is a chameleon-like idea which can adapt to the changes in the global political order, matching its claims to the changing ways in which states interact. It mirrors, with its argument that the world is divided into distinct nations with particular territories, the formation of a world divided into sovereign states with sharply demarcated territories. The chapter has not tried to write about nationalism in general. I do not think there is such a thing. If one accepts this view, it suggests that one should look at the contemporary relationship between global politics and nationalism as yet another set of different interactions. Our awareness of the history alerts us to what is new in these interactions. Key points. There is no simple sequence leading either from nationalism to nation-state formation to changes in the global political order or the other way round. There is no single, dominant form of nationalism. Instead, it can take ethnic, civic, and other forms, be elite or popular, strengthen or subvert existing states. The best place to start is with the central political actors. These are the most important state or states in each historical phase. The political ideology of states matters most because they have the most power and others tend to respond to their power and ideologies. At the start of our history, global conflict is shifting power to extensive middle classes in Britain and France, and the national idea justifies demands for reforms which challenge top-down ideals of power based on religion, monarchy, and privilege. Once the process is in motion, it develops its own momentum. British victory over France popularizes its liberal, constitutionalist nationalism, which is taken up in imitative form by elites elsewhere. These elites are able, especially when linked to modernizing states like Prussia, Japan, and the North in the American Civil War, to form powerful nation-states. Those nation-states generate new forms of nationalism. Subordinate nationalities react against new state nationalism. These states take up illiberal, imperialist nationalism to challenge British hegemony. Such imperialist nationalism provokes colonial societies to develop counter-nationalism. State-subverting nationalism usually cannot on its own defeat imperial powers. Also important is that those powers are weakened in global conflict with each other. Therefore, the ability of state-subverting nationalism to form nation-states is based on a combination of its own social base and political organization, the power and policy of the state it confronts, and a favorable international situation. Nationalism, nation-states, and global politics today. Forms of global politics. The collapse of the USSR led to a new wave of nation-state formations. Beyond Europe, the removal of the Cold War freeze permitted the emergence of state-subverting nationalism. The end of managed exchange rates and deregulation of financial markets undermined state power. At the same time, the regional concentration of economic development has permitted superstate coordination in certain regions, most notably Europe. While capital, goods, and information move freely and quickly across the world, the same does not apply to labor, especially that of unskilled people in poor countries. The digital information revolution, which has expanded massively the speed and capacity for information storage and processing, opens up the prospects of global culture, whether envisaged as homogenized culture for the masses or as a vast plurality of niche cultures, including diaspora national ones. All this opens up opportunities for new forms of nationalism. Global politics and nationalism. At a political level, the key point is that the Cold War labeling and preservation of a particular set of states as civic nation-states was undermined. This enabled the rapid emergence of new forms of nationalism which were not bound to the existing state system. First, there was state-subverting ethno-nationalism in the former Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. To counter this, the international community and the new Russian government rapidly conceded new state formations, thus turning state-subverting into state-strengthening nationalism. Furthermore, these new states were recognized as civic, territorial entities based on the federal republics of the former states. However, unlike earlier decolonization, these republics were officially based on ethnic identities. That led to conflict over ethnic minorities within the new states. This has remained fairly low-key so far as Russian speakers in the new non-Russian states are concerned, but it led to war and violent ethnic cleansing in parts of former Yugoslavia. The combination of intrastate conflict based on ethnic nationality, the lack of international support for state sovereignty but also for intervention could in some failed states lead to vicious ethno-nationalist violence. Rwanda was a case in point. Second, there have been reactions against this resurgence of ethno-nationalism. One important change from the Cold War phase is the increased resort to external intervention into state affairs, involving the United Nations, regional political military organizations like NATO, individual states, and non-governmental organizations, NGOs. The justifications for these interventions are universalist human rights, the promotion of democracy rather than the protection of minorities. That, in turn, conditions the development of nationalism. Noting that the international community disapproves of ethno-nationalism, whether practiced by the state against minorities or by minorities to subvert the state, nationalism presents itself instead as a movement for human rights, including cultural recognition, and asks for constitutional change such as devolution rather than independent statehood. Nationalism, nation-state formation, and international relations. In the first unstable phase after 1990 there was a rapid emergence of ethno-nationalism and new nation-state formations. However, after that phase, the international community, above all the USA, has reacted against ethno-nationalism and state breakup, while at the same time enabling new forms of intervention into the internal affairs of weaker states. Nationalism has adapted accordingly and come to focus less on the classical demand for one state, one ethno-nation. Instead, nationalism frequently combines sub-state and transnational connections, for example in the ways the European Union is seen to promote regional autonomy within and across individual states. Nationalist politics is frequently represented as ethnic politics but now demanding cultural recognition and affirmative action rather than political independence. Arguably, the nation-state is ceasing to be the overwhelmingly important power container of earlier phases of global politics. This can produce one kind of state-strengthening nationalism designed to resist the weakening of the nation-state. Here one can think of the rise of radical right nationalism, particularly concerned with the control of immigration. Yet the very erosion of nation-state power can also promote the shift of nationalism away from either state-strengthening or state subversion to other kinds of politics. That kind of politics can also take up connections to transnational or global political actors other than states, such as diaspora organizations. Whether we should continue to call these politics based on ethnic or culturally defined groups nationalism is a matter of debate. The impact on global politics. The rapid emergence of new kinds of nationalism, the formation of new nation-states, and the violent conflicts with which this was sometimes associated, have altered patterns of global politics. They have stimulated new interventions by a variety of state and non-state actors. These interventions have been justified in universalist terms: human rights, democracy, ch. 29. This is new. In the era of world wars the justification was ethno-national, minority rights, and in the Cold War period the principle of state sovereignty blocked intervention. All these interventions appear to undermine nation-states culturally, politically, economically, and militarily. Obviously the impact is varied, it is greatest for the weakest states. Above all, nationalism is not the same as nation-state. It is precisely when nation-states are most threatened that nationalism, as a reaction against that, can be strongest. At the same time, the very globalization of politics can stimulate new forms of sub- and transnational politics, including that of nationalism. Key points. The sacrosanct principle of state sovereignty was weakened with the end of the Cold War, new nation-state formation, and new economic and cultural forms of globalization. This provoked a first wave of state-subverting ethno-nationalisms which could lead to violence and ethnic cleansing. However, international recognition for new states as civic, territorial entities, along with new forms of intervention and pressure, put pressure on nationalism to move away from this ethnic and state-subverting character. There is a state-strengthening nationalism which focuses on the threats globalization poses to the nation-state. This nationalism can paradoxically get stronger the more the nation-state is weakened. However, Perhaps more important is the shift of nationalism away from a state focus towards concerns with devolution, cultural recognition, and transnational linkages. Nationalism, once again, is showing how adaptive it is to changes in the nature of global politics. Conclusion. Global politics has a history preceding the rise of nationalism and the formation of nation-states. Roughly, one can divide the history of global politics into its prehistory, to c. 1500, when there were widespread but not worldwide political networks, its pre-national stage, c. 1500 to 1750, when such networks were worldwide but states were not yet nation-states and nationalism had not yet developed as a significant political force, and the modern period, 1750 to the present, when global politics, nationalism, and the nation-state interacted with each other. The general trend in the various historical phases from 1750 to the end of the Cold War has been an increase in the number of nation-states, and by around 1970 the acceptance, in ordinary experience but also in international politics and law, that national identity and the nation-state provide the basis of the global political order. However, it is debatable how far this can be attributed to what one might call the rise of nationalism. Nationalism reflected developments in the global political order as much as it caused them. The key connecting elements between nationalism and the global political order were the formation of nation-states and their relations with each other. Furthermore, the type of nation-state and structure of international relations itself changed from one phase to the next, changes which were accompanied by changes in nationalism. Obviously there is an internal history to nationalism, based on pre-existing sentiments and senses of identity, on struggles between social groups for power, and on changes in the way states function and relate to their societies. However, studies of nationalism tend to focus overwhelmingly on this internal history and neglect the way nationalism is shaped by as well as shapes the changing forms of global politics. In this chapter I have tried to focus on this aspect of the subject. In the contemporary stage of the interaction between global politics and nationalism there remains one superpower and speeded up forms of globalization based on open economies and new technologies of movement and communication. The unfreezing of international relations has allowed many diverse and conflicting forms of nationalism to take shape. Some of these seek to subvert and others to strengthen existing nation-states in ways which are similar to historical forms of nationalism. Thus nationalists who stress protection against immigration or the imposition of cultural homogeneity on citizens follow in the footsteps of earlier types of ethnic nationalism. Nationalists who demand expansion in the name of claiming national territory do the same. So do nationalists who try to lead secessions from existing states. The language used may change, with separatist movements stressing human rights and democracy perhaps rather than ethnic identity, as that fits better the current global political situation, but the politics is similar. There may also be more in the way of such movements, given the weakening of the commitment to the principle of state sovereignty. More interestingly, the ways in which nation-state sovereignty is being eroded can help generate novel forms of nationalism. In other chapters in this book it has been suggested that one should think of globalization as transforming rather than either destroying or leaving untouched nation-state sovereignty. The nation-state becomes more an enabling institution in a web of international, transnational, and global networks. If this is the case, I suggest it will generate new kinds of nationalism. Some of these will see their purpose as to resist this transformation of the nation-state, for example by opposing supranational agreements on free population movement or the development of multilateral military institutions. Some of these will see it as their purpose to exploit these transformations in the nation-state, for example by arguing for devolution and multiculturalism, for connections between the same nationality groups across state boundaries. New kinds of diaspora nationalism are emerging, using the new technologies of communications to maintain links. Notions like a Europe of the regions can also underpin new kinds of national movements. What the historical perspective suggests as the most important change is that nationalism is shifting away from a focus on the independent nation-state towards other kinds of political or cultural objectives. Indeed, it is often not even calling itself nationalism. No sooner do we think we have tied down the subject, than it transmutes into something else. It is only by putting it into its precise historical or contemporary context that we can grasp these transmutations. Writers on nationalism have constantly anticipated that it is about to come to an end. The first secular creeds of modernity, liberalism and socialism, assumed that global ties would create a cosmopolitan world, whether based on free trade capitalism or classless communism. Narrow nationalism had no place in such a globalized world. What these ideas failed to grasp was that the major power container for managing the new global processes would be the territorial, sovereign state. This state used new technology to create superior military power, guided economic development, and increasingly shaped its population through mass schooling and control over the patterns of their interactions, and finally by providing many of the social services earlier associated with families and small communities. At the same time, the formation of a mobile, participatory society swept aside legitimations for state authority based on privilege, heredity, and religion. Nationalism provides the new legitimation for such states. It matched the development of the sovereign state ruling over the demarcated territory with the idea that the world was divided into diverse and distinct nations. It put the nation as source of authority in place of privilege and religion. It also proved capable of generating emotional solidarity that appealed to large-scale societies made up of diverse people who were strangers to each other. This was something that liberalism and socialism had not been able to achieve on their own. Why nationalism has managed to achieve this is a matter of fierce debate. At one extreme, nationalism is seen as an expression of a pre-existing and strong sense of solidarity, nations, ethnies, races. Only on such an existing solidarity, these writers argue, is it possible to create the modern bonds of nationalism. At the other extreme, nationalism is seen as something manipulated by modern political elites in order to secure power in the state. The second view can fit well with the view of international relations as relations between states which act fairly rationally on the basis of clear interests and calculations. The first view, by contrast, tends to see honor and emotions as playing an important part in international relations and making them unstable. My own view is somewhat different. I have argued that nationalism is a political idea and practice which mirrors the emergence of the new order of sovereign, territorial states and which alters its character as that order goes through different historical phases. Where there are shared values, nationalism will exploit these as expressions of national identity, e.g. making Hinduism Indian, but this only works effectively in the context of modern state formation and global political conflict. These and other approaches can be combined in a great variety of arguments, so I doubt the debate will ever be settled. As nation-states espousing nationalist values for whatever reason they have come into existence extended their domination through the world, above all in the form of imperialist nationalist conflict, those living in the areas brought under their domain were in turn compelled to use the nationalist idea. The nationalist idea is derivative in the sense that there is a constant imitation of the basic claims about the existence of nations and their right to have their own states. However, nationalism takes distinctive customs, histories, values, and ways of life to justify these basic claims, so it always looks very different in one place compared to another. This is why it is pointless to argue, for example, that nationalism is opposed to religion or is combined with religion, or replaces religion. It does all three, depending on whether a nationalizing of religion serves the political purposes of nationalism. It is this that gives some plausibility to the self-perception of each nationalism, that it is unique and that it is its unique national qualities that account for the appeal and strength of nationalism. Nevertheless, one nationalism on closer inspection looks very like another. Furthermore, despite the capacity of nationalists to form organizations and even generate popular support, generally speaking, state subverting nationalism also required a favorable international situation which weakened the resistance of the state it opposed in order to succeed. This international situation also conditioned whether nationalism presented itself in ethnic or civic forms, as that was as much about gaining support from powerful external states as it was about mobilizing popular support for the nationalist movement. In the most recent phase of globalization, the nation-state as the basis of the global political order has been called into question. But whatever we might think will happen to the nation-state, that is an issue distinct from nationalism. State-strengthening nationalism might well mobilize around the defense of a threatened nation-state. State-subverting nationalism might well exploit the new preparedness of the USA and international bodies to intervene in the affairs of states in order to demand support for claims to separate statehood. But beyond this, nationalism may well also take on new forms in which the sovereign nation-state is no longer central but rather what matters are demands such as devolution or cultural recognition, which actually weaken the concept of state sovereignty. Having established itself as such a powerful idea, sentiment, and politics, nationalism is likely to adapt to new global political patterns just as it has done constantly over more than 2 centuries. Where it may once have matched the formation of a global political order founded on the sovereign nation-state, it may well adapt to a new political order in which the sovereign nation-state is less central. Certainly it is too early to write the obituary of nationalism. Question. 1. Which comes first, nations or nationalism? 2. Is nationalism the major factor in the formation of nation-states? 3. Why has nationalism spread across the world in the last 2 centuries? 4. Is it useful to distinguish between civic and ethnic forms of nationalism? 5. How and why did nationalism develop into imperialism? 6. Why did colonial peoples take up the idea of nationalism? 7. How can changes in global politics account for changes in nationalism? 8. How has the rise of the modern state shaped the development of nationalism? 9. How has the formation of global capitalism shaped the development of nationalism? 10. Is nationalism ultimately about preserving cultural identity against the modern pressure towards homogenization? 11. Nationalism is more important for strengthening than subverting the state. Discuss. 12. Contemporary globalization erodes nation-state sovereignty but does not undermine nationalism. Discuss. Guide to further reading. Debates on Nationalism. Smith, Anthony D. 1998, Nationalism and Modernism, A Critical Survey of Recent Theories of Nations and Nationalism, London, Routledge. Provides a judicious survey of the different theories of nationalism. Ojkarimli, Umit, 2005, Contemporary Debates on Nationalism, A Critical Engagement, London, Palgrave. Deals with a number of recent debates, including the impact of globalization on nationalism. Broad Historical Studies of Nationalism. Bree, John, 1993, Nationalism and the State, 2nd ed., Manchester and Chicago, Chicago University Press. Compares various cases, starting in Europe around 1500 and including material from 20th century Asia and Africa. Hobsbawm, Eric, 1990, Nations and Nationalism since 1780, Program, Myth, Reality, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Focuses on Europe in the 19th century and the world more broadly after 1918. Broad Historical Studies of Globalization. Osterhammel, J. and Peterson, N.P. 2005, Globalization, A Short History, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. A Short and Clear Overview. Princeton McNeil, J.R., and McNeil, W.H. 2003, The Human Web, A Bird's Eye View of History, New York, W. W. Norton. The best single-volume world history of the networks human beings form that I know. Nationalism and International Relations. Cobbin, A. 1969, The Nation-State and National Self-Determination, London, Fontana. An older but still valuable study of the relationship between nationalism and self-determination. Moyult, J. 1990, Nationalism and International Society, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. The principal general study of the subject. Moore, M. ed. 1998, National Self-Determination and Secession, Oxford, Oxford University Press. An account of the issue of secession, nationalism and globalization. So far as I know, there are no general studies concerned solely with this subject. However, recent handbooks and general studies devote chapters to the relationship between globalization and nationalism. Among these are, Spencer, P. and Woolman, H. 2002, Nationalism, A Critical Introduction, Edinburgh, Edinburgh University Press, Delanty, G. and Kumar, K. eds. 2006, The Sage Handbook of Nations and Nationalism, London, Sage, especially the chapters in Part 2, Nations and Nationalism in a Global Age, Hutchinson, J. 2004, Nations as Zones of Conflict, London, Sage, especially Chapter 5, Nationalism and the Clash of Civilizations, Day, G. and Thompson, A. 2004, Theorizing Nationalism, London, Palgrave, Chapter 9, The Challenge of Globalization, Between Nationalism and Globalism, Guybernau, M. 2001, Globalization and Nationalism in Guybernau, M. and Hutchinson, J. eds. Understanding Nationalism, Cambridge, Polity Press. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/uk/org/Baylis_Smith 4e. Chapter 24. Culture in World Affairs. Simon Merton. Reader's Guide. The human experience is one of cultures. Culture and cultural differences have been at the heart of human behavior throughout history. Indeed, as the 20th century drew to a close, the salience of cultural explanations in international relations appeared to be heightened by the tremendous reorganization of world politics which followed the end of the Cold War and the release of a new wave of globalization. A step change in humanity's connectedness brought different cultures into closer contact, and challenged traditional patterns of culture and social order across the world. The new era of globalization forced the pace at which all peoples were meshing their cultural values with the imperatives of the global economic system and its ideological software. The West was the dominant ideological and cultural force in late 20th century globalization, and while Western-inspired culture appeared to be making the world more alike, the era also exhibited evolving patterns of cultural synthesis and, increasingly, new flows of cultural reciprocity. The pressures for change were great and so were the frictions produced. Different cultural groups clashed at a local level, but there was also a broader tension between global and local forces. New cultural suspicions contributed to new frontiers of international security. Introduction, Culture in Human Affairs. Wherever human beings form communities, a culture comes into existence. Cultures may be constructed on a number of levels, in village or city locations, or across family, clan, ethnic, national, religious, and other networks. All communities produce a linguistic, literary, and artistic genre, as well as beliefs and practices that characterize social life and indicate how society should be run. Culture transcends ideology, and is about the substance of identity for individuals in a society. An awareness of a common language, ethnicity, history, religion, and landscape represent the building blocks of culture. Few cultures are completely insular or unchanging, but, to be recognizable, totems of identity must enjoy some consensus and persistence within the community. Societies also define internal and external boundaries by inducing individuals and communities to believe in the value of their culture and the importance of its distinctiveness. Cultures almost always embody ideas and practices that support patterns of domination or hegemony within and between societies. Cultures refer to a variety of totems and boundaries, but religious affiliation has historically been among the most powerful of influences. Religions transmit values about the existence of gods, and how such knowledge must shape human life. The model established by religious doctrines gives most worshippers and worshipping societies a moral core, a community spirit, and a guide to social stability. While some religions, Judaism, Hinduism, and Sikhism, define a limited community and have little appeal to outsiders, other religions, Christianity and Islam, offer universal values to the community of humankind. When claims are made in societies about cultural authenticity, they are most often made about religious totems, and by those priests, mullahs, and gurus that claim to be qualified to transmit them. The rational and scientific foundations of Western modernity have challenged all religious faiths since the 18th century. The Western Enlightenment gradually allowed individuals to challenge God and its worldly government with questions and doubt. However, religion has retained a grip on the mind of humanity to this day, a fact that events in the late 20th century appeared to confirm. The Islamic revival from the 1970s was one of the great phenomena of the 20th century. In India, the secular foundations of the political system have been challenged by the rise of the Hindu revivalist, Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP. In China, the relaxation of communist totalitarianism allowed an explosion of local superstitions, most notably the Falun Gong movement, a cult inspired by a Chinese guru based in the United States. Across Southeast Asia, Islamic, Christian, and Buddhist revivalism was evident, as was increasing intercommunal conflict. In Russia and Eastern Europe, Orthodox and other Christian sects retook a public space in former communist societies. Culture is clearly important to human beings, then, but using it as an analytical tool can be problematic. Culture is such a multifaceted concept that it may only be possible to apply in rather vague and intuitive ways. Deciding what culture is and isolating its influence is the key problem. Cultures can never really be described in their entirety, partly because they are too complex and dynamic. In practice, seeing through the cultural maze requires the identification of cultural totems and some generalization about them, the images, meanings, norms, values, stories, and practices that seem particularly significant in determining what political or social life looks like. Describing patterns of belonging and exclusion by undertaking some degree of generalization can be a fraught kind of study. Few thinkers on culture can have escaped being accused of too much generalization or of some biased and malign motive. Cultural analysis often produces deep disagreements. Yet, thinking about culture is worthwhile. It is difficult to look at the world and not see culture. Culture can help us understand why humans act in the way they do, and what similarities and differences exist among them. Indeed, understanding the role of culture in world politics has been given added relevance by the quantitative and qualitative revolution in human connectedness and the corresponding acceleration of cultural synthesis which has taken place since the development of a new era of globalization in the late 20th century. Box 24.1 Bhikkuparek on Religion and the Construction of Identity. Outlining why religion matters so much to the construction of individual identity and culture in many societies, Bhikkuparek observed. However unworldly its orientation might be, every religion has a moral core, and an inescapable political dimension. If I am expected to be my brother's keeper or to love my neighbor or be an integral part of the Ummah, the universal Islamic community, or if I believe that everyone is created by God, it deeply matters to me how others live and are treated by their fellow humans and the state. Religious people sincerely wish to live out their beliefs and do not see this as an exclusively private or even personal matter. Parek 1997a, 5. Culture writ large, the civilization. The broadest construction of cultural identity is the civilization. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the European notion of civilization was linked to social and intellectual accomplishment. The supposed superiority of European civilization, with its Greek and Roman heritage and its modernity expressed in the nation-state and science, was implicit in the term. Defining those outside civilization the other made the idea more meaningful, and shaped the way in which areas and peoples of the world were regarded. Within Europe, civilized rules were applicable. Outside they were not. As Europeans built their world empires, they imposed their culture by force. Only by the mid-20th century did European beliefs about their cultural superiority begin to change, although the idea that the West represented a model of progress continued. Civilization was redefined as a descriptive term to categorize the broadest groups of people that were able to identify with a sufficiently coherent set of aesthetic, philosophic, historic, and social traditions. Civilizations represent coherent traditions, but are dynamic over time and place. For instance, medieval Christendom drew on ancient and Eastern civilizations for many of its philosophical and technological advances. Subsequently, Christendom was remolded into a European civilization based around the nation-state and, finally, was expanded and adapted in North America, and eventually redesignated as Western civilization. The process embodied both physical and conceptual reformulation, with theocratic, monarchical, and nationalist values superseded by the liberal ideal of human rights, democracy, and free markets. What is important to understand about the rise of the liberal ideal as the definitive marker of Western civilization was that, even for its principal promoters in Britain and the United States, it emerged from a long process of meshing and disentangling with quite contradictory ideas and practices. In the 19th and 20th centuries, Britons and Americans meshed their liberalism with a concept of civilization that claimed cultural and racial superiority over non-Europeans. Liberalism ran alongside the contradictions of imperial conquest, racial enslavement, and colonial rule. In the second half of the 20th century, with the signing of the Atlantic Charter in 1941 being an important moment of future intentions, the most outrageous contradictions in Anglo-American liberalism were ironed out, and the liberal ideal became synonymous with what it was to be Western. Today, a number of distinct cultural formations clearly exist, notably the Western, Islamic, Indian, and Chinese. Other peoples are not so easily pigeonholed, either because they are not united around sufficiently distinct or powerful cultural totems, or because they are torn between different civilizations. In this respect, the location of peoples in South America, Africa, and Russia is problematic. However, no civilization is completely distinct from the influence of others, and all have been particularly affected by the influence of the West. Box 24.2 The Western Account of Culture. There is the whole corpus of cultural and philosophical knowledge which provides the underpinning for the Western cultural account. Primarily, this account emphasizes the possibility of individual and social progress through the application of universal rationality and empirical science, goals which involve the mastery of nature for human ends. Then there is the status of the individual human being, who is at the ontological center of the Western idea of modernity. The significance of the individual is reflected in debates about the sources of moral and political authority, in the conceptions of free will versus determinism, and in accounts seeking to explain the dynamism of market societies by reference to the purposive behavior of rational consumers. Oxford 1995, 2. The significance of cultures today. During the Cold War, cultural differences ostensibly took a backseat to the global geopolitical struggle between the United States and Soviet Union. Differences were defined in ideological and economic terms, and superimposed upon world politics regardless of cultural characteristics. Both superpowers offered their model to the world for imitation, and alignment to one of the two great blocs defined the other. The end of the Cold War saw a radical reshaping of world politics, with the triumph of the West reinforced by a revolution in the technology of communications. A new age of globalized capitalism was in the making. Cultural analysis was central in a number of seminal texts that appeared to explain what was happening in the post-Cold War world, especially Francis Fukuyama's End of History, 1992, Samuel Huntington's Clash of Civilizations, 1996, and Benjamin Barber's Jihad vs. Macworld, 1996. Above all, culture offered a way of understanding the similarities and differences of the New Age, where a new globalizing cosmopolitan culture met a world of many cultures, and where existing communities and cultures were in closer contact with each other. The power of global capitalism and its consumer culture looked immense. The United States, and its European and Japanese allies, initially dominated the emerging pattern of global hegemony. John Agnew and Stuart Corbridge perceived that a new deterritorialized geopolitical order, the hegemony of transnational liberalism, was emerging, and commented that a new ideology of the market, and of market access, was being embedded in and reproduced by a powerful constituency of liberal states, international institutions, and what might be called the circuits of capital themselves. Agnew and Corbridge, 1995, 166. Much of the world was brought into the world market economy and indoctrinated with its values. In most of the developing world, state-centered socialism was abandoned, and engagement with the West sought. Francis Fukuyama certainly thought that the great debates about how societies should be run were basically over. What Fukuyama termed the liberal idea, the combination of liberal democracy and the market, had drawn a finishing line in the history of political and social development. Fukuyama, 1992, 45. The liberal idea was the best that anybody was going to get. Other forms of political and social organization had been superseded. The degree of cultural penetration embodied in the new hegemony was profound. A wave of democratization passed through much of the world. Just as significant was the influence of what Benjamin Barber called McWorld, the inescapable experience of consumer icons, such as Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Disney, Nike, and Sony, and the ubiquitous landscape of shopping malls, cinemas, sports stadiums, and branded restaurants. Beside the phenomenon of cultural crowding out, liberal reformism also drove the transformation of non-Western societies by drawing women and young people into a world of wage-earning work and consumption. Traditional socio-economic hegemonies were liable to be blown apart as men and women were encouraged to count value in terms of money, consumption, and entertainment rather than in terms of duty, community, and piety. Economic man was disinclined to care about the socio-cultural being if that contradicted the imperatives of the market. The cultural impact of the new wave of globalization was felt worldwide, including in the West itself, although the discontinuities were much greater for non-Westerners. Box 24.3 Francis Fukuyama on Islam in the world of universal liberalism. For Francis Fukuyama, the end of the Cold War had left the liberal idea, liberal democracy and market capitalism, as humankind's universal project. To Fukuyama, it seemed that there was no ideology with pretensions to universality that was in a position to challenge liberal democracy, and no universal principle of legitimacy other than the sovereignty of the people. Fukuyama could only see localized resistance to the liberal idea, notably in the form of Islam. Fukuyama perceived that the appeal of Islam was potentially universal, reaching out to all men as men. And Islam has indeed defeated liberal democracy in many parts of the Islamic world, posing a grave threat to liberal practices even in countries where it has not achieved political power directly. Despite the power demonstrated by Islam in its current revival, however, it remains the case that this religion has virtually no appeal outside those areas that were culturally Islamic to begin with. The days of Islam's cultural conquests, it would seem, are over. It can win back lapsed adherents, but has no resonance for the young people of Berlin, Tokyo, or Moscow. And while nearly 1 billion are culturally Islamic, 1/5 of the world's population, they cannot challenge liberal democracy on its own territory on the level of ideas. Indeed, the Islamic world would seem more vulnerable to liberal ideas in the long run than the reverse. Fukuyama, 1992, 45-6. The multiculturalism of globalization. As the new era of globalization unfolded in the 1990s, Western culture was undoubtedly the predominant stream, but the development of globalizing cosmopolitan culture drew on many influences and it would become increasingly multicultural. The never-ending quest of global and local capitalists to entertain and sell did much to further cultural synthesis, most obviously in the realms of dress, art, film, television, and food. One only has to think of the output of Disney to see how the stories and images of local cultures are absorbed into a globalized mainstream. Elsewhere, Western-originated images and aspirations are mediated to the Middle East and Asian continent through India's Bollywood film industry. Chinese, Indian, and French culinary culture coexists with McDonald's and Kentucky Fried Chicken almost everywhere on Earth. By the early 21st century, it seemed likely that the rising giants of China and India would begin exerting a much more sustained cultural influence across the world. The international production and marketing of the Chinese-inspired motion pictures, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, 2000, Hero, 2002, and House of Flying Daggers, 2004, for instance, looked like an important cultural moment for China and the world. Globalization did create a cosmopolitan consumer culture which was apt to make different parts of the world more alike, but humanity was not about to become identical. Local ethnic and religious cultures survive alongside globalized culture and, as people and ideas increasingly flow around the world, they exist in closer proximity to other cultures. The arenas for cultural mixing were the world's great cities London, Paris, Berlin, Moscow, New York, Los Angeles, Sydney, and others, and living in such places required embracing tolerance and multiculturalism, or it meant an urban nightmare of intercommunal suspicion and conflict. Today, Muslims, Christians, Jews, Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, and pagans from all races and sects do live side by side in varying degrees of conflict and cooperation. The consequences of cultural proximity are complex. Multicultural settings create multiple identities, and so challenge the totems of existing cultures as well as the interests of some of those within them. Above all, multiculturalism tends to undermine patriarchal culture. The uplifting of women in the West was the most significant social phenomenon of the 20th century, and one that multiculturalism and globalization promises to extend everywhere. Key points. Culture defines the identity of individuals in a society. A culture is composed of the customs, norms, and genres that inform social life. Religion remains a key influence. Civilization is the broadest form of cultural identity, and represents a level of identity that may spread across nations and states. Cultural groups often define themselves by representing different cultures as alien, or as the other. The West has been the dominant civilization in the modern age, and all other civilizations have had to deal with its influence, whether welcome or not. The end of the Cold War heightened the significance of cultural identity. The hegemony of the West and of its liberal capitalism challenged the culture and social order of most societies. Globalization also fostered multicultural landscapes across the world. The counter-revolutionaries of the global age. As globalized modernity challenged all societies, the forces of reaction gathered everywhere, although this was especially notable in the non-Western world. The West was widely stereotyped for its arrogance, irresponsible individualism, and permissive sexual practices, and its liberal capitalism denounced as exploitative and morally bankrupt. In the absence of a global-level theory of resistance, the opposition to liberalizing globalization was largely parochial and led by cultural conservatives, a fact reflected in the religious core of much of it. Across the world, societies clung to the familiar by remembering religion and associated values, for not everyone wishes the freedom to question, to doubt, and to be troubled. As ever, religion helped humans deal with uncertainty and fear, clarifying the purpose of human life and regulating the behavior of individuals, families, and groups in worldly society. If religious doctrines were not taken on wholesale, then they were often translated into backward-looking moral prescriptions about such things as the role of women, the education of youth, the nature of personal responsibility, the punishment of deviancy, and the definition of the outsider. Wherever religious values made ground, it was clear that they could not be kept out of politics. Popular culture was at the forefront of the cultural counter-revolution. In Saudi Arabia and Iran, the Islamic regime sought to exclude news, films, music videos, and the world's rising tide of pornography by banning satellite television and restricting access to the internet. It was a battle that was difficult to win. The place of women in society, and especially the issue of veiling, the hijab, was the key totem for Islamists who sought to bolster the institutions of traditional culture and social control. In Asia, a debate about the importance of Asian values also got underway, with the state business elite turning the liberal idea on its head, and arguing that individualism and pluralism actually negated economic success. Asian values in Malaysia and Singapore meant a liberal legislation to control the aspirations and behavior of youth. Even in the United States, revivalist Christians who railed against the secular state, Hollywood social values, abortion, the teaching of evolution, and the putative cosmopolitanism of contemporary America were a force to be reckoned with. The contemporary Christian mission was to imbue America's capitalism with older notions of community and morality. Religious revivalism sometimes took the form of extreme literalism, often termed fundamentalism. The roots of fundamentalism varied. Messianic preachers continued to find audiences around the world. More significantly, fundamentalism often stemmed from a wider angst that existing society was being overrun in some way. Many fundamentalist groups were born in opposition to the perceived evils of modernity's secularism, pluralism, social atomization, and moral emptiness. Claiming the legitimacy of God, fundamentalists could formulate interpretations of their faith that allowed for political and social violence, and sometimes even looked forward to some apocalyptic final vision. Fundamentalists often sought to purify society in the most extreme ways. Thus, just as the Marxist-inspired revolutionaries of the 1950s and 1960s disappeared, a new breed of religious militants became a principal cause of sub-state terrorism in the world. Islamic fundamentalism led a new wave of violence. In Algeria and Egypt, Islamists proved themselves to God by committing the most terrible acts of brutality. In India, fundamentalist Muslim and Sikh secessionists fought pitched battles with the Indian army, while Hindu extremists responded with force. Extremism could also be found in Christianity. In the United States, the Waco siege and the Oklahoma bombing were the most spectacular manifestations of violent paranoia. Eastern religion produced the Aum Shinrikyo sect in the 1990s, a group that sought to commit mass murder on the Tokyo underground with the use of sarin nerve gas. Where fundamentalists did find a credible voice, the prospects for meshing global and local cultures smoothly was much reduced. A clash of civilizations. The significance of culture following the Cold War was reflected in a debate led by Harvard professor, Samuel Huntington. In an article entitled The Clash of Civilizations, Foreign Affairs, 1993, and in a subsequent book, 1996, Huntington offered a new paradigm of world politics in which the principal patterns of conflict and cooperation were shaped by culture and, ultimately, by civilization. Huntington suggested that the civilizations that would determine the future of international politics were the Western, Confucian, Japanese, Islamic, Hindu, Slavic Orthodox, Latin American, and possibly African. Huntington 1993, 25. Box 24.4 Fundamentalism. Fundamentalism is more than a political protest against the West or the prevailing establishment. It also reflects deep-seated fear of modern institutions and has paranoid visions of demonic enemies everywhere. It is alarming that so many people in so many different parts are so pessimistic about the world that they can only find hope in fantasies of apocalyptic catastrophe. Fundamentalism shows a growing sense of grievance, resentment, displacement, disorientation, and anomie that any humane, enlightened government must attempt to address. Armstrong 1997, 17. For Huntington, the clash of civilizations was a historic development. The history of the international system had been essentially about the struggles between monarchs, nations, and ideologies within Western civilization. The end of the Cold War inaugurated a new era, where non-Westerners were no longer the hapless recipients of Western power, but now counted among the movers of history. The rise of civilizational politics intersected four long-run processes at play in the international system. 1. The relative decline of the West. 2. The rise of the Asian economy and its associated cultural affirmation, with China poised to become the greatest power in human history. 3. A population explosion in the Muslim world, and the associated resurgence of Islam. 4. The impact of globalization, including the extraordinary expansion of transnational flows of commerce, information, and people. The coincidence of these factors was forging a new international order. Underpinning the new politics were cultural revivals on a grand scale. The world was becoming a smaller place, and this was raising human consciousness about cultural differences. Global economic changes had also weakened local loyalties. With Western-originated ideas widely seen to have failed, communities sought to recreate some rooted past. Socialism and nationalism gave way to Islamization, Hinduzation, and Russianization. The liberal idea may have been presented as a new universal by the West, but its individualism, secularism, pluralism, democracy, and human rights had only superficial resonance in Islamic, Sunnic, Hindu, Buddhist, and Orthodox cultures. In reality, the differences between civilizations ran deep. They were about man and God, man and woman, the individual and the state, and notions of rights, authority, obligation, and justice. Culture was about the basic perceptions of life that had been constructed over centuries. For Huntington, culture worked at the level of motivation. States remained key actors, but civilizational politics became real when states and peoples identified with each other's cultural concerns or rallied around the core state of a civilization. The Orthodox, Hindu, Sunnic, and Japanese civilizations were clearly centered on powerful unitary states. The West had a closely linked core that included the United States, Britain, France, and Germany. Islam was without a clear core state, and for this reason experienced much more intra-civilizational conflict as a number of contenders Turkey, Iran, Iraq, Egypt, Saudi Arabia competed for influence. The fact that Islam was divided did not refute the idea that a pan-Islamic consciousness existed. Cultural conflict could be found at a micro and a macro level. At the micro level, groups from different civilizations were prone to conflict across local fault lines, and by means of a king-country syndrome were liable to bring in their wider brethren. Huntington observed that Islam had particularly bloody borders, a situation that would continue until Muslim population growth slowed in the second or third decade of the 21st century. At the macro level, a more general competition was evident, with the principal division between the West and, to varying degrees, the rest. According to Huntington, the West's dominance was most contested by the two most dynamic non-Western civilizations, the Sunnic and Islamic. Resistance to the West was most evident over issues such as arms control and the promotion of Western political values, which were regarded as a form of neo-imperialism. Huntington's thesis was highly contentious, with critics pointing to conceptual and empirical problems, Merton 1999. The treatment of culture was brief, and the conclusions very pessimistic. Huntington failed to tell the stories of interaction and synthesis that have always gone on between civilizations. Having lost the Soviet Union as its other, some thought Huntington was needlessly constructing new enemies for the West, and that the clash of civilizations could become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Much of the criticism was based on caricature, but some reflected the difficulty of trying to use culture to analyze world politics. Unpacking the myriad of factors that cause conflicts with such an all-encompassing tool as the notion of civilization is problematic. Where Huntington could really be criticized, though, was in his downplaying of the power of global economics and its culture. Huntington failed to recognize the extent to which traditional cultures are penetrated by global-level society and markets, and how the belligerency of even the keenest of civilizational warriors is usually tempered by the imperatives of the market and the international system. Notwithstanding the problems with his proposed paradigm, Huntington initiated an important discussion about human motivations following the Cold War, and about the emerging patterns of international conflict and cooperation. The civilization may be not a particularly coherent unit, but that did not mean that underlying cultural preferences do not exert specific and general influences. The clash of civilizations may not have told the whole story of what was happening in the post-Cold War world, but it told part of it. Key points. The new wave of globalization has met local resistance in some places from those seeking to preserve their cultures from unbridled change. Religious revivalism has been a global phenomenon since the 1970s. Religious fundamentalism has become the most important cause of domestic and international terrorism in many parts of the world. As the Cold War came to an end, a discourse was led by Samuel Huntington which suggested that a clash of civilizations was about to become the principal cause of international conflict. A counter-revolution at the civilizational level, the case of Islam. In much of the post-Cold War debate about culture in world politics, Islam came into the frame. Parts of the Muslim world seemed troubled by modernity, and appeared to be a particular source of conflict. Many Islamic activists were locked in conflict against adjoining civilizations and secular states across the Balkans, West and East Africa, the Middle East, the Caucasus, Central Asia, India, Indonesia, and the Philippines, with their efforts to promulgate Islamic law a particularly explosive issue. An Islamic militancy that emphasized the corrupt character of Western modernity had also been a clear factor in world politics since the Iranian Revolution of 1978-9. Islamic culture in the modern age. The Islamic world represents an example par excellence of the experience of almost all non-Western societies in the modern age. Islamic peoples have had to deal with the geopolitical and cultural hegemony of the West since the 18th century. The collapse of the Ottoman Empire at the end of the First World War heralded a new era in which the secular, nationalist, and authoritarian state became the dominant form of political organization. Modernizers in the Muslim world argued that Islam was the cause of backwardness and decline, and that modernization required the imitation of Western forms of culture and organization. In Mustafa Kemal's Turkey, the Ottoman Caliphate was abolished in 1924, and Western forms of law, script, and dress enforced. Women were forcibly unveiled. A similar model was adopted in Iran and the Arab world, although the attack on Islam was never quite so thoroughly pursued. Islam was divided by Turkish, Iranian, and Arab nationalisms. Secular nationalism was to be a failure in the Middle East. In some places, notably Syria and Iraq, the state was hijacked by minority groups. The forces of Arab nationalism also foundered on their demonstrable inability to take on Israel, with the Six-Day War of June 1967 being a shattering blow. Jerusalem was lost. The June War was a turning point, and although the idea of an Arab nation retained an appeal, a new force was stirring. That force was revivalist Islam. Economic failure deepened the crisis. Rapid population growth and rural-urban migration meant that urban life was characterized by poor housing, strained services, and widespread underemployment. The young urban poor had little hope of a better life. In the 1950s and 1960s, secular elites had at least appealed to the masses with socialism and nationalism, but after the Infida opening model was initiated in Anwar Sadat's Egypt in the 1970s, the interests, values, and lifestyles of the elites turned towards the West. The elites essentially abandoned the masses, leaving Islam as the voice of opposition not only to the ruling regimes, but also to the cultural penetration that came with Infida. A deeper malaise within Islamic societies also drove the revival. According to Sohail Hashimi, the Islamic revival was a complex mix of elements both unique to the Muslim world and shared with other post-colonial societies. The Islamic challenge is trivialized if explained as merely resentment of the power and wealth of the West. It derives its vitality and its appeal from a much more elemental factor, the widespread conviction that Islamic history has gone horribly astray, and that Muslim realities for centuries have been widely divergent from Islamic ethics. The fact today that Muslim countries are characterized by some of the most notoriously authoritarian regimes provides a powerful internal dynamic to the use of Islam as a revolutionary force. The fact that Muslim countries range in economic prosperity from the fabulously wealthy to the hopelessly impoverished provides a second powerful internal dynamic to the upsurge of religiously based calls for social justice. Hashimi 1996, 17. The Islamic revival that began in the Middle East would eventually spread across the entire Muslim world. The conservative Islamic monarchies of the Gulf promoted missionary, dawah, activities, but the Islamic revival was really a mass movement born in the crisis of modernization. Many young Muslims, especially those in the urban poor and lower middle class, turned to Islam as a culture that gave the forgotten and the hopeless self-worth. Key points. The impact of the West has been the principal issue facing Islamic civilization since the 18th century. Muslim modernizers sought to imitate the West, but the performance of the secular state disappointed many in much of the Middle East. A crisis of modernization exists in many Muslim societies. Poor economic performance has left large numbers of the urban population poor and frustrated. Islam remains a powerful influence in the Muslim world. When secular states faltered, Islam was there to fill the vacuum of leadership. Islamic fundamentalism. The Islamic revival had many manifestations, but it was a new militant politics that had the most dramatic effects. Sayyid Qutb in Egypt, d. 1966, Abu al-Ala al-Maududi in Pakistan, d. 1979, and Ruhollah Khomeini in Iran, d. 1989, led a militant Islamic discourse that struck a chord across the Muslim world. Most militants advocated a return to the basic texts of Islam, thus, the term Islamic fundamentalists, and the implementation of an Islamic state through Islamic law, the Sharia. The militants spoke of striving for the faith in the language of jihad, holy struggle, and martyrdom. Militant Islam stood in opposition to Western-led modernity. Liberalism and Islam do represent two different systems for understanding, appreciating, and behaving in the world. Liberalism is a vision of economic liberation, individual choice, and the removal of social restraints. Islam may be able to absorb some liberal references, but, ultimately, it is a vision of submission to God, the believer community, and a certain kind of social order. Islamic societies tend to frown on the idea of individual consciousness and choice. In the post-Enlightenment West, the idea of a better future has been a central one. In militant Islam, Muslims look forward to a better past. The perfect Islamic polity was established in the first years of Islam, and its eternal principles recorded in the Quran and other early scripts. The Quran and Sharia represented the perfect constitution, in which sovereignty resided in God, not in human beings. Many Islamists recognized the validity of consultation, shura, but the idea of popular democracy was alien. For some militants, certain Islamic injunctions such as a criminal law that conducts public executions as well as amputations, and the archaic regulation of women and non-Muslims were totems of an authentic Islamic community and could not be reformed. The Muslim Brotherhood, Ikhwan al-Muslimin, an organization originally founded in Egypt by Hassan al-Banna in 1928, and spread to Syria, Palestine, Jordan, and North Africa, organized the Islamic revival. Muslim brotherhoods were both political organizations and benevolent social foundations. Much of the time, Muslim brotherhoods focused on supporting Muslims in their communities, but on occasions members turned to politics and even to violence. In Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood led a violent protest against the secular socialist state led by Gamal Abdul Nasser. Sayyid Qutb, executed by Nasser's regime in 1966, became the icon of Sunni Muslim radicalism. Qutb argued that Islam was subject to a modern state of jahiliyyah, a term referring to the condition of ignorance that existed before the Prophet Muhammad's time. Refusing to accept the idea or legitimacy of the state or nation, Qutb denounced Nasser as an infidel. It was a Muslim's duty to wage a jihad against such corruption. Shia Muslims were moving in a separate but similar direction to militant Sunnis in the 1960s and 1970s. The driving force of Shia revivalism was Grand Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. Khomeini proposed a state dominated by religious scholars in which both political and religious primacy was vested in a supreme religious figure or council. The new system was termed the Vilayat-e-Faqih, the guardianship of the jurisconsult. The most senior Islamic expert would have the last word in ruling the state. It was a position that Khomeini was to fill himself. The Iranian Revolution that followed in 1978-9 would be about entrenching the Vilayat-e-Faqih in power, a process that was to take a number of years, and require the elimination of the Shia clergy's partners in the rebellion against the Shah's regime. The Iranian Revolution itself provided great impetus to the Islamic revival. While Iran's revolution was of limited theological significance to Sunni radicals, it was an example to emulate. A populist Islamic movement had overthrown a powerful secular state, what had seemed impossible had been done, and the language of jihad and martyrdom vindicated. In fact, Islamic revolution was not about to sweep across the Arab world, but during the 1970s and 1980s a crescendo of Islamic protest shook the Middle East. Most Islamic violence was directed at Muslim societies themselves. While most Islamic revivalists broadly agreed over ends in Islamic State and Sharia law, they did differ over means. The most militant wanted a revolution, but most were reluctant to engage in all-out war. Mainstream Islamists sought to conduct a dialogue over gradually extending their values. For Muslim governments, keeping the mainstream away from the extremists was the central dynamic of politics. In Jordan, the Muslim Brotherhood was brought into a democratization process quite successfully. In Egypt, the state struggled to keep the Muslim Brotherhood and violent secret societies apart, but eventually ground the Islamists down. In Algeria, the army took decisions that brought mainstream and militants together in agreement over means, and produced a savage civil war. For the time being, the Islamic militants had met their match in the Middle Eastern state. September 11, 2001 and its aftermath. By the early 1990s, the Islamic revival appeared to have peaked. The grand dreams of some militants about seizing the state could not be realized. Instead, some puritanical preachers now hope to revive Islam from the grassroots first. The threat to the Middle Eastern state receded, but the result was chronic social violence as these grassroots Islamists sought to take back the streets. However, just as the Islamic revival seemed blocked, the new wave of globalization which followed the end of the Cold War as well as the Gulf War of 1991 gave it new life. The coincidence of socio-cultural pressures with real geopolitical grievances primed what happened next. Following Iraq's defeat in 1991, the United States created a security regime across the Middle East, which included the garrisoning of U.S. forces in Saudi Arabia. The presence of infidel troops in the land of the two holy cities of Mecca and Medina was so outrageous to a body of Islamic opinion that it galvanized a new phenomenon. A cotter of wealthy and well-educated Islamists, Osama bin Laden was the doyen who had the ideas, the money, and the contacts to forge a new global alliance of militants, dedicated to fighting the invasions of the West and its version of modernity. From a refuge in Afghanistan and Pakistan, what was to become known as the Al-Qaeda organization offered ideological, training, and financial support to various kinds of Islamic militants everywhere. Drawing on religious references to jihad and martyrdom, the organization fostered the cult of the suicide bomber, an innovation in Sunni Islam not simply as an act of nihilism, but as the ultimate expression of the worship of God. Attacks on U.S. interests in Saudi Arabia and East Africa in the latter 1990s were but a prelude to the colossal events which took place at the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon in Washington on September 11, 2001. Case study schematic of the militant Islamic movement in the Afghan-Pakistan milieu, c. 2001. Al-Qaeda leaders declared a global-level counter-revolution against the USA and its allies while residing in Afghanistan in the mid-late 1990s. However, it is important to understand that few Islamic militants in the Afghan-Pakistan milieu aspired in reality to overthrow the West and the entire world order. The concerns of the vast majority of Islamic militants were far more parochial. What made Al-Qaeda significant in the Afghan-Pakistan milieu was that it was able to position itself at the intersection between what can be seen as the three constellations of emphasis/interest in the contemporary Islamic movement: the globalists, global counter-revolutionaries, the geopoliticals, those harnessing Islam in local geopolitical conflicts, and the traditionalists. Above all, Al-Qaeda exploited the grievances stemming from older geopolitical conflicts for its own global-level objectives. It was where non-Muslim foreign powers, such as the USA, Serbia, Israel, Russia, India, Australia, and the Philippines, affronted Muslims in their homelands, which enabled Al-Qaeda to network among other kinds of Islamic activists. Thus, it is arguable that Al-Qaeda could not be seen as a manifestation of some vast ideological struggle between liberal modernity and a coherent movement of Islamic rejectionists. Rather, Al-Qaeda's real center of gravity lay in older geopolitical conflicts which could, in principle, be resolved. The attacks of 9/11 not only led to the so-called global war on terrorism, but also to developments in the discourse about civilization. The U.S. administration of George W. Bush steered its definition of civilization back towards an association with a standard of good. Of course, this standard of good was formed around an essentially American vision of freedom and democracy. The conceptual guru of this universal civilization was Fukuyama, not Huntington. The world was to be divided into two civilizations, not 6 or 7, described as the civilized and the uncivilized. The uncivilized were led by the so-called axis of evil, composed of the states of Iraq, Iran, and North Korea. Thus, in the months after September 11, most Western leaders were keen to emphasize that the West had no fundamental quarrel with Islam itself, but only with the uncivilized stragglers of modernity, or, as Fukuyama termed them, Islamofascists. Of course, the new alignment of America's strategic interests with a new mission to civilize would eventually lead to the conquest of Iraq in 2003, although Fukuyama himself would later reject the viability of the vast socio-cultural experiment that this represented. Indeed, it was soon evident that Iraqis were having some trouble in meshing their cultural inclinations with the interests of the United States and the culture of liberalism. In the meantime, one of the consequences of 9/11 and its aftermath was that borders began to go back up. In the West, there was a new wave of alarm which fed into existing angst about an Islamic fifth column within Western societies, as well as more general concerns about the influx of immigrants and asylum seekers. The nature of multicultural society itself was questioned, with some Western leaders, notably in the United Kingdom, beginning to argue that a stable multicultural society required a bit less tolerance of difference and a bit more integration by minority communities. New security laws made the West a less liberal place. For those who believed that the struggle between liberal democracy and Islamofascism eventually would be resolved in the favor of the West, the tightening of borders and the rolling back of liberal values was a temporary expedient. Once the particular emergency was defeated, the new restrictions could be eased. Other Western thinkers wondered whether cultural conflict was endemic to the world of liberalizing globalization. Benjamin Barber perceived that the real problem lay in global capitalism's assault on local societies, which created the conditions of alienation, despair, and chaos. For Barber, what he termed McWorld and jihad existed in a parasitic dialectic. What was needed was a new civic democratic approach to manage globalized interdependency better, one that did not simply spread the worst features of globalization, organized crime, consumerism, and immorality, but gave local peoples more time and space to adapt. Barber 2002b, 262, reflecting some of the themes developed by Huntington, the British thinker, Roger Scruton, took an even more pessimistic view. For Scruton, Western civilization had developed in a way that embodied the seeds of its own destruction. Cosmopolitan liberalism was not only devoid of any deeply held values or sense of community, but it was now also weakening the territorial jurisdictions which made Western-style democracy possible. Scruton urged that the nation-state be bolstered and some of the free-flowing exchanges of globalization controlled in order to preserve the territorialized existence of the Western societies, as well as reduce the numbers of people in a state of flux from becoming lost, disillusioned, and vengeful. Scruton 2002, 159-60. The Future of Islam in the Global Age. The events of 9/11 and its aftermath set back the march of liberalizing globalization. Yet, while it was easy to emphasize the compatibility problems and conflicts between the Western and Islamic worlds, Muslim countries could not escape the realities of practical politics and economics. Even Islamists have had to be pragmatic, whether in opposition or power. The case of Iran is illuminating. The revolution of 1978-9 promoted a missionary Islam that sought to oppose the forces of corruption on earth, especially the United States. The Islamic Republic neglected the realities of power, but the costs were unsustainable, and by the mid-1980s, the revolution had produced its pragmatists. Fences were mended, and while the Islamic Republic continued to speak up for Muslim rights everywhere, it was less prone to act on this mission. The death of Ayatollah Khomeini in 1989 led to further reorganization. The presidencies of Hashemi Rafsanjani and Mohammad Khatami speeded change, with attempts to reform politics, economy, and society. The reformers realized that an Islamic insularity was not tenable in the global age. The young, women, and the middle class wanted more freedom, although there was a powerful conservative establishment determined to stop them having it. The process of change would not be straightforward, with the reformists suffering ups and downs in their sparring with the conservative incumbents of the theocratic institutions of the state. The fairness of parliamentary elections in February 2004, for instance, was undermined by the banning of hundreds of reformist candidates by the unelected Council of Guardians. The election of a revolutionary revivalist, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, as president in June 2005 was also a significant setback for those with more liberal inclinations. The struggle to define the future of Iranian society would be prolonged, but the Islamic Republic still held out the potential for becoming a model of Islamic adaptation. The inescapable dilemma for Islamists was that they could not promote their values without engaging with a world of politics and economics which was bound to affect the very nature of the Islamic community. Finding the right path was at the heart of contemporary Islamic discourse. By the 1990s, the breeze of reform also appeared to be growing in the Arab world, with the Islamic idea of shura, consultation, acting as a touchstone for political and social reform. Morocco, Jordan, and most of the Gulf states referred to shura when they introduced limited forms of representative assembly. Even among the ranks of Islamic fundamentalists, there was recognition that many ordinary Muslims wanted a voice. The struggle for the body and soul of Arab societies would also be lengthy, and it was difficult to imagine that Muslim democracy would resemble Western democracy anytime soon. The forces of globalization may demand a degree of conformity from all those engaged with it, but that does not mean that all traditional cultures will be tamed in the same way. Beyond the debates about the form of the Muslim state, the future of Islam stood to be influenced from the sub-state level. The Islamic community sustains a vast network of transnational contacts and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, which has been multiplied by the advent of the Internet. Islam has an enormous presence in cyberspace. While the cyberspace activities of violent Islamic groups are well known, the vast bulk of Islam online is benign, with much of its content limited to trying to influence the politics and culture of the Muslim societies. Conservative forces have a substantial presence, but cyberspace is also a forum for reformists, notably from the Muslim community in the West, who have more freedom to articulate innovative ideas about adapting Islam to the contemporary world. Muslim peoples have met liberalizing globalization with infinitely various combinations of imitation, resistance, and synthesis. Thus, for all the talk about civilizational conflict in the post-Cold War world, Islam's influence on international relations remains diffuse. Its influence on Muslim states and their international organizations is often overmatched by countervailing forces. Islamic civilization has no rallying point. While some Islamic militants are doing their best to rally the brethren, their grandiose dreams of a transnational Islamic revolution seem destined to be disappointed. Ultimately, and short of another aberration on the scale of 9/11, the likes of Al-Qaeda represent only a limited threat to Muslim states, Western states, and the international order. Islam is most influential as a social ideology among Muslims, and that is the realm in which it exerts its diffuse but considerable effect in the world. The sum of these Islamic social effects is important. Islam is a brake on the capacity of liberalizing globalization to transform Muslim societies, and it does limit the extent to which Muslim societies can absorb the norms of Western-style politics and economics. Key points. Islam militants have embraced a cultural conflict with the West. In the 1980s, the Iranian Revolution led militant Islamists against the West. In the 1990s, the Sunni Islamists of the Al-Qaeda network took up the torch. Islamic movements are suspicious of the global, but the pressures to be pragmatic are strong. The Iranian Revolution is a good example of how political and economic realities can force compromise on Islamists. Islam does not have a common voice. Muslims meet the forces of globalization in different ways. Muslim societies will continue to change in the 21st century. Conclusion. The new wave of globalization that emerged in the late 20th century brought an unknown level of intercultural interaction. The speed at which most cultures were evolving seemed to increase significantly. At the same time, there was a growing awareness that existing cultural identities were under threat, although whether this was translating itself into a reorganization of world politics in the way suggested by Samuel Huntington was another matter. What is clear, though, is that the globalization stressed societies and produced belligerent forms of cultural revivalism. A revival of religions was one of the most important manifestations of social and cultural insecurity. Religion appeared to offer fixed cultural totems, even if it did not. While most societies adapted to the momentous changes brought by globalization, violent resistance accompanied cultural revivalism. Religious fundamentalism was the most significant form of resistance, and although it was unlikely that these fundamentalists could stop the march of liberalizing globalization, the aggregate level of anarchy they created and the West's response to it, especially after the September 11 attacks, did begin to slow its progress. Localized cultural rearguard actions would continue to be fought well into the 21st century, but the imaginings of cultural authenticity were not only those of the parochial backwater, but were an impossible dream in the age of globalization. Questions. 1. What is culture? 2. How useful is the concept of culture when thinking about human societies and international relations? 3. How does religion influence cultural identity, and why has religion remained such a powerful influence in the world? 4. Why did Samuel Huntington argue that differences between civilizations would become the principal cause of international conflict after the end of the Cold War? 5. Is the clash of civilizations credible as a paradigm for understanding world politics after the Cold War? Are the alternative visions more plausible? 6. How many civilizations exist in the contemporary world? Does it matter? 7. How have Middle Eastern peoples responded to the preeminence of the West in the modern world? 8. Can the doctrines of Islamic revivalism forge an alternative model of modernity? 9. How have the September 11, 2001 attacks on the United States changed the debate about culture and globalization? Will any changes be lasting? 10. Human societies appear increasingly multicultural. Can such a world be stable? Guide to further reading. Agnew, John, and Corbridge, Stewart, 1995, Mastering Space, Hegemony, Territory, and International Political Economy, London, Routledge. A study on hegemony and cultural discourse since the 19th century, which argues that globalization has created a deterritorialized global hegemony. Axford, Barry, 1995, The Global System, Economics, Politics, and Culture, Cambridge, Polity Press. A study of Western modernity, and how it has been extended across the world. Barber, Benjamin, 1996, Jihad vs. Macworld, New York, Ballantine Books. An eloquent account of global culture and capitalism, and ways that it challenges local social systems and identities. Booth, Ken, and Dunn, Tim, eds. 2002, Worlds in Collision, Terror and the Future of Global Order, Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan. An edited volume reflecting on many aspects of world politics following the September 11, 2001 attacks, including chapters by Fukuyama, Derderian, Chomsky, Cox, Barber, Halliday, and Waltz. Fukuyama, Francis, 1992, The End of History and the Last Man, London, Penguin Books. The book that explained the power of the liberal idea, and proclaimed that the history of political development was now at an end. 2004, State Building, Governance and World Order in the 21st Century, London, Profile Books. Fukuyama's Second Thoughts about the Progress of the Liberal Idea. Fukuyama is now concerned that many developing states are too weak and divided to take on liberalism without a prolonged period of state building. Entrenching the rule of law first is more important than instituting liberal political, social, and economic freedoms. Huntington, Samuel, 1996, The Clash of Civilizations and the Remaking of the World Order, New York, Touchstone. The follow-up to his Foreign Affairs article, 1993, that argued that civilizational references were becoming the driving force of international affairs. Scruton, Roger, 2002, The West and the Rest, Globalization and the Terrorist Threat, London, Continuum. An opinion piece that reflects some of the anxieties about globalization within the West following September 11, 2001. It argues that civilizations are different and that all have been damaged by liberal globalization, including the West. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/uk/org/Baylis_Smith 4e. Chapter 25. Regionalism in International Affairs. Edward Best Thomas Christensen. Reader's Guide. This chapter provides an overview of the different regional arrangements that have emerged around the globe over the past 50 years. Having clarified the various concepts and definitions that are being used in this respect, the chapter outlines the main driving forces that explain the rise of regionalism in recent decades. The chapter then looks at the developments that have occurred in this regard in the Americas, in Africa, in Asia, and in the European Union, highlighting both the similarities and the differences between the various regional arrangements. The chapter argues that there is a global trend towards the establishment of regional mechanisms of cooperation and integration, and that there is no contradiction between globalization and regionalism. By contrast, regional arrangements are one way in which states in different parts of the world respond to the challenges of globalization. Introduction. Regionalism has become a pervasive feature of international affairs. According to the World Trade Organization, WTO, by July 2005 only one WTO member, Mongolia, was not party to any regional trade agreement, and a total of 330 such agreements had been notified. Regional peacekeeping forces have become active in some parts of the world. Regionalism has in the last decades become one of the forces challenging the traditional centrality of states in international relations. That challenge comes from two directions. The word region and its derivatives denote one distinguishable part of some larger geographical area. Yet they are used in different ways. On the one hand, regions are territories within a state, occasionally crossing state borders. On the other, regions are particular areas of the world, covering a number of different sovereign states. The issues raised for international relations have some elements in common. This chapter, however, looks only at regionalism in the international context, the range of special relationships between neighboring countries which represent more than normal diplomatic relations but in which the component parts retain legal personality under international law. The first section presents some basic concepts, dimensions, and debates. The second places regional cooperation in a global context and, without pretending to be exhaustive, reviews the main developments in the Americas, Africa, and Asia. The final section looks at the European Union, EU, where integration has, so far, uniquely gone beyond a regional organization to produce a new form of regional governance. Regional cooperation and regional integration. Regionalism has various dimensions, and terms need to be clarified. The term regionalization is often used to refer to the growth of societal integration within a region and the often indirect processes of social and economic interaction, Hurrell 1995, 39. Such processes produce interdependence and may also constitute deepening perceptions of common interests and identity, including self-awareness as a region. Yet the very nature and membership of regions may be contested, and there are very different forms of interaction between the various dimensions and dynamics of regionalism. Regional agreements cover different mixtures of economic, social, political, and security concerns, and there are different forms of interaction between regionalization and the various ways in which states may promote regional cohesion. In some cases, state-led actions have been responsible for an increase in real interaction. In others, the development of ties has been more one of market-led integration. When considering the different kinds of arrangements which may be agreed between countries, a distinction is often made between cooperation and integration. Regional cooperation has various forms. Functional cooperation refers to limited arrangements which are agreed between states in order to work together in particular areas, for example, in transport, energy, or health. Economic cooperation refers to agreements which foresee some degree of commercial preferentialism, but with no harmonization of domestic rules nor any obligation for common action in international affairs. Political cooperation entails mutual support and commitment regarding the implementation of certain values and practices within the countries. Cooperation in foreign and security policy means that governments systematically inform and consult each other, try to adopt common positions in international organizations, and may even implement joint actions elsewhere. There are no necessary connections between these different areas of cooperation. And none of this has any consequence for the international status of participating countries beyond normal obligations under international law. Formal regional integration refers to processes by which states go beyond the removal of obstacles to interaction between their countries and create a regional space subject to some distinct common rules. With regard to economic integration, several degrees of ambition are usually distinguished: free trade area, customs union, common market, economic and monetary union. From a customs union up, in addition to removing barriers to trade between themselves, the countries must not only adopt some measures of positive integration, i.e. harmonization of rules, but also must act with a single voice internationally, at the very least in tariff policy. Such processes may lead to a new level of governance above the nation-states, although this does not mean creation of a new superstate. While this distinction does involve some clear and fundamental choices, it should be treated with caution. Cooperation and integration are not mutually exclusive general approaches for regional governance so much as options which may be pursued for different sectors and dimensions of regional relations. All regional systems, including the EU today, contain a mixture of both. The formal institutional arrangements of a regional system cannot be assumed to be a measure of the real depth or dynamics of a regional integration process. If regional goals are complex and long-term, e.g. to create a full common market, states may set up commitment institutions in order to increase the prospects of effective compliance over time. Madley 1999. States thus accept some pooling of sovereignty, i.e. the renunciation of autonomous action and/or the veto, delegation of powers to supranational bodies, and/or of legalization. Moravcsik 1998, Abbott et al. 2000. This has mainly been the case in Europe. The institutional structure of the European Community, however, has often been imitated elsewhere. In some cases, formally supranational bodies exist with little real connection with national or transnational life. Conversely, strong formal commitments may not be required to achieve important results in certain fields in certain conditions. The Nordic countries, for example, established both a passport union and common labor market in the 1950s without any supranational arrangements. Best 2006. Why do states decide to pursue regional integration, and what dynamics may explain the evolution of such regional arrangements? A first theme historically has been the management of independence, that is, the need for newly independent states to settle down in their relations, 1. between themselves, 2. with the former colonial power, and 3. with other, often rival, powers. This may be summarized as the process of consolidating international identity and actorhood. How do sets of societies want to participate in international affairs? Federal union has been the result in some cases. In others, regional organizations of one sort or another have been an important instrument for managing this often conflictual process. Box 25.1 Dynamics of regionalism. A second set of issues may be grouped as the management of interdependence. This partly refers to economic and social interaction, whether the adoption of state-led integration schemes intended to increase such interaction or of measures to ensure stability where there is market-led integration, but also to issues of peace and security. Regional organizations can foster security communities, i.e. transnational communities in which peoples have dependable expectations of peaceful change, by promoting cooperation, establishing norms of behavior, and serving as sites of socialization and learning, Adler and Barnett 1998b. A third theme may be summed up as the management of internationalization, that is, the interrelationship between regional arrangements and the rest of the world. The debate about the implications of regionalism for multilateral processes of liberalization was termed the building blocks or stumbling blocks question by Bugvuddy, 1991. Proponents of regionalism as building blocks argue that, 1. Such arrangements promote internal and international dynamics that enhance the prospects for multilateralism. 2. Regionalism can have important demonstration effects in accustoming actors to the effects of liberalization. 3. Increased numbers of regional arrangements can weaken opposition to multilateral liberalization because each successive arrangement reduces the value of the margin of preference. 4. Regional agreements are often more to do with strategic or political alliances than trade liberalization, and 5. Regionalism has more positive than negative political effects. Opponents of regionalism have been concerned that, 1. The net result of preferential agreements may be trade diversion. 2. There may be attention diversion, with participating countries losing interest in the multilateral system, or simply an absorption of available negotiating resources. 3. Competing arrangements may lock in incompatible regulatory structures and standards. 4. The creation of multiple legal frameworks and dispute settlement mechanisms may weaken discipline and efficiency. And 5. Regionalism may contribute to international frictions between competing blocs. Bergston 1997, World Bank 2005. The historical context in which this tension plays itself out has changed considerably. In the first wave of post-war regionalism, notably in Latin America, this largely took the form of state-led efforts to reduce dependency on exports of primary commodities and to achieve industrialization through import substitution, with widespread suspicion of foreign direct investment. The new regionalism taking place since the late 1980s has been more a response to new forms of globalization, as well as taking place in a more multipolar world after the end of the Cold War. Various common features could be seen in the 1990s. Regional arrangements tended to be more open than before in terms of economic integration, as well as more comprehensive in scope. The new open regionalism, indeed, seemed to lose some of the very defining characteristics of regionalism, forming part of a global structural transformation in which non-state actors are active and manifest themselves at several levels of the global system and can therefore not be understood only from the point of view of the single region. Head 1999, 7-8. Yet regionalism may also be seen as one of the few instruments which are available to states to try to manage the effects of globalization. If individual states no longer have the effective capacity to regulate in the face of uncontrolled movements of capital, then regionalism may be seen as a means to regain some control over global market forces and to counter the more negative social consequences of globalization. The debate is far from over. Key points. Regionalism has various dimensions and takes different forms across the world. Some regional integration processes are more state-led, others more market-led. There is a basic difference between cooperation arrangements and integration processes, but both approaches may be followed within a regional system. Regional cooperation in a global context. Regionalism in the Americas. The American continent has been characterized by multiple, and often competing, levels of regionalism. The basic tensions date back to independence. The former British colonies in North America eventually settled down into two international actors, one federal union, the United States of America, in 1865, and one confederation, Canada, in 1867. Portuguese Brazil ended up as a federal republic in 1889. In former Spanish territories, in contrast, efforts at union failed. Two short-lived federal republics were formed, the Federal Republic of Greater Colombia, 1819–31, and the Federal Republic of Central America, 1823–39. Unity of Spanish America was the dream of Simón Bolívar, who in 1826 convened the Congress of Panama, proposing a treaty of union, league, and perpetual confederation with a common military, a mutual defense pact, and a supranational parliamentary assembly. Bolívar's vision was not anti-American, but he preferred not to include the USA. And like the federal republics, it soon succumbed to civil wars and rivalries between governing caudillos. Latin American regionalism has thus played itself out against the background of the conflictual consolidation of current states, in which national sovereignty became a dominant feature of actorhood, and a love-hate relationship with the USA. There has been partial acceptance of a continental identity as America, but also a widespread perception of an identity as Latin America, often in opposition to the USA. Hemispheric regionalism began with the first Pan-American Conference in Washington in 1889–90. 9 such conferences took place, leading in the 1930s and 1940s, following decades of U.S. interventionism, to several agreements on peace and security. The Pan-American Union became the Organization of American States, OAS, in 1948. An inter-American system grew up, including the Inter-American Development Bank and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. During the Cold War, however, it was seen with suspicion in much of the Americas as an instrument of U.S. foreign policy. The U.S. policy on regional agreements changed in the later 1980s. It began in 1986 to negotiate a free trade agreement with Canada. Negotiations then began between the United States, Canada, and Mexico, leading to the establishment in 1994 of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. This is broader in scope than most such agreements. Agriculture is covered, and the treaty was accompanied by supplementary agreements on labor and the environment, although there are no supranational elements. A first summit of the Americas was held in Miami in 1994, with the aim of achieving a free trade area of the Americas, FTAA, as well as deepening cooperation in drugs, corruption, terrorism, hemispheric security, sustainable development, and the environment. By the fourth summit in Argentina in 2005, however, the political context of inter-Americanism had significantly changed. Box 25.2 Around the World in Regional Organizations, 2006, an illustrative and non-exhaustive list. Case Study Central America, a perpetual pursuit of union? Central America can seem to present a paradox. The observer sees a number of small countries, with a common history, a relatively high degree of common identity, and apparently everything to gain from integration, but which have consistently failed, so far, to achieve the ambitious regional goals they proclaim. Following independence, the Captaincy General of Guatemala became the Federal Republic of Central America, 1823–39, before splitting into Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. Restoration of this union has been a constant theme in integrationist discourse. Yet Central America was more a collection of communities than a clearly defined overarching entity. Local elites elsewhere resisted leadership by Guatemala, and Costa Rica early on showed a tendency to isolationism. Nationalism grew, unionism was undermined by conflict, and outside involvement was often unhelpful. A powerful mythology of union thus coexisted with various sources of division. A first Central American Peace Conference in Washington, convened in 1907 to help end local conflicts, led to a short-lived Central American Court of Justice, 1908–18. The Organization of Central American States, ADICA, was created in 1951. The first organizations of functional cooperation emerged around this time. Some 25 such bodies now exist, covering everything from water to electrical energy, creating a complex web of regional interactions. Formal economic integration began in 1960, with the Central American Common Market, CACM. Intraregional trade grew, but the system entered crisis at the end of 1960s. Efforts at reform in the 1970s were overtaken by political crisis and conflicts. In the 1980s, integration became associated with the Central American peace process. In this context of confidence building, a Central American Parliament was created as a forum for regional dialogue. In 1991, with conflicts in El Salvador and Nicaragua ended, the Cold War over, and a new wave of regional integration across the world, a new period began with the Central American Integration System, SICA. This aimed to provide a global approach to integration, with 4 subsystems: political, economic, social, and cultural. The institutional system is concentrated around the presidential summits. The Central American Parliament is directly elected but has no powers. It does not include Costa Rica. As of 2006, only El Salvador, Honduras, and Nicaragua participated in the Central American Court of Justice. There have been repeated discussions of institutional reform. By 2005, intraregional trade represented around 27% of exports and 12% of imports. Most goods originating in Central American countries enjoy free circulation. The same levels of external tariff were being applied for 95% of goods. General negotiations for a Central American customs union began in 2004. The future is being shaped also by international agreements. The Central American countries signed a free trade agreement with the USA in 2004, modeled on NAFTA, and also began in 2006 to negotiate an association agreement with the European Union, including a free trade agreement. The pursuit of union continues. Latin American regionalism in the post-war decades was shaped by the model of state-led, import substituting industrialization. In order to overcome dependence on exports of primary commodities, a combination of protection and planning would make it possible to reduce manufactured imports. Regional integration was a response to the limitations of this approach at the national level. This first wave produced the Central American Common Market, CACM, 1960, the Latin American Free Trade Association, LAFTA, 1961, and the Andean Pact, 1969, all of which had limited success. A wave of new regionalism began in the 1980s and took off in the 1990s. The Central American Integration System, SICA, was created in 1991. The Common Market of the South, Mercosur, was created in 1991 by Argentina and Brazil, together with Paraguay and Uruguay. A common market was proclaimed in 1994, although there remain exceptions. Mercosur has not adopted a supranational institutional system, but there have been important political dimensions. In the early phases, this included mutual support for the consolidation of democracy and the ending of rivalry between Argentina and Brazil. In 1990, the Andean presidents also relaunched their integration process. A common external tariff was announced in 1994. The group was renamed the Andean Community of Nations, CAN, in 1997, with the aim of consolidating a common market by 2005. The institutional system is modeled on the European Community, with elements of formal supranationalism. Andean norms are to be directly applicable and to enjoy primacy over national law, and they are monitored by common institutions including a court of justice. The new forms of integration in the Americas were seen as fundamentally different, part of broad-based structural reforms aimed at locking in commitments in a context of unilateral and multilateral liberalization. It also seemed that there might be a new convergence of hemispheric and Latin American initiatives. Yet developments in the 2000s have brought this into question. Proposals to bring together Andean integration and Mercosur around a continental project began in the 1990s. They accelerated in 2000 with the adoption of the South American Regional Integration Initiative, supporting major projects in transport, energy, and communications. South American summits were held in 2000 and 2002. The creation of a South American Community of Nations was announced in 2004. In 2005, CAN and Mercosur mutually recognized the associate membership of each other's member countries. In 2006, Venezuela, under President Chavez, left the Andean community and joined Mercosur. Bolivia applied at the beginning of 2007 and Ecuador seemed likely to follow. The expanded Mercosur at the heart of this new South American Community of Nations has raised a strong question mark over the future of the free trade area of the Americas. Regionalism in Africa. Contemporary regionalism in Africa emerged with the politics of anti-colonialism, but often on the basis of pre-existing colonial arrangements. French West Africa was a federation between 1904 and 1958, and a common currency known as the CFA franc was created in 1945. After several organizational transformations, Benin, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, Niger, Senegal, and Togo have become members of the present West African Economic and Monetary Union, WEMU. In Central Africa, a monetary union guaranteed by France and a formal customs union were created in 1964. This was transformed into the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa, CEMAC, which fully took over in 1999. This is a monetary union using the CFA franc, now pegged to the euro, with a common monetary policy, and is formally a customs union, aiming to create a single market by 2014. The Southern African Customs Union, SACU, was originally created in 1910. An agreement was signed in 1969 with the independent countries of Botswana, Lesotho, Swaziland, and Namibia. This has included a common external tariff and a revenue-sharing mechanism, as well as a common monetary area, except for Botswana, with currencies pegged to the South African rand. A new treaty came into force in 2004. Colonial Kenya and Uganda formed a customs union in 1917, which Tanzania, then Tanganyika, joined in 1927. After independence, cooperation continued under the East African Common Services Organization. An East African Community was created in 1967 but collapsed in 1977 as a result of political differences. Following efforts at reintegration in the 1990s, the present East Africa Community, EAC, was established in 2000. A customs union formally came into effect in 2005. In the 1970s and 1980s, a variety of other regional organizations emerged, often cutting across the previous arrangements. With Nigerian leadership, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, was created in 1975 between the Francophone countries, which are also members of WEMU, and the Anglophone countries of West Africa. A preferential trade area cutting across Eastern and Southern Africa was created in 1981. This was succeeded in 1994 by the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMSA, which in 2006 had 19 member states stretching from Libya to Madagascar. In 1983, the French Central African countries, together with the members of the Economic Community of the Great Lakes countries, created in 1976, and São Tomé and Príncipe, created the Economic Community of Central African States, ECOWAS. Finally, straddling the continent from Senegal to Eritrea is the Community of Sahel-Saharan States, CENSAD, established in 1998. Some organizations had particular political aspects to their foundation. The aim of the frontline states to reduce dependence on apartheid South Africa prompted the creation in 1980 of the Southern African Development Coordination Conference, SADC. This was transformed into the Southern African Development Community, SADC, in 1992, of which post-apartheid South Africa became a member. Others have started with a particular special mandate which was then extended. The Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, in East Africa was founded in 1986 with a narrow mandate to deal with drought and desertification, but did little in view of tensions between its members and as a result of the situation in Somalia. In 1996 it was given a broader mandate covering conflict prevention and management. Sub-regional cultural identity has played a particular role, for example, in the case of the Arab Maghreb Union, AMU, which came into being in 1989. The first stage of Pan-African organization was primarily political in nature. The Organization of African Unity, OAU, created in 1963, was dedicated to the ending of colonialism and political liberation. The continental agenda has subsequently broadened. The 1991 Treaty of Abuja, coming into force in 1994, established the African Economic Community, AEC. In 2002, the OAU and AEC became the African Union, O, formally modeled on the European Union. There was also a move towards continental coordination of the multiple regional arrangements which had grown up, with the 1997 protocol formalizing relations between the AEC and 14 regional economic communities, RECs, that is, the various organizations mentioned above. The RECs have had some success in functional cooperation. However, they suffer from various institutional weaknesses which have been exacerbated by the multiplicity of arrangements, prompting recent initiatives for a rationalization. Moreover, the factors necessary for deep integration remain elusive. There is little complementarity across economies. There are few strong regional focal points. Integration has a limited domestic constituency, in the sense of pressure from business interests or civil society. And there remains a general unwillingness to consider sharing sovereignty, Economic Commission for Africa and African Union 2006. There has been a certain evolution in this respect, reflected in the new Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD, adopted in 2001, which includes an African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM. In addition, regional organizations have become active in conflict management. The best known is the ECOWAS Monitoring Group, ECOMIG, created in 1990 to intervene in Liberia. It also acted in Sierra Leone and Guinea-Bissau in the 1990s, before being given a formal basis in 1999. Since then, it has acted in Côte d'Ivoire in 2002 and Liberia in 2003. An Peace and Security Council was created in 2003, the O deployed a peace mission in Burundi, AMIB, in 2003, and a peace mission in the Sudan, AMIS, in 2004. Regionalism in Asia. Regionalism in Asia has followed quite different patterns. Southeast Asia is not a region with a clear historical identity. The very term Southeast Asia seems to have come to prominence internationally to describe the areas south of China that were occupied by Japan in the Second World War. The first post-war organizations, notably the 1954 Southeast Asian Treaty Organization, SEATO, were US-backed bodies made up of an international range of interested powers. Malaya, the Philippines, and Indonesia briefly formed the Association of Southeast Asia, ASA, 1961, and Mafalindo, 1963, as a means to promote regional solidarity. These were interrupted by intra-regional conflict, notably over the future of Borneo. As elsewhere, Britain had looked to federation as a means to ease its withdrawal from colonial territories. The Federation of Malaya, created in 1948, formed a new Federation of Malaysia in 1963, together with Singapore, until 1965, Sarawak, and British North Borneo, Sabah. A period of confrontation ensued between Malaysia and Indonesia, while the Philippines claimed Sabah. The confrontation ended in 1966. The establishment of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, in 1967 between Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand was thus motivated less by a sense of common identity than by a realization that failure to prevent conflicts within the region would invite external intervention, which would in turn exacerbate intra-regional tensions. No supranational elements were foreseen. Regional cooperation was to be built by an ASEAN way based on consultation, consensual decision-making, and flexibility. Rather than starting with ambitious political commitments, ASEAN would proceed by small, informal, and voluntary steps, which could eventually become more binding and institutionalized. Although economic cooperation was foreseen, the evolution of ASEAN was driven by political and security concerns. The first new step was taken amid the regional uncertainties following the fall of Saigon in the Vietnam War, and the communist victories in Laos and Cambodia in 1975. ASEAN leaders held their first summit in 1976, signing the Declaration of ASEAN Concord and the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia, which reaffirmed the principles of mutual respect, non-interference, and peaceful settlement of differences. The next turning point came at the beginning of the 1990s as ASEAN sought to affirm its identity and centrality. On the security front, in the context of the withdrawal of Vietnam from Cambodia and the end of the Cold War, a succession of proposals culminated in the creation of the ASEAN Regional Forum, ARF. This came into effect in 1994, with the aim of pursuing confidence-building measures, preventive diplomacy, and eventually conflict resolution. Other steps were taken in response to the creation of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC. APEC had been formed in 1989 on the principle of open regionalism. It was not to involve any discrimination vis-à-vis other countries. Nor did it reflect any distinctive regional identity so much as the desire of the non-Asian states of the region to consolidate links with the open market-oriented economies of East Asia, Higot 1995, 377. In response, Malaysia under Dr. Mahathir, one of the key defenders of Asian values in Asian regionalism, proposed an East Asian Economic Caucus excluding Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the USA. The United States put pressure on Japan and South Korea not to participate. At the same time, it was agreed in 1992 to establish an ASEAN Free Trade Area, AFTA. The Asian financial crisis of 1997–98 provided a renewed impetus for regional cooperation and also led to a new format of cooperation with China, Japan, and South Korea as ASEAN Plus 3, APT, seen by some as the realization of the idea underlying the East Asian Economic Caucus. In 2003, the member states agreed to create an ASEAN Security Community, an ASEAN Economic Community, and an ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community by 2020. The Economic Community is a free trade area plus, aiming at a single market but with no common external tariff, and restricted flows of labor. While not pursuing supranationalism, it was agreed to strengthen ASEAN's institutional arrangements. A new formal dispute settlement mechanism was created, and the role of the Secretariat was reinforced, together with the Development Fund and increased institutional involvement of the business sector. The development gap between old and new members, Vietnam, Myanmar/Burma, Laos, and Cambodia, also prompted new efforts to promote solidarity, through the Initiative for ASEAN Integration and the Economic Cooperation Strategy. Asian regionalism in the mid-2000s is thus evolving on two planes. On the one hand, ASEAN is moving towards some institutional deepening as a means to preserve its own position. The strengthening of ASEAN integration through the accelerated establishment of an ASEAN community by 2015, which was agreed at the January 2007 summit, was explicitly intended to reinforce ASEAN's centrality and role as the driving force in charting the evolving regional architecture, ASEAN 2007. On the other hand, regional agreements reflect the continuing competition between the major powers. A comprehensive economic cooperation agreement between ASEAN and China was signed in 2002, and China, with Malaysia, promoted an East Asia Summit in 2005, bringing together the APT countries and, at the insistence of Japan, Singapore, and Indonesia, Australia and New Zealand, as well as India but not the USA. A framework agreement on comprehensive economic cooperation between ASEAN and India was signed in 2003. Japan made a series of proposals for an East Asian community, including Australia and New Zealand, in 2002 and, in 2006, an East Asian Free Trade Area, with an offer to provide major funding for a comprehensive economic partnership in East Asia, Eurasia and the post-Soviet states. A complex and shifting pattern of regional agreements has resulted from the efforts of the former components of the Soviet Union to settle down in a zone of cooperation and competition between Russian, Chinese, and EU influence. The Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS, was created in 1991 among all of the former Soviet republics except the three Baltic states and Georgia, which then joined and then left. A CIS customs union was proclaimed in 1995 between Russia, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. A collective security treaty was signed in 1992. In 2002 this became the Collective Security Treaty Organization, CSTO, comprising Russia, Belarus, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. A Central Asian Commonwealth composed of all 5 Central Asian republics was created in 1991. A series of formations with different memberships and names produced 2 bodies which merged in 2006 as the Eurasian Economic Community, bringing together Central Asian republics, other than Turkmenistan, with Russia and Belarus. The shifting patterns of these sub-regional organizations reflect not only evolving relations between newly independent states and Russia, the former dominant power. They must also be understood against the background of rivalries between Russia and China, as well as partially shared concerns between those two powers as to the role of the USA, with its military presence in the context of operations in Afghanistan, and apparent aspirations to balance Russian and Chinese influence in Greater Central Asia. The Shanghai Five mechanism was created by China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan in 1996. This was transformed in 2002, with the participation of Uzbekistan, into the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, with Iran, Mongolia, India, and Pakistan as observers. It promotes confidence-building actions, and various forms of cooperation, including collaboration to counter terrorism, drug trafficking, money laundering, and weapons smuggling. The Economic Cooperation Organization, ECO, revived by Iran, Pakistan, and Turkey in 1985, was joined by the Central Asian republics as well as Afghanistan in 1992. In the area of Ukraine and the Caucasus, the evolution of sub-regional agreements has had more to do with support for the consolidation of democracy, as well as management of local conflicts, in the context of a certain rivalry for influence between Russia and the European Union. The Guam Organization for Democracy and Economic Development was set up in 1997 as a forum for cooperation without Russia, and was consolidated with a new charter in 2006. It brings together Georgia, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, and Moldova. The Community of Democratic Choice was created in Kiev in December 2005 with the stated objective of promoting democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Its members are Georgia, Macedonia, Moldova, Ukraine, as well as 5 EU member states, the 3 Baltic states, Romania and Slovenia with observer status for Azerbaijan, and 4 other EU member states, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Poland, as well as the EU as such, the United States and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE. Finally, the 1992 Black Sea Economic Cooperation, BSEC, links Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Russia, and the Ukraine to Turkey, as well as Albania, Bulgaria, Greece, Moldova, Romania, Serbia, and Montenegro. Key points. Regionalism can be seen as one level in an emerging system of global governance, but the relationship between regionalism and multilateralism is debated in regard to both economic liberalization and international security. Regionalist experiences in each continent have followed different patterns which reflect their different historical and cultural contexts. The earlier waves of regionalism arose in a context of post-colonial restructuring, economic protectionism, or regional security concerns. A new wave of open regionalism began around 1990 with the end of the Cold War and the surge in globalization. The process of European integration. In Europe, regionalism after 1945 has taken the form of a gradual process of integration leading to the emergence of the European Union. It was initially a purely West European creation between the original 6 member states, born out of the desire for reconciliation between France and Germany in a context of ambitious federalist plans. Yet the process has taken the form of a progressive construction of an institutional architecture, a legal framework, and a wide range of policies, which in 2007 encompassed 27 European states. The European Coal and Steel Community was created in 1951, in force in 1952, followed by the European Economic Community and the European Atomic Energy Community in 1957, in force in 1958. These treaties involved a conferral of community competence in various areas: the supranational management of coal and steel, the creation and regulation of an internal market, and common policies in trade, competition, agriculture, and transport. Since then, powers have been extended to include new legislative competences in some fields such as the environment. Since the 1992 Treaty on European Union, the Maastricht Treaty, in force in 1993, the integration process has also involved the adoption both of stronger forms of unification, notably monetary union, as well as other forms of cooperation such as non-binding coordination in economic and employment policy, or more intergovernmental cooperation in foreign and security policy. From very limited beginnings, both in terms of membership and in terms of scope, the EU has therefore gradually developed to become an important political and economic actor whose presence has a significant impact, both internationally and domestically. This gradual process of European integration has taken place at various levels. The first is the signature and reform of the basic treaties. These are the result of intergovernmental conferences, IGCs, where representatives of national governments negotiate the legal framework within which the EU institutions operate. Such treaty changes require ratification in each country and are the grand bargains in the evolution of the EU. Within this framework, the institutions have been given considerable powers to adopt decisions and manage policies, although the dynamics of decision-making differ significantly across different arenas. There are important differences between the more integrated areas of economic regulation on the one hand, and the more intergovernmental pillars of foreign policy and police or judicial cooperation in criminal matters on the other. In some areas, a country may have to accept decisions which are imposed on it by the qualified majority of member states. In other areas, it may be able to block decisions. To understand the integration process, one needs to take account of the role played by both member states and supranational institutions. Moreover, member states are not just represented by national governments, since a host of state, non-state, and transnational actors participate in the processes of domestic preference formation or direct representation of interests in Brussels. The relative openness of the European policy process means that political groups or economic interests will try to influence EU decision-making if they feel that their position is not sufficiently represented by national governments. That is one reason why the EU is increasingly seen as a system of multilevel governance, involving a plurality of actors on different territorial levels, supranational, national, and sub-state. The complexity of the EU institutional machinery, together with continuous change over time, has spawned a lively debate among integration theorists, Rosamund 2000, Wiener and Diaz 2004. Some approaches are applications of more general theories of international relations. The literature on both realism and interdependence has contributed to theorizing integration. Other scholars have regarded the European Union as sui generis in a category of its own and therefore in need of the development of dedicated theories of integration. The most prominent among these has been neo-functionalism, which sought to explain the evolution of integration in terms of spillover from one sector to another as resources and loyalties of elites were transferred to the European level. More recently, as aspects of EU politics have come to resemble the domestic politics of states, scholars have turned to approaches drawn from comparative politics. Table 25.1 Important agreements in the history of the European Union. Table 25.2 Institutions of the EU. However, it has been the exchange between supranational and intergovernmental approaches which has had the greatest impact on the study of European integration. Supranational approaches regard the emergence of supranational institutions in Europe as a distinct feature and turn these into the main object of analysis. Here, the politics above the level of states are regarded as the most significant, and consequently the political actors and institutions at the European level receive most attention. Intergovernmentalist approaches, on the other hand, continue to regard states as the most important aspect of the integration process and consequently concentrate on the study of politics between and within states, see box 25.1. But whatever one's theoretical preferences, most scholars would agree that no analysis of the EU is complete without studying both the operation and evolution of the central institutions and the input from political actors in the member states. More recently, debate in EU studies has also centered on a wider fault line in the social sciences, the difference between rationalist and constructivist approaches. Constructivists have challenged the implicit rationalism of much integration research until the 1990s, ch 9. Their critique focused on the tendency of rationalist studies to privilege decision-making over agenda setting, and outcomes over process. The social constructivist research agenda instead concentrates on the framing of issues before decisions about them are made, and therefore emphasizes the role of ideas, discourses, and social interaction in shaping interests. Christensen, Jorgensen, and Wiener 2001. The prospect of an ever wider European Union has raised serious questions about the nature and direction of the integration process. The 2004 enlargement has generally been seen as a qualitative leap for the EU. Concerns that the enlarged Union, if not reformed substantially, would find it difficult to take decisions and maintain a reliable legal framework led to several attempts to reform the treaties. The most wide-ranging proposals, and the most significant step change in the language of integration, came with the treaty establishing a constitution for Europe which EU heads of state or government signed in 2004. The very fact that the EU should discuss something referred to in the media as a European constitution is a sign of how far it has developed from its modest beginnings. However, the time may still not be right for such a project. The constitutional treaty was rejected in referendums in France and the Netherlands, raising serious doubts not only about this attempt at institutional reform, but also about ambitions for a formal constitutionalization more generally. In 2007, with intergovernmental negotiations about a revised reform treaty, the EU seems likely to continue along the established path of a succession of gradual developments rather than big leaps. Key points. The process of integration in post-war Europe was launched in the context of long debates about the creation of a federal system, but ultimately the choice was made in favor of a gradual path towards an ever closer union. Integration has proceeded by conferring competence for many economic sectors to supranational institutions which can take decisions that are binding on the member states. Over time, more politically sensitive areas, such as monetary policy or internal and external security, have also become the domain of the European Union. Successive reforms of the EU treaties have sought to maintain and enhance the legitimacy and efficiency of a union that had grown, by 2007, to 27 member states, the latest stage being the debate over a formal European constitution. Conclusion. We can conclude this overview of the development of mechanisms of regional cooperation and integration with three brief observations. First, regionalism is a truly global phenomenon. It is not the case that the entire world is engulfed in a single process of globalization, or that the world is being divided along simple ideological or civilizational fault lines. Rather, different parts of the globe are looking for different ways to accommodate themselves within the globalized world order, and regional arrangements are one important way of doing so. There is thus no paradox, and even less a contradiction, between regionalism and globalization. Instead, regionalism is one aspect of the process of globalization, and developments in one region inform and indeed feed into developments in others. Second, within the global trend of regionalism there are important differences in the types of organization that are being set up, ranging from rather loose and non-binding agreements to the complex institutional architecture set up by the European Union, depending on the scope and depth with which members are seeking to address issues of transnational governance. And third, there is no single or simple path of regionalism. The ways in which different regional mechanisms develop are contingent upon a multitude of factors, both internal and external to the region. Both the driving forces for more regional integration and cooperation and the obstacles which may limit those aspirations vary across the different continents. Regionalism as a global phenomenon may be here to stay, but so are the differences between the kinds of regional arrangements that are being developed in different parts of the globe. Key points. The creation of regional governance structures is not a contradiction to globalization but the expression of local attempts to accommodate and respond to the challenges of globalization. Despite the observation of a global trend towards greater regionalism, important differences remain between the depth and the scope of regional institutions that develop in different parts of the globe. Regional cooperation and integration are not linear processes but depend on the varying contingencies that provide opportunities and limits in different regional contexts. Questions. 1. What have been the driving forces behind processes of regional integration and cooperation? 2. What is the relative weight of economic and political factors in explaining the emergence of regional institutions? 3. What are the dynamics behind the new regionalism? 4. What impact have processes of regional integration and cooperation had on the Westphalian state? 5. Compare and contrast European integration with the process of regional cooperation in at least one other continent. 6. What are the main differences between supranationalist and intergovernmentalist approaches to the study of the European Union? 7. How important has the legal dimension been to the evolution of the European Union? 8. What role do the supranational institutions play in the European policy process? Guide to further reading. Christensen, T. Jorgensen, K.E., and Wiener, A. eds. 2001. The Social Construction of Europe, London, Sage. Provides a discussion of different aspects of European integration applying insights from social constructivism, and also includes debates with critics of this approach. De Lombard, P. ed. 2006, Assessment and Measurement of Regional Integration, London and New York, Routledge. An informative and innovative collection which considers from different perspectives the challenge of evaluating the actual impact of regional arrangements. Farrell, M., Hatton, B., and Van Langenhove, L. eds. 2005, Global Politics of Regionalism, Theory and Practice, London and Ann Arbor, Michigan, Pluto Press. A good overview of theoretical questions and key issues in regionalism, as well as the particular approaches followed in individual regions. Fawcett, L., and Hurrell, A. 1995, Regionalism in World Politics, Oxford, Oxford University Press. Covers various forms of regional cooperation in different parts of the globe, looking at both the conceptual and empirical issues arising from the revival of regionalism. Hicks, S. 2005, The Political System of the European Union, Basingstoke, Macmillan. This advanced textbook approaches the subject from a comparative politics angle, looking in detail at the executive, legislative, and judicial politics as well as at developments in various policy areas. Laffan, B., O'Donnell, R., and Smith, M. 1999, Europe's Experimental Union, London, Routledge. This co-authored volume puts the study of European integration into the context of world politics and the international political economy. Moravcsik, A. 1998, The Choice for Europe, Social Purpose and State Power from Messina to Maastricht, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press. This important text approaches the study of European integration from an intergovernmental angle. It provides an in-depth analysis of the key decisions in the history of the EU. Wallace, H., Wallace, W., and Pollock, M. eds. 2005, Policy Making in the European Union, Oxford, Oxford University Press. This is a wide-ranging textbook that covers all major policies and also examines ways of studying the institutional setting and the dynamics of governance in the EU. Wiener, A., and Diaz, T. 2004, European Integration Theory, Oxford, Oxford University Press. A comprehensive and topical reader bringing together the most important contributions to the theoretical debates in the study of European integration. World Bank, 2005, Global Economic Prospects 2005, Trade, Regionalism and Development, Washington, D.C., World Bank. A thorough discussion of regionalism from an economic perspective, looking both at the rationales and the results of regional arrangements around the world, as well as their implications for multilateralism. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/uk/org/Baylis_Smith 4e. Chapter 26. Global Trade and Finance. Jan Aart Skold. Reader's Guide. This chapter explores various economic aspects of contemporary globalization. It begins by distinguishing three general conceptions of economic globalization and highlights the third, geographical notion of increasing transborder production, markets, and investment. This global dimension of contemporary world commerce is then described in more detail under the headings of global trade and global finance. A fourth section of the chapter counters exaggerated claims about economic globalization by emphasizing some qualifications about its nature and extent. Finally, globalization of commerce is linked to several major problems of injustice and insecurity in contemporary world politics. Introduction. The globalization of world politics involves, among other things, a globalization of economics. As N. Woods has emphasized elsewhere, ch. 14, politics and economics are inseparable within social relations. Economics does not explain everything, but no account of world politics, and hence no analysis of globalization as a key issue of contemporary world history, is adequate if it does not explore the economic dimension. Countless discussions of globalization have highlighted its economic aspects. For example, Milton Friedman, a Nobel Prize-winning economist, remarks that it has become possible to produce a product anywhere, using resources from anywhere, by a company located anywhere, to be sold anywhere, cited in Naisbitt 1994, 19. A senior researcher with American Express has described global financial integration of recent decades as marking the end of geography, O'Brien 1992. Global governance bodies like the Bank for International Settlements, BIS, the Group of Eight, G8, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, the World Bank Group, WBG, and the World Trade Organization, WTO, have all put economic globalization high on their agendas, see Box 26.1. Usually these official circles have endorsed and encouraged the trend, as have most national governments. Meanwhile, many social movements have focused their critiques of globalization on economic aspects of the process. Their analyses have depicted contemporary globalization of trade and finance as a major cause of higher unemployment, a general decline in working standards, increased inequality, greater poverty for some, ch. 27, recurrent financial crises, and large-scale environmental degradation, ch. 20. Box 26.1 Major public global governance agencies for trade and finance. BIS Bank for International Settlements. Established in 1930 with headquarters in Basel. Membership, 2007, of 55 shareholding central banks, although many other public financial institutions also use BIS facilities. Promotes cooperation among central banks and provides various services for global financial operations. For example, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, formed through the BIS in 1974, has spearheaded efforts at multilateral regulation of global banking. G8 Group of 8. Established in 1975 as the G5, France, Germany, Japan, the UK, and the USA, subsequently expanded as the G7 to include Canada and Italy, and since 1998 as the G8 to include the Russian Federation. The G8 conducts semi-formal collaboration on world economic problems. Government leaders meet in annual G8 summits, while finance ministers and/or their leading officials periodically hold other consultations. GATT General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. Established in 1947 with offices in Geneva. Membership had reached 122 states when it was absorbed into the WTO in 1995. The GATT coordinated 8 rounds of multilateral negotiations to reduce state restrictions on cross-border merchandise trade. IMF International Monetary Fund. Established in 1945 with headquarters in Washington, D.C. Membership, 2007, of 185 states. The IMF monitors short-term cross-border payments and foreign exchange positions. When a country develops chronic imbalances in its external accounts, the IMF supports corrective policy reforms, often called structural adjustment programs. Since 1978, the IMF has undertaken comprehensive surveillance both of the economic performance of individual member states and of the world economy as a whole. The IMF also provides extensive technical assistance. In recent years, the fund has pursued various initiatives to promote efficiency and stability in global financial markets. IOSCO International Organization of Securities Commissions. Established in 1983 with headquarters in Montreal, Secretariat now in Madrid. Membership, 2007, of 192 official securities regulators and, non-voting, trade associations and other agencies. IOSCO aims to promote high standards of regulation in stock and bond markets, to establish effective surveillance of transborder securities transactions, and to foster collaboration between securities markets in the detection and punishment of offenses. OECD Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. Founded in 1962 with headquarters in Paris. Membership, 2007, of 30 states with advanced industrial economies and further relationships with some 70 other states. Provides a forum for multilateral intergovernmental consultations on pretty well all policy issues except military affairs. OECD measures have especially addressed environmental questions, taxation, and transborder corporations. At regular intervals, the OECD Secretariat produces an assessment of the macroeconomic performance of each member, including suggestions for policy changes. UNCTAD United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Established in 1964 with offices in Geneva. Membership, 2007, of 192 states. UNCTAD monitors the effects of world trade and investment on economic development, especially in the South. It provided a key forum in the 1970s for discussions of a new international economic order. WBG World Bank Group. A collection of 5 agencies, the first established in 1945, with head offices in Washington, D.C. The WBG promotes development in medium and low-income countries with project loans, structural adjustment programs, and various advisory services. WTO World Trade Organization. Established in 1995 with headquarters in Geneva. Membership, 2007, of 150 states. The WTO is a permanent institution to replace the provisional GATT. It has a wider agenda covering services, intellectual property, and investment issues as well as merchandise trade. The WTO also has greater powers of enforcement through its dispute settlement mechanism. The organization's trade policy review body conducts surveillance of members' commercial measures. In their different ways, all of these assessments agree that economic globalization is a key development of contemporary history. True, the scale and impact of the trend are often exaggerated. However, it is just as wrong to argue, as some skeptics have done, that claims about a new globalizing economy rest on nothing but hype and myth. Instead, as in the case of most historical developments, economic globalization involves an intricate interplay of changes and continuities. A globalizing economy. One key reason for disagreements over the extent and significance of economic globalization relates to the contrasting definitions that different analysts have applied to notions of globality. What, more precisely, is global about the global economy? The following paragraphs distinguish three contrasting ways that the globalization of trade and finance has been broadly conceived, namely, in terms of 1. The crossing of borders, 2. The opening of borders, and 3. The transcendence of borders. Although the three conceptions overlap to some extent, they involve important differences of emphasis. Most arguments concerning economic globalization have pitted skeptics, who adopt the first perspective, against enthusiasts, who apply the second notion. However, the third conception of globality offers a more distinctive and revealing approach. Later sections of the present chapter therefore develop that alternative notion in relation to trade and finance. Cross-border transactions. Skepticism about the significance of contemporary economic globalization has often arisen when analysts have conceived the process in terms of increased cross-border movements between countries of people, goods, money, investments, messages, and ideas. From this perspective, globalization is seen as equivalent to internationalization. No significant distinction is drawn between global companies and international companies, between global trade and international trade, between global money and international money, between global finance and international finance. When conceived in this way, economic globalization is nothing particularly new. Commerce between different territorial political units has transpired for centuries and in some cases even millennia. Ancient Babylon and the Roman Empire knew forms of long-distance lending and trade, for example. Shipments between Arabia and China via South and Southeast Asia occurred with fair regularity more than 1,000 years ago. Certain coins circulated widely around maritime Southeast Asia in a prototypical international monetary regime of the 10th century. Long-distance monies of the pre-modern Mediterranean world included the Byzantine solidus from the 5th century onwards and the Muslim dinar from the 8th to the 13th centuries. Banks based in Italian city-states maintained, temporary, offices along long-distance trade routes as early as the 12th century. The Hanseatic League in the 14th century and companies based in Amsterdam, Copenhagen, London, and Paris in the 17th century operated overseas trading posts. The first brokerage houses with cross-border operations appeared in the 18th century with Amsterdam-based Hope & Co. and London-based Barings. Indeed, on certain, though far from all, measures, cross-border economic activity reached similar levels in the late 19th century as it did 100 years later. Relative to world population of the time, the magnitude of permanent migration was in fact considerably greater than today. When measured in relation to world output, cross-border investment in production facilities stood at roughly the same level on the eve of the First World War as it did in the early 1990s. International markets in loans and securities also flourished during the heyday of the gold sterling standard between 1870 and 1914. Under this regime, the British pound, fixed to a certain value in gold, served as a global currency and thereby greatly facilitated cross-border payments. Again, citing proportional, rather than aggregate, statistics, several researchers, for example, Zevin 1992, have argued that these years witnessed larger capital flows between countries than in the late 20th century. Meanwhile, the volume of international trade grew at some 3.4% per annum in the period 1870-1913, until its value was equivalent to 33% of world output, Barraclough 1984, 256, Hurst and Thompson 1999, 21. By this particular calculation, cross-border trade was greater at the beginning than at the end of the 20th century. For the skeptics, then, the contemporary globalizing economy is nothing new. In their eyes, recent decades have merely experienced a phase of increased cross-border trade and finance, much as occurred 100 years before. Moreover, they note, just as growth of international interdependence in the late 19th century was substantially reversed with a 40-year wave of protectionism after 1914, so economic globalization of the present day may prove to be temporary. Governments can block cross-border flows if they wish, say the skeptics, and national interest may well dictate that states once more tighten restrictions on international trade, travel, foreign exchange, and capital movements. Contemporary economic globalization gives little evidence, say these doubters, of an impending demise of the state, a weakening of national loyalties, and an end of war. Thus, for example, skeptics regularly point out that most so-called global companies, a. still conduct the majority of their business in their country of origin, b. retain a strong national character and allegiances, and c. remain heavily dependent on states for the success of their enterprises. Open border transactions. In contrast to the skeptics, enthusiasts for contemporary globalization of trade and finance generally define these developments as part of the long-term evolution towards a global society. In this second conception, globalization entails not an extension of internationalization, but the progressive removal of official restrictions on transfers of resources between countries. In the resultant world of open borders, global companies replace international companies, global trade replaces international trade, global money replaces international money, and global finance replaces international finance. From this perspective, globalization is a function of liberalization, that is, the degree to which articles, communications, financial instruments, fixed assets, and people can circulate throughout the world economy free from state-imposed controls. Whereas skeptics generally back up their arguments of historical repetition with proportional data, globalists usually substantiate their claims of historical change with aggregate statistics, many of which do indeed appear quite staggering. See Table 26.1. Table 26.1 Some indicators of contemporary economic globalization, $US billion. Sources, BIS, IMF, OECD, UNCTAD, WTO. Globalists regard the 40-year interlude of protectionism, c. 1910-50, as a temporary detour from a longer historical trend towards the construction of a single integrated world economy. In their eyes, the tightening of border controls in the first half of the 20th century was a major cause of economic depressions, authoritarian regimes, and international conflicts such as the World Wars. In contrast, the emergent open world economy, so runs the globalist promise, will yield prosperity, liberty, democracy, and peace for all humanity. From this perspective, which is often termed neoliberalism, contemporary economic globalization continues the universalizing project of modernity launched several centuries ago. Recent history has indeed witnessed considerable opening of borders in the world economy. For one thing, a succession of interstate accords through the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, has since 1948 brought major reductions in customs duties, quotas, and other measures that previously inhibited cross-border movements of merchandise. Average tariffs on manufactures in countries of the North fell from over 40% in the 1930s to less than 4% by 1999. Following the Uruguay round of multilateral trade negotiations, 1986-94, the GATT was subsumed within the New World Trade Organization. This successor agency has greater competences both to enforce existing trade agreements and to pursue new avenues of liberalization, for example, in respect of shipping, telecommunications, and investment flows. Meanwhile, as indicated in Chapter 25, regional frameworks in most areas of the world have, to varying degrees, removed official restrictions on trade between participating countries. Encouraged by such liberalization, cross-border trade expanded between 1950 and 1994 at an annual rate of just over 6%, thus almost twice as fast as in the late 19th century. Total international trade multiplied 14-fold in real terms over this period, while expansion of trade in manufactures was even greater, with a 26-fold increase, WTO 1995. Borders have also opened considerably to money flows since 1950. A gold dollar standard became fully operational through the IMF in 1959. Under this regime, major currencies and especially the United States dollar could circulate worldwide, though not in communist-ruled countries, and be converted to local monies at an official fixed exchange rate. The gold dollar standard thereby broadly recreated the situation that prevailed under the gold sterling standard in the late 19th century. Contrary to many expectations, the U.S. government's termination of dollar-gold convertibility on demand in 1971 did not trigger new restrictions on cross-border payments. Instead, a regime of floating exchange rates developed, de facto from 1973 and formalized through the IMF in 1976. Moreover, from the mid-1970s onwards, most states reduced or eliminated restrictions on the import and export of national currencies. In these circumstances, the average volume of daily transactions on the world's wholesale foreign exchange markets burgeoned from $15 billion in 1973 to $1,900 billion in 2004. Alongside the liberalization of trade and money movements between countries, recent decades have also witnessed the widespread opening of borders to investment flows. These movements involve both direct investments, i.e. fixed assets like research facilities and factories, and portfolio investments, i.e. liquid assets like loans, bonds, and shares. Apart from a spate of expropriations in the South during the 1970s, many of them subsequently reversed, states have generally welcomed foreign direct investment, FDI, into their jurisdictions in contemporary history. Indeed, many governments have actively lured externally based business by lowering corporate tax rates, reducing restrictions on the repatriation of profits, relaxing labor and environmental standards, and so on. Since 1960 there has been a proliferation of what are variously called international, multinational, transnational, or global corporations, hence the frequently encountered abbreviations MNC and TNC. The number of such companies grew from 3,500 in 1960 to 64,000 in 2005. The aggregate stock of FDI worldwide increased in tandem from $68 billion in 1960 to $10,672 billion in 2005, as compared with only $14 billion in 1914, UNCTAD 1996, 9, 4, UNCTAD 2006b. In this world of more open borders, various globalists have described MNCs as footloose and stateless. Substantial liberalization has also occurred since the 1970s in respect of cross-border portfolio investments. For example, many a state now permits non-residents to hold bank accounts within its jurisdiction. Other deregulation has removed legal restrictions on ownership and trading of stocks and bonds by non-resident investors. Further legislation has reduced controls on participation in a country's financial markets by externally based banks, brokers, and fund managers. As a result of such deregulation, e.g. the City of London's so-called Big Bang in 1986, financial institutions from all over the world have converged on global cities like Hong Kong, New York, Paris, and Tokyo. Levels of cross-border banking and securities business have risen markedly since the 1960s in tandem with such liberalization, as several statistics in Table 26.1 indicate. Corresponding indicators for the period between 1870 and 1914 come nowhere close to these aggregate figures. In sum, legal obstructions to economic transactions between countries have greatly diminished worldwide in contemporary history. At the same time, cross-border flows of merchandise, services, money, and investments have reached unprecedented levels, at least in aggregate terms. To this extent, enthusiasts for globalization as liberalization can argue against the skeptics that borders have opened more than ever. That said, significant official restrictions on cross-border economic activity persist. They include countless trade restrictions and continuing capital controls in many countries. While states have on the whole welcomed FDI, there is as yet no multilateral regime to liberalize investment flows comparable to the GATT/WTO in respect of trade or the IMF in respect of money. Negotiations for a multilateral agreement on investment were abandoned at the end of 1998, although states have concluded hundreds of liberalizing bilateral investment treaties. In addition, while many governments have loosened visa and travel restrictions in recent times, immigration controls are on the whole as tight as ever. Indeed, many have recently been reinforced. To this extent, skeptics have grounds to affirm that international borders remain very much in place and can be opened or closed as states choose to do. Transborder transactions. As mentioned earlier, most debates concerning economic globalization have unfolded between skeptics, who regard the current situation as a limited and reversible expansion of cross-border transactions, and globalists, who see an inexorable trend towards an open world economy. However, these two most common positions do not exhaust the possible interpretations. Indeed, neither of these conventional perspectives requires a distinct concept of globalization. Both views resurrect arguments that were elaborated using other vocabulary long before the word globalization entered widespread circulation in the 1990s. In a third conception, globalization refers to processes whereby social relations acquire relatively distanceless and borderless qualities, so that human lives are increasingly played out in the world as a single place. In this usage, globalization refers to a transformation of geography that occurs when a host of social conditions become less tied to territorial spaces, see ch1. On these lines, a globalizing economy is one in which patterns of production, exchange, and consumption become increasingly delinked from a geography of territorial distances and territorial borders. Global economic activity extends across widely dispersed terrestrial locations at the same time and moves between locations scattered across the planet, often in effectively no time. While the patterns of international economic interdependence are strongly influenced by territorial distances and national state divisions, patterns of global trade and finance often have little correspondence to distance and state boundaries. With air travel, satellite links, telecommunications, trans-world organizations, global consciousness, i.e. a mindset that conceives of the planet as a single place, and more, much contemporary economic activity transcends borders. In this third sense, globalization involves the growth of a transborder, as opposed to cross-border or open border, economy. This rise of supraterritoriality is reflected inter alia in increased transactions between countries. However, the geographical character of these transplanetary, as opposed to long-distance, movements is different from the territorial framework that has traditionally defined international interdependence. This qualitative shift means that contemporary statistics on international trade, money, and investment can only be crudely compared with figures relating to earlier times. Hence, the issue is not so much the amount of trade between countries, but the way that much of this commerce forms part of transborder production processes and global marketing networks. The problem is not only the quantity of money that moves between countries, but also the instantaneity with which most funds are transferred. The question is not simply the number of international securities deals so much as the emergence of stock and bond issues that involve participants from multiple countries at the same time. In short, if one accepts this third conception of globalization, then both the skeptics and the enthusiasts are largely missing the crucial point of historical change. Key points. The globalization of economic activity can be understood in several different ways. Skeptical interpretations emphasize that current levels of cross-border trade, money movements, and investment flows are neither new nor as great as some claim. Globalist interpretations argue that large-scale relaxations of border controls have taken international economic activity to unprecedented levels. Geographical conceptions of globalization highlight the proliferation of economic transactions in which territorial distance and borders present limited if any constraint. Global trade. The distinctiveness of transborder, superterritorial economic relations should become clearer with illustrations. Examples concerning global trade are given in the present section. Others regarding global finance are discussed in the next section. In each case, it is seen that their significance relates mainly to contemporary history, although the phenomena in question made some earlier appearances. Transborder production. Transborder production arises when a single process is spread across widely dispersed locations both within and between countries. Global coordination links research centers, design units, procurement offices, materials processing installations, fabrication plants, finishing points, assembly lines, quality control operations, advertising and marketing bureaus, data processing offices, after-sales services, and so on. Transborder production can be contrasted with territorially centered production. In the latter instance, all stages of a given production process from initial research to after-sales service occur within the same local or national unit. In global production, however, the stages are dispersed across different and often widely scattered countries. Each of the various links in the transborder chain specializes in one or several functions, thereby creating economies of scale and/or exploiting cost differentials between locations. Through global sourcing, the company draws materials, components, machinery, finance, and services from anywhere in the world. Territorial distance and borders figure only secondarily, if at all, in determining the sites. Indeed, a firm may relocate certain stages of production several times in short succession in search of profit maximization. What have been described as global factories were unknown before the 1940s. They did not gain major prominence until the 1960s and have mainly spread since the 1970s. Transborder production has developed mainly in the manufacture of textiles, garments, motor vehicles, leather goods, sports articles, toys, optical products, consumer electronics, semiconductors, aeroplanes, and construction equipment. With the growth of global production, a large proportion of purportedly international transfers of goods and services have entailed intra-firm trade within transborder companies. When the intermediate inputs and finished goods pass from one country to another, they are officially counted as international commerce, yet they primarily involve movements within a global company rather than between national economies. Conventional statistics do not measure intra-firm transfers, but estimates of the share of such exchanges in total cross-border trade have ranged from 25 to over 40%. Much, though far from all, transborder production has taken advantage of what are variously called special economic zones, SEZs, export processing zones, EPZs, or free production zones, FPZs. Within these enclaves, the ruling national or provincial government exempts assembly plants and other facilities for transborder production from the usual import and export duties. The authorities may also grant other tax reductions, subsidies, and waivers of certain labor and environmental regulations. The first such zone was established in 1954 in Ireland, but most were created after 1970, mainly in Asia, the Caribbean, and the so-called maquiladora areas along the Mexican frontier with the USA. Several thousand EPZs are now in place across more than 100 countries. Among other things, these manufacturing centers have been distinguished by their frequent heavy reliance on female labor. Transborder products. Much of the output of both transborder and country-based production has acquired a planet-spanning market in the contemporary globalizing economy. Hence, a considerable proportion of international trade now involves the distribution and sale of global goods, often under a trans-world brand name. Consumers dispersed across many corners of the planet purchase the same articles at the same time. The country location of a potential customer for, say, a Xerox photocopier, a Britney Spears CD, or Kellogg's Corn Flakes is of secondary importance. Design, packaging, and advertising determine the market far more than territorial distances and borders. Like other aspects of globalization, superterritorial markets have a longer history than many contemporary observers appreciate. For example, Campbell's Soup and Heinz began to become household names at widely dispersed locations across the world in the mid-1880s, following the introduction of automatic canning. From the outset, Henry Ford regarded his first automobile, the Model T, as a world car. Coca-Cola was bottled in 27 countries and sold in 78 by 1929, Pendergrast 1993, 174. On the whole, however, the numbers of goods, customers, and countries involved in these earlier global markets were relatively small. In contrast, global goods pervade the contemporary world economy. They encompass a host of packaged foods, bottled beverages, tobacco products, designer clothes, household articles, music recordings, audiovisual productions, printed publications, interactive communications, office and hospital equipment, armaments, transport vehicles, and travel services. In all of these sectors and more, global products inject a touch of the familiar almost wherever on earth a person might visit. The countless examples include Nescafé, sold in 200 varieties worldwide, Heineken beer, drunk in over 170 countries, Kiwi shoe polish, applied in almost 200 countries, Nokia mobile phones, used in more than 130 countries, Thomas Cook tourist bureaus, available in 140 countries, American International Group insurance policies, offered in more than 130 countries, television programs by Globo of Brazil, distributed in 128 countries, and the Financial Times newspaper, printed in 19 cities across the globe. Covering smokers in 170 lands, Marlboro country is a distinctly global place. Today many shops are mainly stocked with transborder articles. Moreover, since the 1970s a number of retail chains have gone global. Examples include Italy-based Benetton, Japan-based 7-Eleven, Sweden-based IKEA, UK-based Body Shop, and US-based Toys Us. Owing largely to the various megabrands and transborder stores, shopping centers of the 21st century are in good part global emporia. Other super-territorial markets have developed since the 1990s through electronic commerce. Today's global consumer can, equipped with a credit card and telephone, television, or internet links, shop across the planet from home. Mail order outlets and telesales units have undergone exponential growth, while e-commerce on the World Wide Web has expanded hugely. Through transborder production and trans-world products, global trade has become an integral part of everyday life for a notable proportion of the world's firms and consumers. Indeed, these developments could help to explain why the recessions of contemporary history have not, in spite of frequently expressed fears of trade wars, provoked a wave of protectionism. In previous prolonged periods of commercial instability and economic hardship, e.g. during the 1870s, 90s and 1920s, 30s, most states responded by imposing major protectionist restrictions on cross-border trade. Reactions to contemporary recession have been more complicated, see Milner 1988. While many territorial interests have pressed for protectionism, global commercial interests have generally resisted it. Thus many transborder companies actively promoted the Uruguay Round and have, on the whole, vigorously supported the WTO. Key points. Transborder production and associated intra-firm trade have developed in a number of industries since the middle of the 20th century. Many states have created special economic zones in order to attract so-called global factories. Much contemporary commerce involves transborder marketing of global brand name products. The growth of a substantial global dimension to world trade may have discouraged protectionism. Global finance. Finance has attracted some of the greatest attention in contemporary debates on globalization, especially following a string of crises in Latin America, 1994-5, Asia, 1997-8, Russia, 1998, Brazil, 1999, and Argentina, 2001-2. The rise of supraterritoriality has affected both the forms that money takes and the ways that it is deployed in banking, securities, derivatives, and, although not detailed below, insurance markets. As international, cross-border activities, such dealings have quite a long history. However, as commerce that unfolds through telephone and computer networks that make the world a single place, global finance has experienced its greatest growth since the 1980s. Transplanetary money. The development of global production and the growth of global markets have each encouraged and been facilitated by the spread of global monies. It was noted earlier that the fixed and later floating exchange regimes operated through the IMF have allowed a number of national currencies to enter trans-world use. As familiar bureau de change signs indicate, today retail outlets in scores of countries deal in multiple currencies on demand. No national denomination has been more global in this context than the US dollar. About as many dollars circulate outside as inside the USA. Indeed, in certain financial crises, this global money has displaced the locally issued currency in the everyday life of a national economy. Such dollarization has occurred in parts of Latin America and Eastern Europe. Since the 1970s, the German mark, now superseded by a regional money in the shape of the euro, Japanese yen, Swiss franc, and other major currencies have also acquired a substantial global character. Hence huge stocks of notion ally national money are now used in countless transactions that never touch the home soil. Foreign exchange dealing has become a thoroughly super-territorial business. This round-the-clock, round-the-world market has no central meeting place. Many of the deals have nothing directly to do with the countries where the currencies involved are initially issued or eventually spent. The trading itself has also taken place without distance. Transactions are generally concluded over the telephone and confirmed by telex or email between buyers and sellers across whatever distance. Meanwhile, shifts in exchange rates are flashed instantaneously and simultaneously on video monitors across the main dealing rooms worldwide. Transborder money also takes other forms besides certain national currencies. Gold has already circulated across the planet for several centuries, although it moves cumbersomely through territorial space rather than instantly through telecommunication lines. A newer and more fully super-territorial denomination is the special drawing right, SDR, issued through the IMF since 1969. SDRs reside only in computer memories and not in wallets for everyday transactions. Meanwhile, other super-territorial money has entered daily use in plastic form. For example, many bank cards can extract local currency from automated teller machines, ATMs, worldwide. In addition, several types of smart card, e.g. Mondex, can simultaneously hold several currencies as digital cash on a microchip. Certain credit cards like Visa and MasterCard are accepted at several million venues the world over to make purchases in whatever local denomination. In sum, contemporary globalization has, through the spread of transborder currencies, distinctly super-territorial denominations, digital purses, and global credit and debit cards, significantly altered the shape of money. No longer is money restricted to the national state territorial form that prevailed from the 19th to the middle of the 20th century. Transplanetary banking. Globalization has touched banking mainly in terms of a. the growth of transborder deposits, b. the advent of transborder bank lending, c. the expansion of transborder branch networks, and d. the emergence of instantaneous trans-world interbank fund transfers. So-called euro currency deposits are bank assets denominated in a national money different from the official currency in the country where the funds are held. For instance, euro yen are Japanese yen deposited in, say, Canada. Euro currency accounts first appeared in the 1950s, but mainly expanded after 1970, especially with the flood of so-called petrodollars that followed major rises of oil prices in 1973-4 and 1979-80. Euro currencies are super-territorial, they do not attach neatly to any country's money supply, nor are they systematically regulated by the national central bank that issued them. Globalization has also entered the lending side of banking. Credit creation from euro currency deposits first occurred in 1957, when American dollars were borrowed through the British office of a Soviet bank. However, euro loans mainly proliferated after 1973 following the petrodollar deluge. Today it is common for a loan to be issued in one country, denominated in the currency of a second country, or perhaps a basket of currencies of several countries, for a borrower in a third country, by a bank or syndicate of banks in fourth and more countries. Global banking takes place not only at age-old sites of world finance like London, New York, Tokyo, and Zurich, but also through multiple offshore finance centers. Much like EPZs in respect of manufacturing, offshore financial arrangements offer investors low levels of taxation and regulation. Although a few offshore finance centers, including Luxembourg and Jersey, predate the Second World War, most have emerged since 1960 and are now found in over 40 jurisdictions. For example, less than 30 years after passing relevant legislation in 1967, the Cayman Islands hosted over 500 offshore banks, with total deposits of $442 billion, Roberts 1994, Bis 1996, 7. The superterritorial character of much contemporary banking also lies in the instantaneity of interbank fund transfers. Electronic messages have largely replaced territorial transfers by check or draft and cost far less. The largest conduit for such movements is the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications, SWIFT. Launched in 1977, SWIFT interconnected 8,100 financial institutions in 207 countries by 2007, carrying an average of 12.3 million payments per day. Transplanetary securities. Globalization has altered not only banking, but also the shape of securities markets. First, some of the bonds and stocks themselves have become relatively detached from territorial space. Second, many investor portfolios have acquired a transborder character. Third, electronic interlinkage of trading sites has created conditions of anywhere/anytime securities dealing. In regard to the first point, contemporary globalization has seen the emergence of several major securities instruments with a transborder character. These bonds and equities involve issuers, currencies, brokers, and/or exchanges across multiple countries at the same time. For example, a so-called Eurobond is denominated in a currency that is alien to a substantial proportion of the parties involved, the borrower who issues it, the underwriters who distribute it, the investors who hold it, and/or the exchange, that list it. This transborder financial instrument is thereby different from a foreign bond, which is handled in one country for an external borrower. Cross-border bonds of the latter type have existed for several hundred years, but Eurobonds first appeared in 1963. In that year the State Highways Authority in Italy issued bonds denominated in US dollars through managers in Belgium, Britain, Germany, and the Netherlands, with subsequent quotation on the London Stock Exchange. On a similar pattern, a Euro equity issue involves a transborder syndicate of brokers selling a new share release for simultaneous listing on stock exchanges in several countries. This superterritorial process contrasts with an international offer, where a company based in one country issues equity in a second country. Like foreign bonds, international share quotations have existed almost as long as stock markets themselves. However, the first transborder equity issue occurred in 1984, when 15% of a privatization of British telecommunications was offered on exchanges in Japan, North America, and Switzerland concurrently with the majority share release in the UK. Transworld placements of new shares have occurred less frequently than Eurobond issues. However, it has become quite common for major transborder firms to list their equity on different stock exchanges across several time zones, particularly in Asia, Europe, and North America. Not only various securities instruments, but also many investor portfolios have acquired a transborder character in the context of contemporary financial globalization. Thus, for example, an investor in one country may leave assets with a fund manager in a second country who in turn places those sums on markets in a collection of third countries. In other words, even when individual securities have a territorial character, they can be combined in a superterritorial investment package. Indeed, a number of pension funds, insurance companies, and unit trusts have created explicitly designated global funds whose component securities are drawn from multiple corners of the world. Many transborder institutional investors have furthermore registered offshore for tax and other cost advantages. For example, the Africa Emerging Markets Fund has its investments in Africa, its listing in Ireland, and its management office in the USA. As of 1995, Luxembourg hosted some $350 billion in offshore investment funds, largely outside the regulatory reach of the manager's home governments. Finally, securities markets have gone global through the growing super-territorial character of many exchanges since the 1970s. The open outcry trading floors of old have largely given way to electronic transactions by telephone and computer networks. These telecommunications provide the infrastructure for distanceless deals, so-called remote trading, in which the brokers can, in principle, be located anywhere on Earth. Most major investment banks, Daiwa Securities, Dresdner Kleinwort, Merrill Lynch, etc., now coordinate offices across several time zones in round-the-clock, round-the-world trading of bonds and shares. The first computerized order routing system became operational in 1976, connecting brokers across the USA instantly to the trading floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Similar developments have, since 1996, begun to link brokers anywhere in the European Union directly to its main exchanges. For its part, the wholly computer-based National Association of Securities Dealers Automated Quotation System, NASDAQ, has, since its launch in 1971, had no central meeting place at all. This transborder cyberspatial network has become the world's largest stock market, listing around 3,200 companies with a combined market capitalization of over $4.1 trillion and annual trading of 580 billion shares as of 2006. Meanwhile, beginning with the Toronto and American stock exchanges in 1985, a number of securities markets have established electronic links to enable transborder dealing between them. This extensive growth of supraterritoriality in the securities markets helps to explain why, for example, the Wall Street crash of October 1987 triggered trans-world reverberations within hours. Much like global banking, transborder securities trading is mainly conducted through computerized clearing systems. The equivalents of SWIFT are the Euroclear network, established in 1968, and CITL, now renamed Clearstream, launched in 1971. Euroclear alone handled a turnover of over 350 trillion euros in 2005. Transplanetary derivatives. A fourth area of finance suffused with globalization is the derivatives industry. A derivative product is a contract, the value of which depends on, hence is derived from, the price of some underlying asset, e.g. a raw material or an equity, or a particular reference rate, e.g. an interest level or stock market index. Derivatives connected to tangible assets like raw minerals and land date from the middle of the 19th century, while derivatives based on financial indicators have proliferated since their introduction in 1972. Derivatives contracts take two principal forms. The first type, called futures or forwards, oblige a buyer and seller to complete a transaction at a predetermined time in the future at a price agreed upon today. The second main type, called options, give parties a right, without obligation, to buy or sell at a specified price for a stipulated period of time up to the contract's expiry date. Other kinds of derivatives include swaps, warrants, and further seemingly ever more obscure financial instruments. Additional technical details and the various rationales relating to derivatives need not detain us here. It suffices for present purposes to emphasize the magnitude of this financial industry. Public derivatives exchanges have proliferated worldwide since 1982 along with even larger over-the-counter, OTC, markets. By 1995 the volume of trading on world derivatives markets totaled some $1.2 trillion per day. The notional value of outstanding OTC financial derivatives contracts alone reached $370 trillion in mid-2006, bis 1996, 27, bis 2006. Like banking and securities, much derivatives business has become relatively distanceless and borderless. For example, a number of the contracts relate to superterritorial indicators, such as the world price of copper, the interest rate on Euro-Swiss franc deposits, and so on. In addition, much derivatives trading is undertaken through global securities houses and trans-world telecommunications links. A number of derivatives instruments are traded simultaneously on several exchanges in around the world, round-the-clock market. For example, contracts related to 3-month euro-dollar interest rates have been traded concurrently on Euronext.live, a pan-European derivatives exchange, the New York Futures Exchange, NYFE, the Sydney Futures Exchange, SFE, and the Singapore Exchange, SGX. Owing to these tight global interconnections, major losses in the derivatives markets can have immediate worldwide repercussions. For example, deficits of $1.3 billion accumulated by the Singapore-based futures trader Nick Leeson triggered a transborder collapse of the venerable Barings Investment Bank in 1995. A succession of similarly huge losses in other quarters has caused some to worry that global derivatives trading could undermine the world financial system as a whole, although the sector has been more stable since 2000. Key points. Globalization has changed forms of money with the spread of transborder currencies, distinctly superterritorial denominations, digital cash, and global credit cards. Globalization has reshaped banking with the growth of superterritorial deposits, loans, branch networks, and fund transfers. Securities markets have gained a global dimension through the development of transborder bonds and stocks, trans-world portfolios, and electronic round-the-world trading. Globalization has likewise affected the instruments and modes of trading on derivatives markets. Continuity and change in economic globalization. Having now reviewed the development of a superterritorial dimension in the contemporary world economy, summarized chronologically in box 26.2, and emphasized its significance, it is necessary also to recognize continuities alongside these changes. One can appreciate the importance of globalization without slipping into globalism. 4 main points are highlighted in this respect below. 1. The unevenness with which the globalization of trade and finance has spread. 2. The continuing importance of territoriality in the contemporary globalizing economy. 3. The continuing key place of the state amid these changes, and 4. The continuing significance of national attachments and cultural diversity more generally in the present era of economic globalization. Irregular incidents. Globalization has not been experienced everywhere and by everyone to the same extent. In general, transborder trade and finance have developed furthest, a. in East Asia, North America, and Western Europe, b. in urban areas relative to rural districts, and c. in wealthier and professional circles. On the other hand, few people and places are today completely untouched by economic globalization. Superterritorial trade and finance have transpired disproportionately in the so-called North, and then most especially in its cities. For instance, although McDonald's fast food is dished up in 30,000 establishments across 119 countries, the vast majority of these meals are consumed in a handful of those lands. In contrast to currencies issued in the North, the national denominations of countries in Africa have had scarcely any mutual convertibility. Thus far 3/4 and more of foreign direct investment, credit card transactions, stock market capitalization, derivatives trade, and transborder loans flowed within the North. This marginalization of the South is far from complete, however. For instance, certain products originating in the South have figured significantly in global markets, e.g. wines from Chile and package holidays in the Caribbean. Electronic banking has even reached parts of rural China. A number of offshore finance centers and large sums of transborder bank debt are found in the South, see case study. Global portfolios have figured strongly in the development of new securities markets in major cities of Africa, Asia, Eastern Europe, and Latin America since the mid-1980s. SGX and the São Paulo-based Bolsa de Mercadorias and Futuros, BMNF, have played a part in the burgeoning derivatives markets of recent decades. Box 26.2 Some key events in global trade and finance. Indeed, involvement in global trade and finance is often as much a function of class as the North-South divide. The vast majority of the world's population, including many in the north, have lacked the means to purchase most global products. Likewise, placing investments in global financial markets depends on wealth, the distribution of which does not always follow a north-south pattern. For example, substantial petrodollars have been owned by elites in the oil-exporting countries of Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East. Space limitations do not permit full elaboration of the point here, but transborder markets and investments can be shown to have contributed significantly to growing wealth gaps within countries as well as between North and South. Skoll 2005, ch. 10. For example, the global mobility of capital, in particular to low-wage production sites and offshore finance centers, has encouraged many states to reduce upper tax brackets and to downgrade some social welfare provisions. Such steps have contributed to growing inequality across much of the contemporary world. Increasingly, poverty has become connected as much to superterritorial class, gender, and race structures as to country of domicile. See further ch. 14 and ch. 27. Case study: Southern debt in global finance. The global character of much contemporary finance is well illustrated by the struggles that many middle and low-income countries have had with large transborder debts. The problems developed in the 1970s, when the surge in oil prices generated huge export earnings of so-called petrodollars that were largely placed in bank deposits. The banks in turn needed to lend the money, but demand for loans in the OECD countries was low at the time owing to recession. So, instead, large bank loans went to countries of the South, in some cases partly to help pay for the increased cost of oil imports. Often the lenders were insufficiently careful in extending these credits, and often the borrowers were reckless in spending the money. Starting with Mexico in August 1982, a string of borrowing governments in the South defaulted on their transborder loans. The initial response to the situation of unsustainable debts was to implement short-term emergency rescue packages for each country as it ran into crisis. Payments were rescheduled, and additional loans were provided to cover unpaid interest charges. This piecemeal approach only tended to make things worse. From 1987 onwards, a series of comprehensive plans for Third World debt relief were promoted. During the following decade, unsustainable commercial bank loans were gradually written off or converted into long-term bonds. Many bilateral loans from northern governments to southern borrowers were also cancelled. However, in the mid-1990s, major problems persisted in regard to debts owed by low-income countries to multilateral lenders such as the IMF and the World Bank. A much-touted highly indebted poor countries, HIPC, initiative launched in 1996 and recast in 1999 has brought slow and limited returns. In 2005, the G8 summit in Gleneagles agreed to write off the debts of 18 HIPCs to the multilateral agencies. Throughout these 20 years, programs of debt relief for low-income countries have received major support from global citizen campaigns. Activists formed a first debt crisis network in the mid-1980s. Regional coalitions such as the European Network on Debt and Development emerged in the early 1990s. These efforts coalesced and broadened in the Global Jubilee 2000 campaign of the late 1990s, which, among other things, assembled 70,000 people in a human chain around the G8 summit in Birmingham, UK in 1998. Most commentators agree that these global citizen mobilizations significantly increased, improved, and accelerated programs of debt relief. The persistence of territory. Yet the transcendence of territorial space in the contemporary world economy must not be overestimated. True, evidence presented earlier in this chapter suggests that distance and borders have often lost the determining influence on economic geography that they once had. However, this is not to say that territoriality has lost all significance in the contemporary organization of production, exchange, and consumption. On the contrary, after several decades of accelerated globalization, a great deal of commercial activity still has only a secondary, if any, superterritorial dimension. For example, although transborder manufacturing through global factories has affected a significant proportion of certain industries, most processes have remained contained within one country. Even many globally distributed products, Boeing jets, Ceylon teas, are prepared within a single country. Many types of money, too, have remained restricted to a national or local domain. Likewise, the great bulk of retail banking has stayed territorial, as clients deal with their local branch offices. In spite of substantial growth since the 1980s, transborder share dealing remains a small fraction of total equity trading. Moreover, a large majority of turnover on most stock exchanges continues to involve shares of firms headquartered in the same country. Nor has most global commercial activity been wholly divorced from territorial geography. For example, local circumstances have strongly influenced corporate decisions regarding the location of transborder production facilities. In the foreign exchange markets, dealers have mainly been clustered in half a dozen cities, even if their transactions are largely cyberspatial and can have immediate consequences anywhere in the world. It remains rare for a transborder company to issue a large proportion of its stock outside its country of origin. Hence the importance of globalization is that it has ended the monopoly of territoriality in defining the spatial character of the world economy. The trend has by no means eliminated territoriality. The global dimension of contemporary world commerce has grown alongside, and in complex relations with, its territorial aspects. Globalization has been reconfiguring geography, alongside concurrent processes of regionalization and localization, rather than obliterating territory. The survival of the state. Similarly, globalization has repositioned the territorial state rather than signaled its demise. The expansion of transborder trade and finance has made claims of Westphalian sovereign statehood obsolete, but the significance of states themselves remains. Through both unilateral decisions and multilaterally coordinated policies, states have done much to facilitate economic globalization and influence its course. As already mentioned, states have encouraged the globalization of commerce inter alia through various policies of liberalization and the creation of special economic zones and offshore finance centers. At the same time, some governments have also slowed globalization within their jurisdiction by retaining certain restrictions on transborder activity. However, most states have sooner or later responded to strong pressures to liberalize. In any case, governments have often lacked effective means fully to enforce their territorially bound controls on globally mobile capital. Only in respect of immigration restrictions have states largely sustained their borders against economic globalization, and even then substantial traffic in unregistered migrants occurs. Yet states are by no means powerless in the face of economic globalization. Even the common claim that global finance lies beyond the state requires qualification. After all, governments and central banks continue to exert major influence on money supplies and interest rates, even if they no longer monopolize money creation and lack tight control over the euro markets. Likewise, particularly through cooperative action, states can significantly shift exchange rates, even if they have lost the capacity to fix the conversion ratios and are sometimes overridden by currency dealers. Governments have also pursued collective regulation of transborder banking to some effect via the Baylis Committee on Banking Supervision, set up through the BIS in 1974. The survival of offshore finance centers, too, depends to a considerable extent on the goodwill of governments, both the host regime and external authorities. Recent years have seen increased intergovernmental consultations, particularly through the OECD, to obtain tighter official oversight of offshore finance. Similarly, national regulators of securities markets have collaborated since 1984 through the International Organization of Securities Commissions, IOSCO. In short, there is little sign that global commerce and the state are antithetical. On the contrary, the two have shown considerable mutual dependence. States have provided much of the regulatory framework for global trade and finance, albeit that they have shared these competences with other regulatory agencies. The continuance of cultural diversity. Much evidence also confounds the common presumption that economic globalization is affecting cultural homogenization and a rise of cosmopolitan orientations over national identities. The growth of transborder production, the proliferation of global products, the multiplication of super-territorial monies, and the expansion of trans-world financial flows have shown little sign of heralding an end of cultural difference in the world economy. True, global trade and finance are moved by much more than national loyalties. Consumers have repeatedly ignored exhortations to buy British and the like in favor of global products. Shareholders and managers have rarely put national sentiments ahead of the profit margin. For example, the global media magnate Rupert Murdoch happily traded Australian for US citizenship in 1985 when it suited his commercial purposes. Foreign exchange dealers readily desert their national currency in order to reap financial gain. However, in other respects national identities and solidarities have survived and sometimes thrived in the contemporary globalizing economy. Most transborder companies have retained a readily recognized national affiliation. Most firms involved in global trade and finance have kept a mono-national board of directors, and the operations of many of these enterprises continue to reflect a national style of business practice connected with the country of origin. Different national conventions have persisted in global finance as well. For instance, since equities have traditionally held a smaller place in German finance, globalization in that country has mainly involved banks and the bond markets. Cultural diversity has also persisted in transborder marketing. Local peculiarities have often affected the way that a global product is sold and used in different places. Advertising has often been adjusted to local tastes to be more effective. In sum, then, like globalization in general, its economic dimension has not had universal scope. Nor has the rise of global trade and finance marked the end of territorial space, the demise of the state, or full-scale cultural homogenization. However, recognition of these qualifications does not entail a rejection of notions of globalization, on the lines of the skeptics noted earlier. After discounting for exaggeration and non sequiturs, the growth of globality remains a highly significant development in the contemporary world economy. Key points. Global trade and finance have spread unevenly between different regions and different circles of people. Transborder commerce has to date often widened material inequalities within and between countries. Territorial geography continues to be important in the contemporary globalizing economy. Although now lacking Westphalian sovereign powers, states still exercise significant influence in global trade and finance. White economic globalization has weakened cultural diversity and national attachments in some respects, it has promoted them in others. Conclusion. This chapter has shown that, among other things, the globalization of world politics is a deeply economic affair. The growth of global trade and finance has deeply shaped and been shaped by the general developments described in Chapter 1. Economic globalization has affected different places and persons to different extents, and it has far from eliminated older core structures of world politics, territory, state, and nation. However, these developments have already shifted many contours of geography, governance, and community, and economic globalization seems likely to unfold further still in the future. The preceding pages have only touched on the wide-ranging and deeply significant questions of global trade and finance. In particular, this discussion has but hinted at the substantial problems of human security, social justice, and democracy that contemporary economic globalization has raised. The next chapter by Caroline Thomas addresses a number of these matters at greater length. Questions. 1. Distinguish different conceptions of economic globalization. 2. To what extent is economic globalization new to contemporary history? 3. How does transborder production differ from territorial production? 4. How has globalization been manifested in changed forms of money? 5. What makes financial dealings in the euro market super-territorial? 6. What is an offshore financial center? 7. To what extent has contemporary economic globalization marked the end of geography? 8. How has globalization of trade and finance affected state capacities for economic regulation? 9. Discuss the impact of global products on cultural diversity. 10. To what extent can it be said that global capital carries no national flag? 11. Assess the relationship between globalization and income inequality. 12. In what ways might global commerce be reshaped to promote greater distributive justice? Guide to further reading. Dunning, J.H. ed. 2004, Making Globalization Good, Moral Challenges of Global Capitalism, Oxford, Oxford University Press. Essays exploring ways to make global markets environmentally sustainable and socially equitable. Held, D. et al. 1999, Global Transformations, Politics, Economics, and Culture, Cambridge, Polity Press. Excellent on Indicators and Repercussions of Economic Globalization. Hurst, P., and Thompson. G. 1999, Globalization in Question, The International Economy and the Possibilities of Governance, 2nd ed., Cambridge, Polity Press. A critique of globalist presumptions that economic globalization is new, irreversible, and wholly beyond state control. Hawking, B., and McGuire, S. eds. 2004, Trade Politics, 2nd ed., London, Routledge. Covers the main issues of, and perspectives on, global trade. O'Brien, R., and Williams, M. 2004, Global Political Economy, Evolution and Dynamics, Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan. A thorough overview of the history and current challenges of global production and exchange. Peterson, V.S., and Runyon, A.S. 1999, Global Gender Issues, 2nd ed., Boulder, Kernel, Westview Press. A critical examination of the impacts of globalization on, inter alia, women's employment and the feminization of poverty. Porter, T. 2005, Globalization and Finance, Cambridge, Polity Press. A thorough analysis of global finance and its governance. Skolt, J.A. 2005, Globalization, A Critical Introduction, 2nd ed., Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan. Elaborates the arguments presented in this chapter, including the implications of economic globalization for human security, social justice, and democracy. Stubbs, R., and Underhill, G.R.D. eds. 2006, Political Economy and the Changing Global Order, 3rd ed., Basingstoke, Palgrave. A textbook in international political economy with much concerning global trade and finance. UNDP, 1990, Human Development Report, New York, Oxford University Press. This annual publication of the United Nations Development Programme includes much on the welfare consequences of economic globalization. See especially the 1999 edition. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/uk/org/Baylis_Smith4e. Chapter 27. Poverty, Development, and Hunger. Caroline Thomas. Reader's Guide. This chapter explores and illustrates the contested nature of a number of important concepts in international relations. It examines the orthodox mainstream understanding of poverty, development, and hunger, and contrasts this with a critical alternative approach. Consideration is given to how successful the development orthodoxy has been in incorporating and thereby neutralizing the concerns of the critical alternative. The chapter then closes with an assessment of the likelihood of a globalization with a human face in the 21st century. Introduction. Since 1945 we have witnessed over 60 years of unprecedented official development policies and impressive global economic growth. Yet global polarization is increasing, with the economic gap between rich and poor states and people growing, see Fig 27.1. Box 27.1 shows that as a discipline international relations has been slow to engage with these issues. Poverty, hunger, and disease remain widespread, and women and girls continue to comprise the majority of the world's poorest people. Moreover, This general situation is not confined to that part of the world that we have traditionally termed the South or the Third World. Particularly since the 1980s and 1990s, the worldwide promotion of neoliberal economic policies, the so-called Washington Consensus, by global governance institutions has been accompanied by increasing inequalities within and between states. During this period, the Second World countries of the former Eastern Bloc have been incorporated into the Third World grouping of states, and millions of people previously cushioned by the state have been thrown into poverty with the transition to market economies. In the developed world, rising social inequalities characterized the social landscape of the 1980s and 1990s. Within the Third World countries, the adverse impact of globalization has been felt acutely, as countries have been forced to adopt free market policies as a condition of debt rescheduling and in the hope of attracting new investment to spur development. Gendered outcomes of these neoliberal economic policies have been noted, though the global picture is very mixed, with other factors such as class, race, and ethnicity contributing to local outcomes. Bavinick 1997, 39. The enormity of the current challenges was recognized by the UN in 2000 with the acceptance of the Millennium Development Goals, www.undp.org. These set time-limited, quantifiable targets across 8 areas, ranging from poverty to health, gender, education, environment, and development. The first goal was the eradication of extreme poverty and hunger, with the target of having the proportion of people living on less than $1 a day by 2015. The attempts of the majority of governments, intergovernmental organizations, and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, since 1945 to address global hunger and poverty can be categorized into 2 very broad types, depending on the explanations they provide for the existence of these problems and the respective solutions that they prescribe. These can be identified as the dominant mainstream or orthodox approach, which provides and values a particular body of developmental knowledge, and a critical alternative approach, which incorporates other more marginalized understandings of the development challenge and process. See Table 27.1. Most of this chapter will be devoted to an examination of the differences between these 2 approaches in relationship to the 3 related topics of poverty, development, and hunger, with particular emphasis being placed upon the topic of development. The chapter concludes with an assessment of whether the desperate conditions in which so many of the world's citizens find themselves today are likely to improve. Again, 2 contrasting approaches are outlined. Figure 27.1 GDP per capita in the poorest and richest countries, 1962 and 2002, in constant $1,995, simple averages. Source, reprinted from World Commission on Social Dimensions of Globalization, 2004 37, original data source, based on a sample of 94 countries and territories with continuous time series data from 1960 to 2002, as available from World Bank, World Development Indicators 2003. Box 27.1 International Relations Theory and the Marginalization of Priority Issues for the Third World. Traditionally, the discipline focused on issues relating to interstate conflict, and regarded security and development as separate areas. Mainstream realist and liberal scholars neglected the challenges presented to human well-being by the existence of global underdevelopment. Dependency theorists were interested in persistent and deepening inequality and relations between North and South, but they received little attention in the discipline. During the 1990s, debate flourished, and several subfields developed or emerged which touched on matters of poverty, development, and hunger, albeit tangentially, e.g. global environmental politics, gender, international political economy. More significant in the 1990s in raising within the discipline the concerns of the majority of humanity and states, were the contributions from post-colonial theorists, Marxist theorists, Hart and Negri, scholars adopting a human security approach, Neff, Thomas, and the few concerned directly with development, Sarin, Weber. At the beginning of the 21st century, the discipline is better placed to engage with the interrelated issues of poverty, development, and hunger. and therefore to influence the diplomatic world, where interest in these issues is increasing, spurred on by fears of terrorist threats and recognition of the uneven impact of globalization. Thomas and Wilkin 2004. Table 27.1 Mainstream and Alternative Conceptions of Poverty, Development, and Hunger. Poverty. Different conceptions of poverty underpin the mainstream and alternative views of development. There is basic agreement on the material aspect of poverty, such as lack of food, clean water, and sanitation, but disagreement on the importance of non-material aspects. Also, key differences emerge in regard to how material needs should be met, and hence about the goal of development. Most governments, international organizations, citizens in the West, and many elsewhere adhere to the orthodox conception of poverty. This refers to a situation where people do not have the money to buy adequate food or satisfy other basic needs, and are often classified as or underemployed. This mainstream understanding of poverty based on money has arisen as a result of the globalization of Western culture and the attendant expansion of the market. Thus, a community which provides for itself outside monetized cash transactions and wage labor, such as a hunter-gatherer pygmy group, is regarded as poor. Since 1945, this meaning of poverty has been almost universalized. Poverty is seen as an economic condition dependent on cash transactions in the marketplace for its eradication. These transactions in turn are dependent on development defined as economic growth. An economic yardstick is used to measure and to judge all societies. Poverty has widely been regarded as characterizing the Third World, and it has a gendered face. An approach has developed whereby it is seen as incumbent upon the developed countries to help the Third World eradicate poverty, and increasingly to address female poverty. James Wolfensohn, managing director of the World Bank, declared in February 2000 that the World Bank is committed to making gender equality central to its fight against poverty, cited in World Bank 2000. The solution advocated to overcome global poverty is the further integration of the global economy, Thomas 2000, and of women into this process, Pearson 2000, Weber 2002. Increasingly, however, as globalization has intensified, poverty defined in such economic terms has come to characterize significant sectors of population in advanced developed countries such as the USA, see Bello 1994. Critical, alternative views of poverty exist in other cultures where the emphasis is not simply on money, but on spiritual values, community ties, and availability of common resources. In traditional subsistence methods, a common strategy for survival is provision for oneself and one's family via community-regulated access to common water, land, and fodder. The autonomy characteristic of such methods may be highly valued by those who have traditionally practiced them. Indeed, some such methods have been sustained over thousands of years. For many people in the developing world, the ability to provide for oneself and one's family may be preferable to dependence on an unpredictable market or an unreliable government. Critical views on poverty have emanated from within Western society also. For example, it has been asserted that our emphasis on monetary values has led to the creation of a system of production that ravishes nature and a society that mutilates man, Schumacher 1973. Some global institutions have been important in promoting a conception of poverty that extends beyond material indicators. The work of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, since the early 1990s is significant here for distinguishing between income poverty, a material condition, and human poverty, encompassing human dignity, agency, opportunity, and choices. The issue of poverty and the challenge of poverty alleviation moved up the global political agenda at the close of the 20th century, as evidenced in the UN's first Millennium Development Goals cited earlier. While World Bank figures for the 1990s showed a global improvement in reducing the number of people living on less than $1 a day, its orthodox measurement of extreme poverty, the picture was uneven. In sub-Saharan Africa the situation deteriorated, and elsewhere, such as the Russian Federation, the Commonwealth of Independent States, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and some Middle Eastern states, the picture remains bleak. Most of the global improvement resulted from trends in China and India, and even there, deep pockets of poverty remain. Having considered the orthodox and critical alternative views of poverty, we will now turn to an examination of the important topic of development. This examination will be conducted in three main parts. The first part will start by examining the orthodox view of development and will then proceed to an assessment of its effect on post-war development in the Third World. The second part will examine the critical alternative view of development and its application to subjects such as empowerment and democracy. In the third part, consideration will be given to the ways in which the orthodox approach to development has responded to some of the criticisms made of it by the critical alternative approach. Key points. The monetary-based conception of poverty has been almost universalized among governments and international organizations since 1945. Poverty is interpreted as a condition suffered by people, the majority of whom are female, who do not earn enough money to satisfy their basic material requirements in the marketplace. Developed countries have regarded poverty as being something external to them and a defining feature of the Third World. This view has provided justification for the former to help develop the latter by promoting their further integration into the global market. However, such poverty is increasingly endured by significant sectors of the population in the North, as well as the Third World, hence rendering traditional categories less useful. A critical alternative view of poverty places more emphasis on lack of access to community-regulated common resources, community ties, and spiritual values. Poverty moved up the global political agenda at the start of the 21st century. Development. When we consider the topic of development, it is important to realize that all conceptions of development necessarily reflect a particular set of social and political values. Indeed, it is true to say that development can be conceived only within an ideological framework, Roberts 1984, 7. Since the Second World War, the dominant understanding, favored by the majority of governments and multilateral agencies, has seen development as synonymous with economic growth within the context of a free market international economy. Economic growth is identified as necessary for combating poverty, defined as the inability of people to meet their basic material needs through cash transactions. This is seen in the influential reports of the World Bank, where countries are categorized according to their income. Those countries that have the lower national incomes per head of population are regarded as being less developed than those with higher incomes, and they are perceived as being in need of increased integration into the global marketplace. An alternative view of development has, however, emerged from a few governments, UN agencies, grassroots movements, NGOs, and some academics. Their concerns have centered broadly on entitlement and distribution. Poverty is identified as the inability to provide for the material needs of oneself and one's family by subsistence or cash transactions, and by the absence of an environment conducive to human well-being broadly conceived in spiritual and community terms. These voices of opposition are growing significantly louder, as ideas polarize following the apparent universal triumph of economic liberalism. The language of opposition is changing to incorporate matters of democracy such as political empowerment, participation, meaningful self-determination for the majority, protection of the commons, and an emphasis on pro-poor growth. The fundamental differences between the orthodox and the alternative views of development are summarized in Box 27.2, and supplemented by Case Study 1 illustrating competing ideas on development from the contemporary coffee sector. In the following two sections we will examine how the orthodox view of development has been applied at a global level and assess what measure of success it has achieved. Box 27.2 Development, a contested concept. The orthodox view. Poverty, a situation suffered by people who do not have the money to buy food and satisfy other basic material needs. Purpose, transformation of traditional subsistence economies defined as backward into industrial, commodified economies defined as modern. Production of surplus. Individuals sell their labor for money, rather than producing to meet their family's needs. Core ideas and assumptions, the possibility of unlimited economic growth in a free market system. Economies would reach a take-off point and thereafter wealth would trickle down to those at the bottom. Superiority of the Western model and knowledge. Belief that the process would ultimately benefit everyone. Domination, exploitation of nature. Measurement, economic growth, gross domestic product, GDP, per capita, industrialization, including of agriculture. Process, top-down, reliance on expert knowledge, usually Western and definitely external, large capital investments in large projects, advanced technology, expansion of the private sphere. The alternative view. Poverty, a situation suffered by people who are not able to meet their material and non-material needs through their own effort. Purpose, creation of human well-being through sustainable societies in social, cultural, political, and economic terms. Core ideas and assumptions, sufficiency. The inherent value of nature, cultural diversity, and the community-controlled commons, water, land, air, forest. Human activity in balance with nature. Self-reliance. Democratic inclusion, participation, for example, voice for marginalized groups, such as women, indigenous groups. Local control. Measurement, fulfillment of basic material and non-material human needs of everyone, condition of the natural environment. Political empowerment of marginalized. Process, bottom-up, participatory, reliance on appropriate, often local, knowledge and technology, small investments in small-scale projects, protection of the commons. Case Study 1: Competing Ideas on Development from the Contemporary Coffee Sector. Contemporary debate on the coffee sector provides a graphic example of competing ideas and values concerning development, and has relevance far beyond coffee. The impact of commodity price volatility and a long-term decline in terms of trade of primary products has profound effects on livelihoods of millions of rural householders in the poorest countries. In the case of coffee, about 25 million small farmers depend directly on coffee production in over 50 countries. During the 1980s, export production increased in poor countries, fueled significantly by policy advice from the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, IMF, that hard currency earnings had to be boosted though increased commodity exports to pay off spiraling third world debt. Oversupply since the early 1980s has resulted in a decline of about 70% in nominal coffee prices, with prices reaching a 30-year low in 2001. The impact on livelihoods of smallholder peasant farmers and plantation workers has been devastating. At the 11th World Coffee Conference in Salvador de Bahia in September 2005, 12 groups representing peasant farmers and workers launched an alternative approach to coffee production, in the Salvador Declaration. For a truly sustainable coffee sector, all who take part in coffee production must share its wealth: small-scale producers, permanent and seasonal rural workers, industry and retail workers. Many say that the solutions to the crisis are only associated with methods of production, including increased investment in substitutes for local coffee varieties, use of toxic fertilizers and pesticides, and mechanization, all aimed at greater productivity. This vision allows for the consolidation of production and marketing by a small group of companies that do not practice social responsibility but make decisions that impact millions of people while they reap the lion's share of the benefits of the trade. This vision is not sustainable. Real sustainability of the coffee sector should not be viewed through an economic lens alone but must include ethical and political perspectives. From an ethical perspective, the citizenship rights of people who participate in wealth generation must be guaranteed. Those rights are: stability of prices, recognition of efforts to protect the rural landscape and biological diversity by improving cultivation, harvest, and post-harvesting practices, and recognition of the basic rights of rural workers, including the fundamental rights of association and collective bargaining, particularly for seasonal rural workers. From a political perspective, governments must agree to and implement public policies that guarantee the rights of coffee producers and rural workers. It should be possible to develop a sustainable model based on food security and sovereignty. In conclusion, we expect the World Coffee Conference to acknowledge the issue of sustainability from the perspective of all actors involved in the coffee chain and sanction space for direct representation by small-scale farmers and rural workers' organizations. And seek to establish the basis for fair trade between nations. Oxfam ETAL 2006, 11-12. Economic Liberalism and the Post-1945 International Economic Order, 60 Years of Orthodox Development. During the Second World War there was a strong belief among the Allied powers that the protectionist trade policies of the 1930s had contributed significantly to the outbreak of the war. Plans were drawn up by the USA and the UK for the creation of a stable post-war international order with the United Nations, UN, its affiliates the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank Group, plus the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, providing the institutional basis. The latter three provided the foundations of a liberal international economic order based on the pursuit of free trade, but allowing an appropriate role for state intervention in the market in support of national security and national and global stability, Rapley 1996. This has been called embedded liberalism. The decision-making procedures of these international economic institutions favored a small group of developed Western states. Their relationship with the UN, which in the General Assembly has more democratic procedures, has not always been an easy one. In the early post-war years, reconstruction of previously developed states took priority over assisting developing states. This reconstruction process really took off in the context of the Cold War, with the transfer of huge sums of money from the United States to Europe in the form of bilateral aid from the Marshall Plan of 1947. In the 1950s and 1960s, as decolonization progressed, the focus of the World Bank and the UN system generally shifted to the perceived needs of developing countries. The USA was heavily involved as the most important funder of the World Bank and the UN, and also in a bilateral capacity. There was a widespread belief in the developed Western countries, among the managers of the major multilateral institutions, and throughout the UN system, that third world states were economically backward and needed to be developed. This process would require intervention in their economies. This attitude was widely shared by Western educated elites in those countries. In the context of independence movements, the development imperative came to be shared by many citizens in the Third World. The underlying assumption was that the Western lifestyle and mode of economic organization were superior and should be universally aspired to. The Cold War provided a context in which there was a competition between the West and the Eastern Bloc to win allies in the Third World. The USA believed that the path of liberal economic growth would result in development, and that development would result in hostility to socialist ideals. The USSR, by contrast, attempted to sell its economic system as the most rapid means for the newly independent states to achieve industrialization and development. The process of industrialization underpinned conceptions of development in both East and West, but whereas in the capitalist sphere the market was to be the engine of growth, in the socialist sphere central planning by the state was the preferred method. The majority of Third World states were born into and accepted a place within the Western, capitalist orbit, while a few, either by choice or lack of options, ended up in the socialist camp. Yet in the early post-war and post-colonial decades all states whether in the West, East, or Third World favored an important role for the state in development. Many Third World countries pursued a strategy of import substitution industrialization in order to try to break out of their dependent position in the world economy as peripheral producers of primary commodities for the core developed countries. This approach, which recognized the important role of the state in development, suffered a major setback in the early 1980s. The developing countries had borrowed heavily in the 1970s in response to the rise in oil prices. The rich countries' strategy for dealing with the second oil price hike in 1979 resulted in massive rises in interest rates and steep falls in commodity prices in the early 1980s. The developing countries were unable to repay spiraling debts. Mexico threatened to default in 1982. The Group of Seven, G7, leading developed Western countries decided to deal with the debt problem on a country-by-country basis, with the goal of avoiding the collapse of the international banking system by ensuring continued repayment of debt. In this regard, the IMF and the World Bank pursued a vigorous policy of structural adjustment lending throughout the developing world. In applying this policy, the fund and bank worked together in an unprecedented fashion to encourage developing countries to pursue market-oriented strategies based on rolling back the power of the state and opening third-world economies to foreign investment. Exports were promoted so that these countries would earn the foreign exchange necessary to keep up with their debt repayments. With the ending of the Cold War and the collapse of the Eastern Bloc after 1989, this neoliberal economic and political philosophy came to dominate development thinking across the globe. The championing of unadulterated liberal economic values played an important role in accelerating the globalization process. This represented an important ideological shift. The embedded liberalism of the early post-war decades gave way to the unadulterated neoclassical economic policies which favored a minimalist state and an enhanced role for the market, the so-called Washington Consensus. The belief was that global welfare would be maximized by the liberalization of trade, finance, and investment, and by the restructuring of national economies to provide an enabling environment for capital. Such policies would also ensure the repayment of debt. The former Eastern Bloc countries were now seen to be in transition from centrally planned to market economies, and throughout the Third World the state was rolled back and the market given the role of major engine of growth and associated development. This approach was presented as common sense, with the attendant idea that there is no alternative or TINA, Thomas 2000. It informed the strategies of the IMF and World Bank, and importantly through the Uruguay round of trade discussions carried out under the auspices of GATT, it shaped the World Trade Organization, WTO. By the end of the 1990s the G7, later the G8, and associated international financial institutions were championing a slightly modified version of the neoliberal economic orthodoxy, labeled the post-Washington Consensus, which stressed pro-poor growth and poverty reduction based on continued domestic policy reform and growth through trade liberalization. Henceforth, locally owned National Poverty Reduction Strategy, PRS, papers would be the focus for funding, CAMIC 2002. These papers quickly became the litmus test for funding from an increasingly integrated lineup of global financial institutions and donors. The achievements of the post-1945 international economic order. There has been an explosive widening of the gap between the rich and the poor since 1945 compared with previous history, and more particularly in the 1990s, Adams 1993, 7, Thomas 2000. Nevertheless, there have been major gains for developing countries since 1945 as measured by the orthodox criteria of economic growth, GDP per capita, and industrialization. The rates of total and per capita growth for developing countries in the period 1960 to 2004 are shown in tables 27.2 and 27.3. A striking feature of both is the marked regional diversity. The East Asian experience has been generally positive throughout this period, the African experience not so. China has been strong since the early 1980s, and India has fared better since the late 1980s. In the 1990s, the picture was far from positive. The UNDP reports that, no fewer than 100 countries all developing or in transition have experienced serious economic decline over the past 3 decades. As a result, per capita income in these 100 countries is lower than it was 10, 20, even 30 years ago, UNDP 1998, 37. Moreover, the 1990s saw 21 countries experience decade-long declines in social and economic indicators, compared with only 4 in the 1980s, UNDP 2003. Financial crises spread across the globe and indicated marked reversals in Mexico, the East Asian states, Brazil, and Russia. The African continent looked increasingly excluded from any economic benefits of globalization, and 33 countries there ended the 1990s more heavily indebted than they had been 2 decades earlier, Easterly 2002. By the end of the century, not a single former second or third world country had joined the ranks of the first world in a solid sense. Significant growth occurred in a handful of countries such as China, India, and Mexico, the new globalizers, but the benefits were not well distributed within those countries. Despite significant improvements in global social indicators such as adult literacy, access to safe water, and infant mortality rates, global deprivation continues. This is illustrated vividly in Fig 27.2.